funny that some people in all these rooms on Clubhouse say that they're only doing the worst of the worst. And while, yeah, that's happening in some cases, if you're decent with ICE and with the enforcement agencies, they'll work with you, and they aren't necessarily going to shoot you out of this country.
Hey, Brian, I have a question for you, man. It's one of these dog whistles. See, both sides have dog whistles, right? But I like to go against the libtards because they drive me crazy because of their hypocrisy. Do you have an issue with these ICE agents wearing masks when they're arresting these people? Because it seems like the libtards are having a really big issue with a federal agent wearing a mask. What do you think, Brian?
I mean, I don't necessarily have a huge issue with it. There's still some people that want to force us to wear masks for COVID for some reason. So, reasonably, yeah, wear a mask. I don't think that's a big issue to protect themselves from vitriol of the AI and digital age.
Thank you, Brian.
Wait, JB, they're mad that they're wearing masks because they can't dox them. They can't identify them on social media and dox them like they've been doing, like they were doing when
Wish we could.
Well, usually
one should not be able to dox a federal employee and make their life harder simply because you disagree with the federal agency's mission. That should be something taken up with Congress, not with the individual agents.
Okay, I'll send it back.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine how weirdo you have to be that you're so outraged that these agents are doing their job, and you're so mad that they're doing their job that you now want to identify them, dox them, threaten them, show up at their homes,
let's not
threaten their families.
Just the left being weird about that, as if right-wingers haven't just doxed random trans people because they won a sports competition and they got mad about it.
Men don't belong in women.
I don't, to be frank, I'm not sure that's the exact answer. Like, the answer is yes, Republicans have had problems with that, but that doesn't mean that the Democrats going after ICE agents or Border Patrol agents and like ruining their lives makes any real sense.
Why would it ruin their lives? Is everything they're doing is so perfectly okay and not bad at all?
Right. Excuse me, have you ever hold on. Do you know about doxing? Do you know what the law is with doxing?
Yes, I do.
What
because
state
I've been on
do you live in?
Sweetheart,
What state do you live in? What state do you live in? Is it civil or criminal in your state?
Criminal.
Okay, and what's involved when you dox someone? What happens?
Taking out their personal information that I can't take out through public means. So if it's a publicly available piece of information, I just spread that about them. Tough shit. If it's a private piece of information, for example, their banking statements, their numbers their SSNs, etc., all that type of stuff that would be privately accessible, or ones that aren't accessible through public means, and I would get incriminated for that. That's how it works.
Yeah, you think that's how it works? So if you take their address and you go and make that public, you think that's okay?
And their address was already public.
Where was it?
Law enforcement addresses are protected by the county.
No, what I'm saying is that in a regular person's case, like what would happen if their address was available through public means? Quite literally, fucking nothing happens because they're
regular people are not law enforcement officers, and at least where I live, XG. If these people make their identity known,
doxing is when you get non-public information. If the law enforcement officer's info is not public information, then yeah, it's doxing.
Where do they publicize their address on social media?
Smartass, I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, well, where do they publicize their address on social media? Where are you seeing that? Where do they go?
If you want to be like Miss Lawyer Smartass, go ahead, but I don't have time for that right now.
Well, I mean, he's a Trump hater, but no matter what you ask him, he's always
But what's concerning is he's also advocating breaking the law and also advocating for something that is a felony. And
fucking cry about it. We just had a room where everybody was advocating for fucking smoking weed or doing drugs at some point, which is breaking the law in I don't know how many fucking states. So please don't put on this legal fucking moral shield as if he's gonna break the law. He's advocating for breaking the law. As if we haven't done
hold on one second. XG, I need you to hold on a second. So, hey, check this out, Curtis. I know you like to gaslight a little bit, but actually, no, that's not what I did. I didn't put his address. I didn't put any personal information in that chat. So don't gaslight the chat with some bullshit, okay? And know the context of the conversation before you comment on it. Do you know how many times he put my address, my family's addresses in chats, said it on stages? So respectfully, shut the fuck up and mind your business. Thank you, sir.
Can I say something to Serenity's comment? I agree with you. I wish all states, there's no federal doxing law. I wish there was. There are laws with respect to harassment and stalking, but actually with doxing, and it differs in each state. In my state, it's a civil penalty. It's not criminal. California, the neighboring state, it's criminal. But I don't disagree with you. I think that there probably should be a federal statute dealing with it, and I think the states should be more uniform because it's really dangerous and really can hurt people. And I had a friend whose house, the address got doxxed. They showed up at his house. They vandalized his house. They beat up his neighbor. This is in Los Angeles because someone didn't like his political views on something. And this guy, he was a president or chairman of a board of directors of a charity or of an organization that they didn't agree with. So they doxed his address and went to his private home. It's really dangerous to do. And
Well,
thank God it was a felony in California.
Counselor, you know how many times I've been doxxed on this app? Like,
It's
my
horrible.
personal information?
It's horrible.
All the time. I get it. And especially when you open rooms, you're the bullseye. But I have a question for you that's off the doxing. But it was something that was said this past week by AOC. And calling Donald Trump a rapist. I think she did it in a tweet.
Yeah, she's deep shit for that one.
Is that hold on? Is that libel? Can she be sued for that?
ABC News paid $15 million because George Stephanopoulos said that, and it's not true because there's no criminal conviction, and it is a problem. Will she have some type of immunity? Did she do it within the chambers of Congress? In a congressional statement, and can she claim I forget what they call it, the immunity when they say stuff on the floor. There's a term for it. But ABC paid out, and I believe there's another settlement. I don't know if it's CBS, also with the same thing. I mean, it's the disparagement is she verbally said it's slander. But look at the Stephanopoulos case.
But Abby, I think she did it. She sent it as a tweet.
Then it's libel, not slander.
It is confusing though because he was found liable in court for some weird thing.
A sexual assault agent civilly, liability on a civil, but not no criminal conviction for it, and that's what cost ABC $15 million.
But another thing about like the payouts from the news agency, partly I've heard they're just paying just to be on Trump's good side and have, just for business reasons. These big companies are like, oh, let's just settle rather. Normally we would fight, but let's settle just to pay him off and everything else goes smooth.
Hold on, agent. Let me just say this. First off, I put a new article on top. Ocasio-Cortez slammed over the defamatory Trump-Jeffrey Epstein post. They wanted to sue AOC for bankruptcy. Donald Trump's also come out this week and said, Abby, it was more than $15 million, but he didn't give a number.
From ABC? ABC, I could have sworn it was a $15 million settlement. Look at Stephanopoulos.
No, I think I'm talking about the CBS one.
Yes.
60 Minutes.
Yeah, that's different. That was
yeah.
That's a different one.
Let me say hello to Certainty. Certainty, how you doing? Certainty, you there?
Hey, JB, how you feeling?
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you. What grade would you give Donald Trump? Thank you. What grade would you give Donald Trump up to this point? A through F, and why?
Well, he's tested me, right? Because, he had an A all the way up until they said there's no Epstein list. I find that hard to believe. I know someone is not capable of doing the things that Epstein was doing without cohorts. It concerns me that his name might even be on the list. I'm going to go ahead and drop him down to a C+ for now.
Wait, what did you say? You said it concerns you that whose name might be on the list?
That his name might be on the list.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't hear that part. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop him down to a C+ for now. But mind you, he was competing with John F. Kennedy for me. That's my favorite president. based on what he tried to do, what he intended to do, and what he did do. So there's hope for Trump. There's hope.
Let me ask you a question, sir, because multiple people have brought up this Epstein list. Respectfully, why do you even care? Who cares? We know they were friends. We know Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago. We know they were buddy, chum. I don't know if they did business together, but they definitely hung out. What does it matter to you if he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, Jeffrey Epstein's a piece of shit, but
No,
yeah.
that's so interesting that all of a sudden, when it applies to Trump,
I think he asked me. But thank you, sir.
I think we got over the Jeffrey Epstein stuff like a year and a half ago, and it's all like.
I can't say the same to him because he's got a mod. So you guys let me know when I can respond.
No, you can go now.
Yeah, 17.
Appreciate it. So I would say that it's so convoluted because presidents are puppets anyway. But the reason it matters to me is because if you attack a system, right? If your sole pledge and your sole purpose of your campaign is that you're honestly trying to change a corrupt system, then part of that is making sure that you're not part of the corruption, right? Which means you need to change. There's changes you need to make within yourself. So if you're trying to do what's best for the people and for the country and the position that you stand in, and you are on that list, then there's some sacrificing that you need to do. And if he's not willing to make that sacrifice, like the man JFK who came before him, right? Then he's not fit for the position. That's why I care.
JFK didn't make the sacrifice; he was assassinated. There's a distinct and large difference between the two.
Well, Marshall, that would be a whole other conversation. But what I will say is, if you look at the executive order, can I finish my statement, or is it going to be one way? If you look up Executive Order 1110, there's 4 ones. I hope I said 4 ones there and a 0. That goes against our Federal Reserve. So he definitely made a sacrifice.
No, he did. He got assassinated. He didn't make a sacrifice to get assassinated. The two are distinctly different and not even remotely the same.
I didn't mention the assassination. I said he made a sacrifice.
What other notion could that sacrifice mean other than he was assassinated? In what universe do we not think of? JFK sacrificed the
I can answer that. If you're on a board, I've been on many boards. If you sit on a board of representatives and the entire board votes for one thing and you vote for something different knowingly, that's making a sacrifice.
JFK did not sacrifice his life. He was assassinated. There is a drastic, distinct, definitional reality difference. He did not. It's not about the history. None of the government documents, none of the free documents that you can rustle support your theory that he made a sacrifice. That's simply your opinion about what he did.
Alright, let's move on. So let's see what we said. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Safety. Exam was good.
Same. Kids are running around looking for iPads.
Yeah, you sound a little tired over there. Exam, what grade are you giving Donald Trump up to this point? A through F.
That's tough grading him. I wouldn't like a letter grade. I'd give him mostly like a B, I guess. But he's got a lot of X factors going for him. Unprecedented return to office after getting kicked out, surviving an assassination attempt, trying tariffs again. And so I think most of the governance that he's engaged in has been pretty good. I mostly highly criticize the tariffs.
Thank you, Exam. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Marshall, Nye, Counselor, Abby. I'm out of here in 5 minutes. If you want to keep it open, let me know. Popcorn style, guys.
I'm down. I keep it open.
I just find it funny that when it comes to the Epstein list, it's who even cares about the Epstein list when
With the victims.
Democrats in office,
The victims,
Epstein
too.
and whoever's associated with Epstein becomes super fucking important out of nowhere.
Listen, y'all don't care about children. Y'all care about being politically right. Like that's what this Epstein shit comes down to. Y'all care more about political gossip, okay, and celebrity gossip as opposed to actually protecting the children.
There's no more children to protect in that case.
XG. The list that has been released up to this point, we got Bill Clinton on there, Tom Hanks on there, right? Tom Hanks, a big Democratic donor. Plenty of Dems on that plane too, baby.
Correct. Just like Matt Gaetz.
So what is the context of that list, JB?
Can't address publicly.
JB, what is the context of that list?
What do you mean?
What's the context? Were they surveying land? Like, were they going out there
flying to his private island?
Okay, to do what? To do what? To do what?
So that's the question. No.
Marshall, hold on, Marshall. I'm going to hand you to you in a few minutes, but let me say this. This witness, survivor statements of what happened on that island and who was there. Maybe we should release some of those. I don't know. I from what I understand, from everything I've read, and I'm not an expert on it, Donald Trump was never on that island.
And you can check the little link I put in chat, JB. Can you tell me who was on that plane and with who?
Why don't you just save me time to tell me what's that link?
So JB,
a 17-year-old that got paid for sex by Matt Gaetz, who was on what party again? Since we want to play the
trajectory of this conversation about Epstein Island, what was he there to do? What was he there to do? You know, people have flight laws. No, Marshall. Y'all are tarring and feathering people with no evidence.
Never convicted of a criminal offense. I think his dipping his toe into that end of the river is disgusting.
It is disgusting. But again, you cannot indict everybody that was on his plane. You can't indict everybody that was sitting on that plane and saying that they were down for the get down. Okay? I feel like, again, people's alluring, how should I say, attraction to this specific issue is through celebrity gossip.
Wait, everybody.
I'm gonna shut up.
You know, for just 1 second. Let me just say this. Now, my big speak gossip, I don't know. I'll try to find a link because I read an article today that said the first time Trump had sex with Melania was on the Illuminated Express. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw an article about it. Look at Adams, Mikey shows. Nobody interrupt Adams, but.
So Jay, and I'm sure that you can appreciate this from the standpoint of actually codifying clarity, right? Just because somebody was on a flight log does not mean that they were down for the get down, right? Like there was some man in a freaking like a chair that has muscular dystrophy. Who was that man? Like Marshall, can you remind me? I have early Alzheimer's. There you go. Yes, Hawking. So again, you know, it's crazy to me that I mean, do you really feel like Stephen Hawking was boning down with freaking teenagers? The dude can't even get it out of a fucking wheelchair.
Well, that doesn't mean there wasn't no young honey there slobbing on that knob. He can't stand up, but he could probably pull it out.
I'm profoundly disappointed.
No,
I'm profoundly disappointed.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm like, he could probably get that knob slobbered on. I don't know, probably some eaters on the island that, you know, did the whole unzip pull-out game, but I'm done.
All right, let me jump in 2 seconds. I'm handing the room to Marshall, Nye, and Abby. Guys, have a great night. Be safe. Be nice to each other. Speak to you later.
Thanks, man. Thank you, Jay.
We'll be safe. We'll be nice, but I can't promise I'm going to be nice to, you know, my fellow man.
No, but I agree with Adams. It's kind of like the Diddy parties. Just because you were there doesn't mean you were being a diddler. Just because you were there doesn't mean you were boning Casey in the background with the baby oil. So I'm not defending Epstein, but I get it. Just because we have this, you know, these pages of names on a list doesn't necessarily mean they were all there. You know,
unless they have
engaged in nefarious activities. What's that?
Unless unless they have a D next to their name on the voting ticket, then they definitely did it.
Well, so here's the thing about this conversation as of late. The Democrats are trying to make hay out of it because they're able to accuse Donald Trump of being a pedo, and the Republicans are dodging some of the more well-oriented questions toward it. Point being, both sides of the aisle are expressing their political version on this. Neither side of the aisle is clean in the way they present the facts.
Where's the British
Got
prince
it.
with all this then?
Abby, can I ask you a question? Do you remember the McMartin trials?
Remind me.
The McMartin case. It was out of Santa Monica, California. California v. McMartin. And it was a very big to-do case. It was a very big to-do case where
Was that the
people, the preschool, right?
school? Yeah, okay.
Right. So what was the end-all result of that, of the findings?
I don't remember.
Right.
All the
So
children were lied. They lied.
Right, and they were coached. So again, I feel like with this whole Epstein shit, people need to be very deliberate as far as naming actors, and I'm not saying that with pun intended, but people who are participants involved in that specific setting, in the specific charges that are being alleged, right? I don't like the fact that, people rent out their private jets all the time, right? People rent out their private jets all the time. So it's crazy how, now we're saying that because somebody ended up on somebody's private jet means that they have abused children. It's weird. Let's walk us through the acts. So let's walk us through the acts. Let's walk us through the acts of where these people
We were not being circumstantially
excuse me, where they were being, okay, so show me where Clinton abused children.
You're missing my point, Adams. When he was
Show me where Clinton abused children.
Monica Lewinsky
they argued about Bill Clinton.
She was a grown adult.
Stop it.
When they argued about Bill and Hillary Clinton, the Republicans were more than willing to happily argue over and happily say that Epstein supported the Clintons as a pedophile. My point is, a bunch of this stuff in the last, week and a half or so has been politically motivated. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying the discussion itself is a politically motivated discussion. The Republicans have all of the political motivation in the world to pretend like there was nothing there. The Democrats have all the motivation in the world. Hold on. They have all the motivation in the world to pretend like there was everything there. The point I'm trying to make here is it is more political than the conversation we are having suggests.
But see, that's why the pursuit and the amount of negligence that takes place is important too. Because, for instance, in New Jersey, if you attend a house party, right, and you get drunk at that house party, and you leave that house party, and you get into a car accident, and let's say you kill somebody, right? Did you know the owner of that home that initiated that party can be charged with the same crime that you would be charged of? So if someone's on a jet, right, and they're going somewhere, and minors are being transported on that same jet, or maybe minors are there on that same property, whether they know or not, there's a certain amount of negligence that can take place as the owner of that jet. So I'm just saying it's more so about how it's being pursued, right? If these folks were involved with someone who were doing these things, then they should be at the least investigated. And the fact that they're wealthy shouldn't keep them from being indicted if the investigation finds that they have broken the law. And I think that's where the gray area.
Right. So, Abby, coming from Vegas, people who have private jets and especially fractional ownership, they rent out their jets for many different reasons, correct?
Charter all the time.
Financial reasons.
It's actually
You happen to have a jet expert on the stage right now, more than I am. Rachel will tell you the charter business is pretty big.
Right. So, I mean, it's a way to, people who actually have that set jet to be able to sustain the ownership, right? So if you look at flight time, mileage, if you look at, maintenance and all of those things, it would be practical for somebody to lend out their jet, correct?
That's why they do it. They don't lend it out. They serve it out.
Right.
Right.
So, right.
5 Gs an hour, Rich.
More than that.
More than that, right?
A lot more than that.
That's probably for a light jet now, or
that's not even LA to Vegas for $5,000.
No, I'm saying $5,000 an hour.
I've personally taken off from Van Nuys Airport and Santa Monica Airport, and looking at the amount of money that goes into maintaining a certain type of equipment. Like it's crazy to me that people don't resonate in their minds that people rent out their jets. So it's crazy to me that given the fact that people rent out their jets and seeing that certain names are on a flight log in absence of actual criminal behavior, I feel like this is crazy. Like it's crazy. Yes, I believe that freaking Jeff Epstein should rot in hell. I feel like his townhouse should be burned to the ground. Okay, but at the same time, looking at the proximity as far as the people that people are accusing of being in proximity of him and relating the proximity to actual criminal acts, I feel like that's very it's precocious, it's extremely disingenuous, and it's intellectually dishonest.
I 100% agree with you, Doctor, on that one. I mean, 1,000%. And I used to when I used to work for the Department of Homeland Security, I used to once in a while work at different airports to help out with certain operations. And whenever we went to the private side, it was insane, some of those private jets. And actually, I know for a fact, one time we had to work with the Trump plane before Trump became president. This was about 2015-ish. And there were people that were renting that plane out from Donald Trump. So, yes, that does happen.
He had a lot of planes. Which one is it? Yeah, he has a lot of planes. And he had a lot of planes.
I don't know which plane it was. It was just one of the.
Well, he had a 747. He had several BBJs. Actually, I have a picture. Maybe see if I can PTO this.
757.
He had the one that I have a picture of the one that he flew into Cleveland in 2015 for the convention when he got the nomination. Let me see if you can figure out what kind of plane it is. I'll find the picture.
Abby, how often
his planes are old, and that's why he wanted us to buy him some new ones. His planes are very old.
And that was my question. How often does Donald Trump, upgrade his, his fleet? You know what I mean? Like he has I believe
every new life.
57, and he also has a Sikorsky.
So these planes, I've been trying to say this to you guys. Thank God Rachel's up here. These planes are older planes, they do turn them, but a lot of them it's not so rare to buy a plane from the Middle East, by the way, because that's a lot of where the orders are in terms of the private fit out planes. But he had, the big one that maybe you're talking about, I don't know if that's the one you boarded.
It's a 757.
Yeah, let me find the picture of the one. I
definitely log of the fleet. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Boeing 757. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that the charters on JSX, most of those seem to be from the year 2018 to 2014.
Those are Embraer.
To 2014, but if you charter privately,
Trump's private plane is Boeing.
If you charter privately and you don't share any seats, then you can get very, very new planes about 2020.
Right. So you can go on NetJets or what is the
NetJet or
I just put the top in the jets.
XJet.
Right. Like those. Right. So it's kind of one of those things where you can actually board a flight. Actually, one of the most popular flight destinations is from Van Nuys to Las Vegas. So it's crazy to me how people don't understand that anybody can be using anybody's jet at any different time. It's crazy. I used to work in corporate housing where you used to have to connect people when they land, to every different available resource that's imaginable. You know what I mean? So when you look at NetJets, when you look at Jet Suite, that's another one. When you look at like a lot of other programs, somebody practically owns that jet and they're renting it out the same way that Uber rents out, people's personal vehicles.
And the thing is, with this manifest, no one's going to use their real name on this manifest. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading things correctly, but I doubt very seriously if Bill Clinton
It
or
depends.
Donald
It
Trump.
depends. If you're going outside the country,
You don't necessarily have to.
That's what I'm saying. Inside the country, that's a whole nother conversation.
Correct. Right, because the private pilots, they don't even have to be under the same auspices of our drinking rules and stuff. By the FAA, they don't even mandate it by the FAA to do certain, to fly without a certain number of hours of haven't had alcohol. But going outside of the country, you can't tell these private plane owners who to put on the manifest. They can have Mickey Mouse's name on there. It's nobody's business. Just like when you go to a hotel, they can't mandate you to put your real name. They can't do it. That's why people fly private. But just to your point, and I'll finish, is there are a lot of people that are doing some really unscrupulous things on not private jets, on commercial planes. Concubines, blah, 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 blah. But I don't really get the whole Epstein thing, except people want to know if he was murdered or not. I don't think people really care, except Elon, and you guys can tell me. Elon has really got a bug up his butt about Bannon, and I don't know if he's intimating Trump too, but he's the one that's causing all the noise on X. What is he doing? I have a question really quickly. Let me read this really quickly. Can somebody explain to me why Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social? I'm just going to read part of it. He's going on and on. He said, he's ranting about why people keep going on and on about Jeffrey Epstein. He says, for years it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration, which conned the world with the Russia hoax? So the Epstein files were written by Obama? Question mark. I'll land there.
Well, I would like to say one thing. He was part of that during when he was running for office, talking about Epstein. And now for him to say, why are we talking about that? I mean, he was just doing that a few months ago. So it sounds kind of hypocritical on me that he was talking about it nonstop and quite frequently, I guess you could say. And now it's like, oh, shoot, why are we talking about that? Why, Epstein's been dead for years. What the hell's going on? It sounds a little weird to me. Even though I 100% agree the flight log thing, that doesn't mean someone's guilty. Also, another thing is I got to go back to work here in a little bit is some of the stuff that he has talked about way back in the 90s about Epstein doesn't look good for Trump. It just doesn't. Or some of the pictures he's involved with, or videos talking about young girls. It doesn't look good at all. Does that mean he actually had sex with underage girls 100%? No, it doesn't. I mean, unless there's videos or, has there been individuals that have reported that he did? Yes, there was that one Jane Doe situation that someone came out and had a situation that I think it was him and I can't remember who else, someone else famous, and that claimed that he was at one of the underage sex parties. Was that true? Who knows? But to me, the biggest thing is comments that he made in the past just doesn't look good. And especially his comment talking about on the Howard Stern show, I believe it was in 1995, about sneaking backstage to the pageant stuff, including the teen pageant stuff that a lot of there was a few teen pageant people that came out and said Donald Trump just walked in their locker room, and he admitted to walking in locker rooms on Howard Stern. So, I mean, he definitely has a history of some very perverted, unethical behavior. Does that mean he was on the island?
people on social media thought it was quite interesting when this administration announced last week, whenever it was, that the files weren't going to be released. There are no files, there's no list, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. America's Dad, aka Tom Hanks, posted a photo, just a random strange photo, where he's just, some of y'all may have seen it, he's just kind of smiling into the camera. A lot of folks thought it was odd. I mean, he's not promoting a film right now, I don't think, or a play or anything. He hasn't been mentioned in the media in a hot minute. But of course, he has, since the COVID lockdown, been under suspicion that he's involved with child sex trafficking. Some folks believe that he was responsible for the suicide. I think Isaac Cappy is his name. But anyway, he posted this photo, and a lot of folks seem to think that the photo was a message that Tom Hanks was sending, and that message was, haha, I'm protected. They're protecting me. They're protecting guys like me and women. There's nothing you can do about it. And by you, either those who are investigating, those who are those in either federal agents or investigators on the Epstein case, perhaps if they were looking to crack down on individuals involved, prosecute individuals involved, prosecute names on the list. Many people seem to think Hanks was sending a message like, I'm safe, I'm protected, we're all protected, we can sleep easy now. Because if y'all remember during COVID, when the hammer was coming down, he fled to Greece because Greece has no extradition laws as it relates to sex trafficking, I think, or child molestation, one of the two. I think his wife is Greek, but don't quote me on that. So I don't know, it's kind of interesting, Tom Hanks, with his seemingly subliminal messages that he was sending after the file. They said they're not going to release the file.
Did you say Tom Hanks went to Greece? I didn't follow you. Did you say Tom Hanks went to Greece? I didn't follow that part.
Yeah, was it 2 or 3 years ago during the COVID lockdown when allegedly they said he was being questioned?
I thought he went to Australia, and his wife's Rita Wilson. But I thought he went to Australia during COVID. Am I wrong?
I thought it was Greece, but I'll have to Google it.
Because he got COVID there. Remember, he went to Australia, or he was working on a film, and they all got COVID on the film, like in the early days of COVID. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, I remember that, but the theory was that it was PR, that he didn't really have COVID, that it was just a PR play.
But how do we know that other than people just guessing?
Abby, you're right. He wasn't in Australia.
Like, when he gets all this celebrity gossip, like, how do you know? Is it because he got captured on a TV camera, or are we just making assumptions?
How did I know he was in Australia? Because it was all over the news.
I mean, the general thing over Tom Hanks that he had some subliminal message. Like, how did people know that it was some sort of a subliminal message? I'm still lost on that.
No, what I said was it was people's theories. Theories.
Okay. That makes more sense now. Thank you.
I mean, isn't there a royal family member that's caught up in this?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew, right.
Who definitely got down with the people of the minor persuasion there and did not get thrown in prison.
I don't know, Marshall. It's crazy. Shout out to the C-17 in my PTR.
What's up, Adams? Hey, guys. How we going?
What's up, Rohan?
Oh, pretty good here. Sunny day today. We're going to make the most of it. How's the combo going?
We were grading, when Jay was in the room, he was asking everyone to give Trump a grade for how he's performed.
Wow. Okay. Nice. How'd that move on?
What would you say the average of the grades were?
I'm sorry, did you say me?
Yeah. What did you
say?
What do you think the average of the grades were that we were hearing? If you were to average them all out.
Oh, I think I was the only one who gave him an A++. I think there were a couple of. I think I heard one person say A, but I think that they were definitely B and lower. If memory serves me correct.
I think there were a lot of B's and some D pluses.
Okay, what's the commonality with the people who are doing D+? Now I'm curious.
Well, we had 1 or 2 F's.
Yeah, I think there were, we have some folks, and I'm not saying on this stage, but Trump derangement syndrome is real. And so, we didn't have too many people with a B and above during.
What do people think about the possibility of Trump getting a Nobel Peace Prize?
It's fucking laughable.
Really? Do you think the Abraham Accords were laughable? XG, do you think those were laughable? Just curious.
Yeah, I think it's laughable that they bombed Iran too, yeah.
Wait, you didn't answer my question. Because you never can answer a direct question. What do you think of the Abraham Accords? Do you think they're laughable?
Yeah, they're whatever.
Really? So
Yeah.
what do you think happened as a result of what do you think happened as a result of the Abraham Accords? Do you know? Or you just
This
like
magical prosperity kind of peace.
do you happen to know what happened as a result of the Abraham Accords?
Is it just going to be you spewing it under propaganda?
I'm not at all. I'm asking you if you happen to know what the byproduct was of the Abraham Accord.
So XG, just listen and try to learn. That's all I'm saying, buddy.
I'm just gonna have to listen to Abby talk about Israel.
Right. So listen to Abby. Abby actually brings a great set of experience.
No, actually, I don't have to talk about it. You can go use your Grok or ChatGPT. I'd recommend the Encyclopedia Britannica. It's really good. But you could use whatever you want to research what was the result of the Abraham Accords, what countries entered into it, and what was the aftermath of them, what changed in the region as a result of them. Just you tell me if they're a joke, like you said. I'm not going to sit here and school you, and I think everyone else on the stage knows about them. But you can take the time.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Bahrain's contributing to dog shit.
Bahrain is a gorgeous, wonderful, gorgeous country that's also one of the wealthiest countries in the world. It's an oil-producing country.
Correct. It's not wealthy because everybody's making a great time over there. It's wealthy because they're fucking stocked up on oil. It's the big difference.
Do you know that Bahrain happens to be a very tolerant country? Do you know that about Bahrain?
No, considering the fact that during one of the Formula One races over there were no missiles going through there nearly, but.
Do you know that Bahrain has it's been a multi-faith country for centuries? Do you know that about Bahrain?
Congratulations, so has the U.S. Woohoo.
Wow, so contentious.
It's sort of unbelievable. Do you know what the Abrahamic Center is, HG?
No, I do not.
Why don't you Google the Abrahamic Center in Abu Dhabi and tell me if that's a joke or not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm really not going to play with the moral grandstanding. I really
it's not moral grandstanding. I just asked a direct question. What was the aftermath and the result of the Abraham Accords? It's a pretty easy question.
Yeah, it's just a joint agreement. So I'm so sorry, but what do you want me to say about joint agreements happening?
Well, what do you think happens after an agreement is signed? What's the purpose of the agreement?
Cooperations in fields. I'm sorry, give me a second. I'll look us walk that.
Guys, is this like a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm got a feeling it's pretty much a waste of time. I mean, the question I put was like, what are people's feelings about Trump getting, potentially getting a Nobel Peace Prize? So, like, XG, I mean, like, if you've got an opinion about it, let's talk about it.
If he's nominated, he's entitled. That's my opinion.
Well, just because the person nominated doesn't necessarily mean they're entitled.
I said that's my opinion. If he's actually nominated, and it's my opinion, he should be considered considered for it. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Hey, Rachel, good to see
I
you.
think
And
Rohan, it's Mitch. I think the prestige of the I think the prestige of the Nobel Peace Prize has been really diminished because they've given it to a lot of people that either didn't deserve it or, went to war or created conflicts after.
It's an interesting point. I'm not going to.
listen further.
I mean, they gave it to Yasser Arafat. Hello.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody could argue that was a shock. Let's face fact.
They gave it to Obama because he gave a speech, right?
But what in this world has the same cachet as it always has had? They didn't give it to Obama. They didn't give it to him because he had a speech. They didn't give it purely because of the speech.
Where did he get it?
I Googled it last night. Do I have to Google it again, Abby? I think it has something to do with
International what?
international relations or not the same thing that Trump will be nominated for. His work with the international something, but I'll go ahead and do it. I was doing something else.
Nations?
It was something about global. I'll just go ahead and
He got it in June of his first term.
why was Obama?
The first.
Why did Obama get the? But I read it last night because I was talking to Adam and I was Googling some stuff on it. Obama.
I think it was preemptive. They gave it to him because they thought he would create peace.
Yeah, that shouldn't have happened either, especially for drone spec jabbing him. Yeah, that shouldn't have.
Also Henry Kissinger. Let's not forget they gave the peace prize to that guy too.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Dr. Mitch. Like they handed it out like candy to people who were certainly not deserving.
It said it because of his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples. The Nobel Committee specifically cited his vision of a world free of nuclear weapons, his work on climate change, and his efforts to improve the international standing of the U.S. as the reasons for the war. Now we can also Google why will Trump be nominated? I'm sure it's the same thing. Unless you guys want to take over.
I have it here. I put it in ChatGPT. And so it says here, arguments for Trump deserving the Nobel Peace Prize. Number one, the Abraham Accord, Trump's role in brokering the 2020 Abraham Accords, normalizing relations between Israel and several Arab states, is often cited as a historic achievement. Supporters argue it reshaped Middle Eastern diplomacy without resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a feat previously thought impossible. The second point it notes is the Israel-Iran ceasefire. Trump's leadership in negotiating the ceasefire between Israel and Iran after a 12-day conflict in June, including the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, is praised by some as preventing a broader war and curbing Iran's nuclear ambitions. The third point is the India-Pakistan escalation. It says here, Pakistan nominated Trump for the prize in June 2025 for his diplomatic intervention in the May 2025 conflict, credited with averting a nuclear crisis in Kashmir. The next point is
Uganda was it?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it.
Congo or Rwanda is the
Congo.
correct.
Yeah.
That one's probably hasn't been added to the list yet because it's so fresh, right? But that's
it's not fresh. Well, his insertion within the conflict is something that's relatively fresh. But I mean, nobody would fucking know it. Like over 860,000 people have been killed in Congo. It doesn't even show up on the it doesn't show up on the map. It's one of the most brutal fucking instances of show of humanity. It's just insane. But it doesn't show up in the media.
I was a Kissinger fan, so I'm gonna have pushback on you guys being against him winning the Nobel Prize.
Oh no! I mean, I get the pragmatism of Kissinger, but when you have that much death toll,
under your belt. I just don't know if you can mop it up with opening up China or whatever the hell, or delaying. Like the guy, not only like he ended up coming up with the deal he ended up coming up with in the end, right? With the North Vietnamese, that was something that he was a big part of kiboshing in '68 when Johnson was about to make the deal in Paris. He actually was part of the negotiations and was feeding information to Nixon to to help kibosh it by creating doubt in the South Koreans' minds, so that Nixon had a better chance of winning the '68 election, because they were about to get the deal they ended up really getting in 72, 73.
But when were the Paris Accords signed? What year did they sign?
73,
73, right. 73. The war ended.
75 was when the U.S. pulled out.
When we pulled out. Nixon resigned in 74, August of 74.
Yeah, but the point is that Johnson got there in '68, and Kissinger was part of that delegation, and he was feeding information to Nixon, because he's like, if Johnson pulls us off and we don't get the South Koreans away from the table, Johnson's going to pull this rabbit out of a hat like a week or two before the '68 elections, and you're going to lose. And so they deliberately kiboshed. He was a big part of that. That's a major reason why Nixon brought Kissinger into the fold, because he was a Rockefeller Republican. The guy was a Machiavellian asshole.
Okay, you can hate him.
Well, I don't hate it. It's not that I hate him.
The most controversial. Actually, so Arafat was definitely more controversial than him. And I was just reading this. There's
Why?
a woman. No, not a woman. The one from Myanmar that was given it and then went on to kill a whole bunch of people.
Yes, that too. Yeah, that was recently, right? With the
that was 91.
Muslim.
91. God.
No, but
She.
Yeah, but I know, but what I was saying was the recent massacre of Muslims in Myanmar was what tainted her legacy,
yes.
Right? But no, I mean, I just look at, like, to me, death toll is a really important consideration, because it's just the accumulation of human death and suffering. And Kissinger has a lot of blood on his hands, and so does Arafat, and so does this Myanmar person, and a bunch of other people. I think Dr. Mitch was right that it's a pretty tainted award at this point. And in Obama, I mean, it was like preemptive, some sort of forecasting what he was going to do, because he got it within months of becoming president. He hadn't really achieved anything. He bailed out the banks, but he went on to escalate the war on terror and extrajudicial killings, drone strikes, and a bunch of failed nation states as a result of U.S. intervention. I don't know.
Who's the Antichrist?
I'm actually quite very highly of you, but
tell me what you really think. That was a good.
What?
That Obama is the Antichrist. I'm like, tell me what you really.
I don't think that. What's the skinny on them? Is it just the press trying to make it seem like their marriage is on the rocks, or is there something behind that?
Well, folks in Washington, who was that one reporter? What's the blonde woman's name? Oh, God. She runs a podcast. I can't think of her name. I think she used to be on Fox News. They made a movie about her.
God, all right, I'll get it in my head.
Right, I totally don't know. What's that, Dr. Mitch?
It's not Megyn Kelly?
No, I think it is Megyn Kelly. Let me look it up so I can see the face. Is it Megyn Kelly? Or maybe it might be Tan's daughter.
So what if, Abby? I mean, they're both highly educated, well-adjusted, successful
dysfunctional.
My own boyfriend is right now, and so our marriage might be on the rocks. I'm not even married to him, but you know what I mean? But
now, I'm just curious because I see a lot popping up on social media about it. Now, I don't follow like the tabloids on the marriages, but that's why I was curious if I was missing something on that.
Well, I think it was Megyn Kelly. Hold on, really quickly. I think it was Megyn Kelly or John McCain's daughter. McCain's daughter. One of them said that it's no secret. I'm just. Don't shoot the messenger. One of them said it's no secret in Washington circles and D.C. circles that the Obama's marriage is over. There was some talk that they were going to announce their separation, within the weeks or immediate months after Trump's presidential win. They didn't want to announce it right after this recent election cycle. And then there have been rumors that they've been pushing it back even further. But according to either it was Megyn or the McCain girl who said in Washington, D.C., everybody knows that the marriage is over. And then let's not forget there were the rumors that he was dating Jennifer Aniston, and she had to come out and say those rumors are not true, although she doesn't mind being romantically linked to him via tabloids, but she says it's not true.
So we're going to believe Megyn Kelly and what's her name, McCain, and he's going to... Yeah, whatever. And then he's going to look... What kind of degree does Jennifer Aniston have? What law school did she go to? He's just going to... He's so undisciplined with his penis that he's going to drop to a lower standard than his wife. Some of these things are just incredulous to me, but I could be wrong. He has all the women in the world, all of the 191 countries in the world, but he's going to go to Malibu and get Jennifer Aniston. Okay.
Yeah, I think she looks pretty good, personally.
I'm not talking about her looks. I mean, there's more than looks, don't you think, Abby, that may attract a man of his stature or his intellect? I mean, you can't
really think you want the answer to that? I mean, who met
No, not really, because it's going to be a negative one, no. But
I mean, there's some brilliant men that choose, not necessarily women that are at their
I agree with that.
Intellectual caliber. And like trophies. I mean, we never know what the next chapter of their lives are. They sometimes go with something you would never expect. I mean, I don't know what Bezos' first wife was like versus who he's with now, or I mean, you can't really predict that. But I didn't know the Jennifer Aniston thing. That's pretty wild. I was just thinking, as you're telling the story, like, what would it be like for the two of them to be single? Like, how would they date?
Well, last year he was gay, so I can't keep up.
Well, didn't they release some? Didn't they confirm that this man was gay through a book or a biography or some love letters that he wrote and said, he's explored with his sexuality in college days? And what about the white dude way back in the day during Obama's first term? Remember the white dude who went before Congress and said him and Obama were smoking crack and gargling gargling each other's gravy in the backseat of the limo, and then he turned up dead? I mean, I don't think it's a stunning secret that Obama is bi at the very least. Haven't we confirmed that? Right.
Yes. But how can we know about these people's personal lives when we can't even know what our own partners are doing? That's my question.
Because they release biographies.
And just because the latest is written.
Because they do biographies. I mean, that's a lot of it, and everyone, it's curiosity with celebrities, clearly.
And wait, don't we remember, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the most stunning of all stunning? Remember that footage that went viral within the last year or so of John Legend and his weird wife, Chrissy Teigen?
Right.
And
It was dragging child abuse sex victims.
Oh yeah, that weirdo.
It's crazy.
No,
but wait, remember they asked them.
Her sister lives here.
Wait, hold on. Remember they asked the Legend couple to describe your best sex or your wildest sex or kinkiest sexual adventure or something like that. It was a question about sex and their sex life. And remember, Chrissy Teigen was like, well, that Obama thing was fun. And John Legend was so speechless.
Disgusting.
Right? He looked like she had just told revealed the key to life. And within like a week or so, the Obamas had to come out and put out a statement to clarify because all the social media wanted to know what did he mean by that. Go Google it if y'all don't believe me. So to Rachel's point, you don't know what's going on with these couples.
Hey, did this actually happen, guys? I'm having a crisis. I'm so sorry. Clubhouse crashing on me.
George,
This is actually happening.
George.
Oh my God!
George,
I'm so pissed.
George, meet up. You're making me look bad.
You can't help it.
Stop it, George. Stop. Thank you. Let's move on.
Google this and read this. So this is a year ago you said this happened?
Well, I don't know. The footage went viral within the last year. When the interview actually took place at what event, I can't tell you how, but I know the interview itself was at least about a year ago that it started to either resurface online, somebody dug it up. It may have been a recent event. That part I'm not sure, but it within the last year or so that the footage went viral on X.
I'm trying to post those two comments by Trump on The View and on Wendy Williams about his daughter, but sometimes you can't post those things from Instagram, but I'm trying. I guess John Legend and he are both from Chicago, so they have some type of injury.
No, John Legend's from Ohio.
Oh, I apologize.
John Isaacs, and by the way, Rachel, he went to Penn, and spoke at my daughter's graduation. He was the for the college. He was the speaker. He gave a great speech, but he's definitely from Ohio.
I like him. I mean, I didn't used to like his music, but I do like his music. Well, I mean, I don't know anything about these people. You guys do, so I'll just mute up.
Well, he does a lot of advertising for Penn. I guess their face.
You said he went to Penn?
Yeah, he went to Penn, and he's like face of the school. Like they use him in a lot of ads.
Can I a different subject? One thing if that's all right, I'm noticing online is Americans kind of travel vloggers, primarily kind of a lot of MAGA aligned people who go to protests and stuff. They're in Mexico, and they're just seem to be bewildered and shocked that in Mexico right now there are people who are angry at American citizens and are calling them out when they see them on the street. I know it's escalated to the point where there's actual violence and people are scared because they're smashing restaurants or hotels or homes of these people. So that's obviously over the top. This sense that people are surprised that there's anti-U.S. sentiment right now that I find hilarious. And they're trying to wrap it. They're trying to become victims out of it. And it's just this is stuff they hate the left about, and it's just you're doing this.
Wait, Adam's saying this. I just got back from Europe and was in a bunch of different countries, and I had the opposite happen. People were complaining about what's happening in Europe, and I heard a lot of praise. So I actually had the opposite. But what I have seen is because I go to hockey games, and I have seen Canadians because they come to my city as a tourist destination, and we were in the playoffs against Canadian teams, and they come in and when the national anthem plays, they booed the Star Spangled Banner. That I heard, that I saw firsthand. They're doing it in Canada, but they were doing it as they came into the U.S. also.
Yeah, I get it's in the United States. I understand, people being defensive about it. It's well, if you're here, you need to, be more respectful. I get that, even though it's a free country, blah blah blah. I get that. There is certainly that sentiment in Canada and in Mexico, but the whole turning on its head and going to these countries and saying, oh well, why are you mad at us? And what? Why?
Rachel,
I'm just
curious, Rachel, do you see it? She's in Europe.
Well,
Not today, but have you seen that? People,
Seen what? I'm sorry.
People bitching about America when you're in Europe?
Before the election, now they've just kind of accepted it. The place, I only go to Italy mostly. I try not to go any place but there, but it's so damn hot in Italy. They don't care about anything right now. They're worried about global warming and climate change. I don't see it.
I didn't.
Oh no.
I didn't see it, and I'll tell you something interesting. I went to see Springsteen in Germany, where he was ranting. He did 3 rants in the concert about Trump and about the country and the rot in our country, and it was pretty intense. And I did this in England, and he got a better response. In Germany, I'd say 35%. I don't even know if it hit 40% of the people in the stadium were applauding him, but they weren't all applauding him. And it was, by the 3rd rant, it was pretty annoying. And I absolutely did not hear anti-American stuff when I was there.
No, they like our money in Europe, and they aren't going to say anything. I think they're resolved. He's the president for the next 4 years, just like anybody else with any sensible intelligence. Who's going to let their nervous system be all in an uproar for 4 years because this man's president, even if you didn't vote for him? We were rooting for him, when he did what he did with Iran, going in there and doing that stuff. Nobody's got time to hold a grudge for 4 years, do they? With someone you don't even know?
I don't know, Rachel. It sounds like the Democrats are about to be, sounds like they're on a path to be chronically depressed for the next 4 years over Trump. Not all Democrats, of course, but those with TDS.
Is it not like, I guess this is proving the point that there's a naivety and ignorance to the idea that people may not like what the United States is doing right now, and how it does affect people personally around the world. I guess the point was made.
I'm telling you, the Canadians for sure. I've heard it.
Well, in Mexico,
just watch any NHL game in this last couple months, and you heard them booing when they played an American team. However, I was in countries, like I was in Switzerland, I was in these countries where people were saying that they have a problem in Europe, and they wish that their country would do what Trump is doing. So I heard, and I'm basically talking to like shopkeepers, like that level. I didn't take a microphone to someone up in the street, but as shopkeepers, people in hotels, and that's what I heard. That's anecdotal, so I don't know, maybe there's polling that says what.
Well, I'm in Mexico, and what you're hearing about Mexico is only Mexico City for now. Once, I'm right on the beach in Tijuana, so when it starts to hit Tijuana, then I'll be concerned about it. But for right now, it's just in Mexico City. Mexico City does have like 30 million people, so it's kind of a big, it's kind of a big place. But for right now, it's only
They have bigger problems there. They need to breathe in Mexico City.
I haven't been to Mexico City.
Their air quality, I hear, is. Ugh.
Do you fly there?
We are going to, but I think we do. I just never been. No, I don't. We don't. Another city that would remain anonymous. They do, but no, not us.
Maybe if you don't fly, it'll improve the air quality.
Hello, I am the great genius of history. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes. When will the aliens be here to?
I know nothing of any extraterrestrials. I know nothing of any gods.
Well, then you're not great. You're not great, sir. Stop coming up on these stages with the lies, sir. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm simply a teacher of language and literature who has stumbled upon
I thought the aliens gifted us with language and literature from serious.
No, it's quite simple. It's basic biology, basic primatology. You're hearing it live. Any questions?
Wisconsin.
Let
Good night, Abby.
Rachel, I'll send you a message. Good night, guys.
Vibes world.
Night, night.
Good night, Abby. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing.
Solomonic, best nature, sperm donor babies.
Okay, hold on.
Trying to cheat your education.
Okay, I'm gonna talk your nonsense. Listen, JB opened this house. This is JB's room. I am working as always. Okay. So I'm gonna be honest, your girl does not want to leave this discussion without co-mods. So I'm gonna close the room unless Rogue wants to host the room. But I feel like we have probably reached the end, as Jim Morrison so eloquently told us back in the 60s and 70s. So I'm going to end the room now, and I'm sure Jamie will open up another house tomorrow. This has been a great discussion. I will end here. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if anybody has Netflix, go ahead and tune into The Sandman. Season 2 is out. The actor who plays the Sandman, that man is fine as hell. I don't know who needs to hear this. I looked him up on IMDb. Just him out of character. He's alright. But as the Sandman, he's sexy as hell. So shout out to the Sandman. Go show that man some love. Go support his show. Tune into Netflix. Sandman season 2 is out. That's it. Are you watching it, Adam? I am in love with this man. I don't know who he is, but I know.
So my family's been, promoting the Jenkins Brothers project. So it is what it is. I'm actually really low-key proud of them. Like, I'm so low-key proud of them. Like, it is what it is. Like, that show actually creeped into some of, like, the hottest, oh my god, actually, like, it is what it is. But, yeah, Netflix, tune into Netflix, don't listen to Clubhouse, and, yeah, Caribbean and African people are not black. Thank you.
First of all, I love Adam. Shout out to Adam. Okay, sounds like I need to be watching the Menendez Brothers. That's one show that I purposely not watched yet because I lived through it, just like the Dahmer. I lived through Dahmer. And even though I do like the actor that plays Dahmer, I haven't watched the Dahmer series on Netflix either because I feel like mentally and spiritually I'm not ready to relive that.
MLK Jr. found Trump Saturday. So it's all Obama's fault. And then is Biden's fault. But it's just, that's what he said.
But the thing that's crazy, right? He claims he released the JFK counts and MLK counts. Like 90% of their files have already been released. They can't just like Martin Luther King, the only thing that hasn't been released for the tapes. And the family asked to not release the tapes until they hear it. And then not only, talk about it, let's pretend the family didn't give a damn if they got released. The FBI still has to go over the tapes to know what needs to be cut, what can go through, because Trump needs and maybe implicated. And they're still alive. Like there's a fucking way that they release fucking top secret information. Like he's full of shit. And it's crazy that he brought up that scene when he's the reason why this fucking shit is a fucking thing.
Exactly. So if this was somebody kid, if we were like listening to the elementary school student saying this stuff, he said somebody put like basically third graders' voice to what Trump was saying, and literally the shit that you just whatever that was, we just got rid of. We was still like he literally like Marsha. It's like no, it was Greg and Bobby and Cindy did it. I didn't do it. Like he was literally like a kid blaming other people. The fact that this our president, I guess what I'm saying is like the fact that we even discussed this seriously is because of his position. But if we just think of this just like what Thomas said, he literally is a lying child. He's a dummy or whatever because the way he lies, he's so dumb that he's not a good liar. But he gets caught in every fucking lie he does. So I wanted to say that this essentially, I mean, we all know what it is or whatever. It's like, and then Trump talks about Epstein, he called him a creep. There's literally a video of him where it looks like he's almost licking Jeffrey Epstein's ear, and then Jeffrey's like giggling like a schoolgirl or whatever. They were boys, they were running chicks out of there, or whatever, not running chicks, they're running underage girls, like through his house. I mean, it is what it is, and all this other stuff is just performance. We know what Trump is doing, I guess what I'm saying. It's like, he's not serious.
So, Michael, that video that you were talking about, there were women dancing all over the damn place. And they literally, in the lip sync who had read some of what he was saying. He was talking about, yeah, I guess I can thank girls, but that was part of the thing. So, even if these were underage girls, these girls were really young because a lot of these girls are 18, 19 college students who literally were cheerleading for one of the teams, I can't remember. But there's so much video out there. There's even a video and there's a picture of him and a young girl that's floated for years. There was a case that literally a 13-year-old had accused Trump of sexually assaulting her, and that got buried just like a lot of
Whereas we did a whole room on that. We had an attorney who was handling the Epstein Island part of it. She was located in the islands, and she was handling that part because there's a component of it that they were investigating on the island side, right? So she came on to 420 and she was talking about it, and this girl, this child, it was two of them. It was her and her friend, and Jeffrey and Trump were fighting over who was going to take their virginity. And I said, I forgot who got it first. Michael remembers more of it than I do because I've been prepping these shows and I don't remember these shows. I've been prepping these rooms and I don't remember exact details. But Michael, wasn't it them? It was Jeffrey and Donald arguing over who was going to take these girls' virginity, right? And then tell the rest, and then one of them disappeared, and she said her friend disappeared, and she doesn't know what happened to her when they were both 13 to 15 years old. Mike, is Michael still on the stage, or we lost him? I think we did the phone.
Yeah, Mike actually that position. That was in the deposition.
Yeah, that was crazy. So, Riz, we know about that situation, and they buried it because she had Lisa. Lisa, goddamn it, her mom. They both practiced together in California. Oh my God, this is so old. I'm just like really just talking off the top of my head, but they were representing it. What's the name of the church? That kind of fish lake, whatever. Ah, it's the famous. It's the Gloria Allred. Yes, I know she was involved in that. Yes. And her daughter actually had the case, and her daughter's name is Lisa Allred, right? And and when they were getting ready to actually just have the press conference to announce what the charges, they couldn't find her. She went underground. As a matter of fact, she called and told her that she was afraid for her life. Don't you guys remember that day she was having that press conference? And it was actually some of it was on the air live. Y'all don't remember that? Oh my goodness. I don't remember it passing by here, but I've read about it. Yeah, I remember seeing her. Let me see if I can find the actual clip. The girl called her on the phone. It wasn't like she just went on the ground and she was missing, and told her that she had got death threats and she was afraid for her life. And then she didn't want to come because she thought she was going to be killed. Let's see if I can find it. Crazy. Oh, okay. Well, I was going to let's finish up the TMZ thing, because I always have so many things going on at one time. Let's finish this out while I'm looking for this other one.
Saying that Bongino was blindsided, didn't know about the 1 minute he was missing. It really isn't. Is he back on the conspiracy theory?
He's back in the conspiracy theory. I haven't heard that. And obviously, if you're going to murder someone in a minute, I've never murdered anyone. I guess you could do it. That is an interesting reason. Yeah, I used to hang them. I'm not quite sure. Because the reality is, yes, there's a lot of suspicious things about Epstein's death. I mean, he was on suicide watch, and yet somehow he wanted to dig suicide according to authorities. So yeah. However, we have not heard Morris Bongino's stated or implied in any way, shape, or form that he believes that there was murder. He still believes, actually believes, all the official authorities believe that this was a suicide.
And he's pissed off because he thinks Bondi was handled it.
Right. What happened with Bondi is early on in the administration, Bondi said, I've got the Epstein client list. She didn't have her direct responding to a question about Epstein's client list. She says, I have it on my desk. He said she was going to review it and that she was going to release everything. Well, here's that. There's no client list. So it appears, the best we can tell, that Bondi had believed that these things existed, and rather than sort of ascertain the facts ahead of time, shot out the cannon, made these statements, and then it sort of put that pile of that's continuing to go on.
Right. So you got to imagine that for Dan Bongino and for Cash Patel, that there are people in their world who are coming after them. Right? They're probably getting a lot of heat from the people that they used to when they were just doing podcasts and they weren't actually running the FBI, who were saying, what happened with kids, guys? We talked about this for years, and now it seems like you just abandoned us. So I'm imagining that's the heat that they're feeling, which is leading to this battle at the White House.
They quote John Kennedy, who said that those who ride the tiger often end up inside it. And once you start kind of going down this route, you might have to commit to that. Now, I'm not going to comment. I don't know whether they had these sincere beliefs ahead of time, or whether they were just sort of manipulating people. It's because I don't have all the facts, I haven't ascertained it, I haven't interviewed them about that. What we can say is that they made all of these statements as podcast guys and as influencers and as people who had no real reporting and had no real responsibility to speak responsibly. Once they got in the FBI, things changed. So the bottom line is this. It's a lot easier to podcast and post and say whatever comes into your head than it is to actually govern or work as a sworn law enforcement agent in the FBI.
Well, the other way I'm looking at that is that when you get into the Trump administration, you better
there's not a list, but Epstein was a guy who loved being around famous, powerful people, and there were a lot of them who cavorted with him in various ways. May not be a list, but not a client list, but everything I've seen with the government, with UFOs, with the Kennedy assassination, we just can't assume they're being transparent. And maybe they're in that file that it may not be a list, rough list, there are probably names.
You're great. On Sunday or over the weekend, I did a story about we were still getting documents from the JFK assassination, right? And we were still learning things about people who had CIA operations who contacted. Contact with other people before the assassination. Lied about it and covered up about it. And you're going to see about now that the Trump administration. The lesson that it has in the JFK files, which is release everything on the conspiracy theories to help everyone understand something and to understand this, is not completely monitoring or following through with the Epstein tapes. The government has consistently watched the handling, the information, prosecution, and then the post-death release of all of the documentation that we have about him. And when you have vacuums of information, conspiracy theories fill it pretty fast.
Okay, I'm going to get the last word. There was a conspiracy to kill JFK. It was covered up. The Warren Commission was a sham. We still don't know. So there.
Okay, so that's the end of TMZ in that interview. But yeah, that's kind of weird that all this shit is going on. Michael, I was asking you, now I found the clip. I was asking Michael if you remembered the girl when she was at, the name of the attorney actually is Lisa Bloom, even though she's Gloria Allred's daughter. But do you remember that situation where she was talking about how they were competing to take her virginity? And then I don't know who got her first, and somebody got mad. I don't know who got first.
I can definitely speak to that. So the blonde girl, so there was a blonde girl, and then there was a Latina girl or whatever that was her friend, and that's the one that ended up disappearing. So the blonde that he told that looked reminded him of his daughter, she was the one that they were both trying to go after, and Jeffrey Epstein ended up abusing her afterwards. He abused her and awkward her afterwards because Trump ended up, taking her virginity. So
Trump was the one who got her first, okay.
Right, and then she talked about that Jeffrey Epstein did what I just said, like after that, because he was angry, that Trump had done that.
Yeah, that was a wild case. And they had found these girls, somebody found them at the bus station in New York.
Right, so I can talk to that too. So I think the case in California is like, there's a girl, I keep bringing up this one girl's name about the Johnson girl, but then there's like a Tiffany Doe or something. It's two different people. So there's one that filed the case, I think, in California, and I believe that she was the one that was like the sort of the go-between or whatever, like the one that, like you said, like was finding people at the bus stations, and like, she was like just the whatever, I don't know what they call them in the pimp game, but she was that one that was going to recruiting these girls or whatever. And so she detailed her situation. The one in the Southern District of New York, I think that's in California filing. The one in the Southern District of New York is the one that we read, where it's the girl that's giving her, the Johnson girl that's giving her like description of the event, and that's the one that gets into the detail about like, all the stuff that you just mentioned.
And for back to what we're like this fall thing, you guys, whatever her name is, Gasoline, whatever her name, she is the list. She is the list. She knows who was there. She knows who she matched who up with. She knows all of it, and that's she is the list. They don't have to be nothing on paper. That's why she probably sleeps underneath her cot at night. She is the list.
Exactly. And you heard the guy on TMZ say, maybe there isn't a client list, but there's something in those all the time. They go after the wrong things for the wrong reasons all the time. They should be about protecting kids, and what they really want to do is protect the kids and the limbs. I mean,
Right. It's hard to bring the deaths down by using this by so-called being concerned with these kids. Now it's making sense a little bit now. I couldn't figure it out for the life of me, but now it's making sense. So okay, all right.
Yeah, like Trump did deflect. Trump did deflect. That does not mean that there aren't files. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
Because there's no way that there was no way they would have been able to prosecute Giselle without evidence. There was quite a bit of evidence. And her trial, for some reason, one, they didn't have cameras, which normally happens in federal court. But they was very scared. Federal court is not cameras. Federal court, cameras are not in federal court. Yeah, that's what I said. No, that's what I said. No, federal court. I said federal court is no cameras. I said that. I'm sorry if I didn't get the same clarity. No, there's no cameras in federal court. But I watched the trial as it was going along, and it was really weird to me that there were bits and pieces that were being kind of reported, but for some reason the story was buried. It wasn't like big national.
Sensational, exactly.
It wasn't crazy.
Right. Because when they were her grand, sorry to cut you off, I remember all that because it was all over the place. And she was in some cabin. And when they found her, it was just like everywhere. And I said, okay, here it comes. It's going to blow up. But that case was like, didn't the cases get more news coverage than that case?
Yeah, and that was my problem with all of it, because I kept saying to myself, why is this not like, and then the documentary, I don't know, have you seen the documentary on Netflix? Okay?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so please look at it. I think it's called Giselle, if I'm not mistaken. But it talks about her background and who she is. She's a socialite, right? And she comes from a very, 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 very wealthy family. And I don't know exactly where it was. I watched that documentary, and it's scary as shit to me because it literally highlights who she was, her walk into this situation, how she became Epstein's best friend, and then how she became the madam, literally, who was handling everything for him by making sure he got everything that he needed. It is a super fascinating documentary. I gotta see if I can find it. I think it's called Giselle, but let me look at it real quick.
That's super interesting because I know her father committed suicide. That's the only thing I know about her.
Yeah, her dad, Robert Maxwell, he's the dude that owned, what was it,
The Mirror. The Mirror is in, that paper is out of, London? No?
Okay, so let me read her background real quick. So that way we can get an idea of who we're talking about. Because sometimes we just keep kind of throwing that out there without So here it is. So she is a British, French, American socialite who is a convicted sex offender. She was found guilty of sex trafficking and other offenses with her deceased financier, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, who was sentenced in federal court. She was sentenced in federal court to 20 years. Hold tight. So she attended Alloy College in Oxford in the 80s. She became a prominent member of social scenes in London because of her father, Robert Maxwell. Right? Then she moved to New York and she had a relationship with Epstein. Maxwell founded a nonprofit to protect oceans in 2012. Following the sex trafficking allegations being brought by prosecutors against Epstein in 2019, the organization announced its cessation of the operation. So whatever little thing she was funneling through, that also got shut down. So it says she was convicted of 5 of the 6 charges. Yeah. So it literally says here, and I'm getting ready to go there. Her father was from a Jewish family. Her mother was from a French Protestant family.
When you went off, I don't know if you heard us when you went off, Mike.
so whatever. This is a lot of shit that happened in her life. She's fucked up. It is what it is, right? Her background isn't.
Her dad's death triggered a collapse of a bunch of banks, apparently, because he was just like your boy, who literally was borrowing money but wasn't paying it back. Because Trump has done the same thing. That's why he can't borrow money in the U.S. because no bank will lend him any damn money because he's defaulted in every loan and filed bankruptcy and literally screwed every bank in the U.S.
So he fucked up the banks because of the pension funds. What happened was he stole the money. That was the money that was stolen. I think it was over $500 million that he stole. It was 500 million euros that he stole from the fucking pension.
That was just like $1 trillion in America.
Right. So pretty much with him stealing all the pension funds, it became a big issue, and her and her family had to go like back to court.
Trump. That'd be like taking some kind. That's really, really bad. Guys, that's bad because I thought that he did stuff with casinos and failed businesses here, but I didn't know
about that. No, Trump is not. This is not about Trump. Trump didn't do this. This is Justinine's dad. Oh, okay. Talking about this is not. We can't hang this on Trump. That one is Justinine's dad. Just to get to know what this whole. That's why I'm saying none of this stuff, all this stuff, none of it was gonna come out in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? This woman, the people who were involved with Jeffrey, how he rose to prominence out of nowhere after being, I think, a substitute teacher or something. I don't even. This stuff is wild. It's just way. Maybe it's just over because this is just way too much of a cover up, and then of another cover up, and then of the kid, of the girl. This one here, it don't make sense. I mean, we never gonna buy shower heads. There's more than one shower heads. If you haven't bought it yet, please take 2 minutes from me. Okay, we're never gonna buy breaking news involving a woman who claims Donald Trump raped her when she was 13.
He felt like Peter down his life Woodland Hills now for the woman was set to go public less than an hour ago. Peter.
Yeah, Lieutenant Juan, definitely some confusion here since that woman who was accusing Trump of raping her when she was a child decided not to appear. Instead, her attorney came out and said that the woman was too afraid to speak. Media from all over the world came out to hear what that woman had to say. Now, this was a planned news conference, but it didn't happen. The woman had filed a lawsuit alleging Trump sexually assaulted her at several different parties in 1994 when she was only 13 years old. Attorney Lisa Bloom said the woman, who was gone by the pseudonym Jane Doe, had received numerous terrible threats, gave a short statement.
Jane Doe has received numerous threats today, as have all the Trump accusers that I have represented. She is living in fear. She has decided that she is too afraid to show her face. She's in here all day, ready to do it. But unfortunately, she's a terrible fear.
I get that part.
See, this is the stuff that people don't be talking about. This is what I was saying, that we forget this is not just these Epstein files. There's a bigger picture involved in this. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. That's why I said there's so many layers of this. That's why I said we'll never get the truth out of this, because you got one Trump you present, then you got Epstein, it took a dive, Ghislaine, she knows she better not say nothing, because then she'll be like, it's just too much. And then we got all the people who are the people, I don't know who they are, I don't know how many they are, but these 10,000 videotapes or whatever that is, right? And then no one ever went to jail for assaulting and raping these kids. I don't even get this whole thing is gonna be the biggest cover up of all time, the biggest scandal of all time. Okay, that's all I got on that. That is super freaking crazy.
This could be why
past 6 to 7 months. So the notion that this, the Epstein crap will stick until a year from now, 12 months from now, 13 months from now, and ultimately until November of 2026. I'm not saying don't consider that. It just bring it upside down. Where I feel like, I feel like last week feels like it was 2 years ago. So, to game out another 13, 14, 15 months from now, I mean, keep that in mind. Yes, but it's like to have a tally or a tally of all the crap between now and no crap. Oh, my glasses.
So what's really crazy, you guys, this is the MAGA's presidency. All this is happening under Trump's presidency, and it's almost like it's a dog's day at the fucking office. All this stuff is going on, and I can't even imagine if it was anybody else. Got this scandal. First was oh my God, I don't even want to be called it. I don't even going down the list right now of everything that's happened since this man's been in office, and we're almost becoming numb to it, immune to it. This is a big scandal right here, and we're just like it's another day in Trump world.
Do you think Lisa did just become so desensitized to all of it because every time, every political hours, the news cycle is constantly going. Some bullshit that Trump did, whether he's bombing non-existent whether he's bombing non-existent areas of Iran as far as nuclear sites, whether he's claiming that he needs to move Nobel Peace Prize because Netanyahu now is giving him a Nobel Peace Prize for a war that had still continuing on today. It's every 5 or 6 hours, it's like something. And I think people have gotten, what's the word I'm looking for? Fatigued.
To the whole thing, because we sit up here talking like, look, this is what happened. You raped the girl when she was 13. It's
yes.
And the immigrants, anybody else, we would be screaming. We would be screaming. The immigrant situation that's going on, the military that's in California that's not leaving, all been saying that, get used to it. We can stop people just by the way they look. What else?
Y'all got one more time. Good. Okay, now y'all can speak.
I also was going to mention that that's going to happen right after we ask for change of venue to reactionary got moved to the federal courts in El Paso, Texas, or in the western Texas to see if things got more fair shake there, and then all of a sudden things start happening as well. Yes. Absolutely.
We have to keep this as fair as possible, John, and just people that are looking from the outside in.
Using AI to essentially create noise.
He doesn't have to talk about the plane. We don't even talk about that anymore. We don't talk about nothing because every day is a new cycle of bullshit coming
that's our subsidies, right?
Perfect.
But I appreciate you guys explaining this stuff to me. That was a pleasure meeting you.
Okay, thank you so much for being on here. We look forward to seeing you in the future. And I'm glad you're going to be. Marketing, sales, anything you need, just call my name.
Okay, thank you guys. Take care. Good night.
All right, thank you so much. Does anybody else like to say anything? See that there's someone in the hospital, or club to get them to talk to you. John, would you like to say anything else?
Selling U.S. citizenship. I'm going to talk with you. No, not you. There's another job.
Yeah, I kind of missed what you guys were talking about earlier, but I'm, very much against what Big Pharma has been doing over the past couple of years. And there needs to be investigations at the last corporate level, at the federal level, government level. It's been one giant grift, and it's a deception which continues to go on. So Kennedy needs to do as much as possible to fight back against this inhuman and murderous sterilization and destruction of our genetics and bodies, is my opinion.
So, are you a congressman from Illinois?
I'm running right now against a candidate who promoted vaccines to everybody in his district and said, if you don't get vaccinated, we're never going to stop this pandemic. And he's a big recipient of big pharma money, big health insurance money, and so I'm running against him. I'm a candidate elect.
Are you running for the 2026 election?
Yeah, primary is in March.
Okay, got it. John ran for Senate in Connecticut, and this is who we have on speaker right now, who is now being put into the White Forensics Hospital. We're going up against the powers that be. So we're running right. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, before X was purchased by Elon Musk, the censorship on this platform and the censorship on Google and YouTube, what they label as medical misinformation, is absolute tyranny and censorship and disinformation. So it's it's all coming out, and there's so much information to even contend with. And like individual that died suddenly account, they post statistics about adverse effect, and I'm just absolutely amazed that just people that I know, I mean, they're not even looking at this information, and they're still. I mean, there's people out there still getting booster shots, and you can go to Walgreens right now and get your COVID-19 update booster. So it's like nothing, Trump, in my opinion, he's pro big pharma, and so we're not going to see any change from him. I mean, it's really we, the people who are organizing on social audio, that are able to push back against this mass sterilization and mass genetic destruction and compromisation of our immune systems. I mean, this is not health. People need to be in the sun, they need to be in the gym, they need to be eating well, and all these other propaganda might make money through Medicare, Medicaid, and borrowing money from the Federal Reserve to fund it all is absolute madness and stupidity and hypnosis propaganda. I mean, it's complete mind control through nonstop advertising. And so many of these doctors are on compensation plans with big pharma, and there's no transparency. But because of X, we're able to get a glimpse into the medical industrial complex to see just how criminal it is and how these doctors don't provide any health care. They're just consumer packaged good product pushers, and it's absolutely revolting and makes me very angry.
Well, I think Bobby Kennedy is there for a reason. We'll see.
I hope so. So I'm gonna what I'm gonna do, John, is when you have to leave, and I'm sure you have to leave here in a few minutes. It's 11 o'clock almost on the time, right? I'm gonna say I
using different words to distinguish between separate laws?
No.
So what, did Sasha win like the gold medal or something for having the most annoying voice and saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard and wasting everybody's time? Is that what the gold medal's for?
You always want to, you wonder why the freak. And they literally never you up Congress. Wait, who even is this guy? You ever wonder that? Why did you?
Oh, you think I really care that I don't get to go talk on your stage of superheroes, Sam?
Conservative comedy knows manga. Yeah, no, like, I don't know if he's conservative. Congressman, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, Bubba?
How are you doing, sweetie?
Hey, sweetie pie. How you doing? If you want, I can do my Sasha impersonation for you and talk very slowly.
Andrew, why did it take the opportunity of calling this guy sweetie to tell me to start speaking? I think there's some irony in his brain that I will sacrifice him to call me a firefighter. Say something to him. It's very similar to when I hear Honey Badger say some stuff he does. I kind of drop everything. I used to kind of do that with Sully, but I think God did fits in her instinct.
I mean, Andrew, you really don't think that you've wasted an incredible amount of time on this app doing nothing?
What do you do, Congressman?
I waste my time too here, but at least I record it.
You scream our nonsense.
That's right.
You sit there and you like neo-Nazi signs that have the Jewish symbol, the fat Nazis.
Doing neo-Nazi signs, wow.
And you're sitting there saying, go Israel, and you're putting Snoop Dogg on your head, doing all kinds of weird stuff.
Wow.
Very productive, brother. Very, very productive. Very productive.
Could have read the Bible 10 times on this app to everybody here right now.
Yeah. Well,
How about that? How about I read books all the time? How about that? I mean, you're projecting in your hip hop right now, Sam. I mean, I can respond in a hip hop style if you'd like. Funny with the money. Oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want to troll you. The Visa Capisha, I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho on Clown House Macho? Congressman! So, anyways, yeah, is Zeleny? No, Zeleny isn't Sasha, but, you know, I don't even know why you guys spend so much time listening to Sasha. And why do you entertain the fact that you claim he's trans? I mean, that's a legitimate question. Why do you guys communicate with him as if he's a woman?
And you legitimately? Congressman, if you now to me UUIA insults, you will find yourself in the audience.
Andrew, do you ever worry that you're putting your family at risk for discussing ideas on Clubhouse? Really, I was more contemplating online safety, and that is boring topic, boring. So maybe well, has anybody on Clubhouse, they have had several murders and Piper, I understand you're leading this room, and we can change the topic. So what would you like to talk about? The new topic is something else. Has anybody ever had a bag of chips while they were off focus? That'd actually be more interesting. Come on, Andrew, you gotta be ready for this. I'm pleased to know that Piper has never said anything so controversial that people are threatening to dox and harm them and their family. That's good to know, Piper.
Yeah, would you like to go on a like extensive dossier about online safety? Is that what your like desire is? Because like the point that I'm making is not that online safety is important. The point I'm making is you're fucking making this really boring by drawing on them. Monica, are you going to need it? Nice looking those over.
Gee, just when I thought Piper couldn't pick a more boring topic.
No, that's actually more interesting.
I am Christian. Alright, guys. I will leave you to your baggage of contemplation. I'm actually making my own room about online safety. Because you're coaching them.
I'm so pissed off at all of you. Why has no one told me about wheat torch? And all it takes is a 1.8 million BTU propane tornado.
Are you thinking or feeling any differently about what it means for you to be Jewish in this moment?
Yes, I am. I'll let them go first.
I hate the way some people are using anti-Semitism as a claim for anybody that is critical about a certain policy. You know, as far as I am concerned, compassion for every person in Gaza, you know, is very Jewish. And the fact that I abhor the policies of
I'm not gonna. I can more things that
Yeah, it's like a total fucking bully.
yeah, that would be curious. Like,
He won't know if he didn't read a single thing about the Council of Harmony. He was just a confused moron. Like, someone explains an argument for like 20 minutes, you go, yeah, one sentence. Like, idiot. So I really paid for it. I never saw Tom before. This was my first case, and I never wanted to.
Sam, what's like Tom is terrible. The thing is that I'm so frustrated because like I told guys, I told someone something the paper out the something they'll look it over or whatever, they'll figure out like what it's about. You're like illustrating something. Even though I wasn't that abstract, but it should have something more than abstract. Just like something you have an idea of it or whatever. And I told them this they're both roommates now. Like I told them
evidence was right. And there's some that base their belief on cosmological design arguments.
How likely is this that this was a sign from God?
A direct breach of this rule would be good for civil action against you for infringing my privacy and publicity rights.
He acted like a man child. He was a bully. And not take it badly. He was just like, let them finish. He was interrupting constantly. He was just like, being like one who controls the inquisitors. Even his questions like, how about you make points, I'll make my points. He like controls the media.
I should have monitored whoever, but it's like, and what, I talked to some of the guys, and they told me, like, what you should do is unset the basement with like other servers, when he doesn't have mod powers, that way he doesn't need to not like run the local bench, but it's like, I don't even know what one of them for, I'm so disappointed, it's like, I just wanted to get the big one, I was like, really cool with this, and this is people don't talk, the Congress don't talk, I really talk, the souls don't talk, all the other servers, and it's like, we just completely fucking shit back at them, and it's like, all of them, that is what they like to do, I told you, like, it's like, I'm not talking shit, like, Andrew's talking shit, like, it's not perfect, it's like, that was just like, you don't understand our business, it's like, try to get the impression, and try to, like, right now, where you understand, now that running solo for somebody else, so like, make right now, that was simple, like, I understand, but what is that understand, but it's like, simplify it, like, you can help me, but it's like, you should get nothing, like, completely, like, just like, all the, seriously, the bullet is like, and, I don't know, I'm just like,
Yeah, so I actually called him out after the debate. When I got muted for a week or whatever. Sir typed out. It's a fucking pussy coward.
yeah, well, I have people trying to go back to the number one black dog is
Well, I found it part of the way they dismiss it is just the electro where like,
I never said that word. I just was talking about this for sure.
no, I'm not saying I'm not trying to support it necessarily, but I'm saying it's dismissed. The way it's dismissed is in my opinion not convincing. Johnny would be able to speak to this. Johnny, what do you think about that whole? You know what I'm talking about? No, I'm not sure.
Talking about the Wonderfalls project.
Where you have electricity is like the prime force, like in plasma and whatnot, and its effect is
sounds like I'm completely considered. It's just, look,
All right, hey everybody, today we have a special
all gets dismissed.
Yeah, no, Andrew doesn't want to talk about his personal life when it's in a room of people that are going to insult him and make fun of him. This is obviously a very normal reaction to have. You're going to make fun of him, but it's a very normal reaction. I'm not going to talk about personal purpose.
It affects the.
This is actually hilarious.
I'm not going to talk about a personal part of my identity that's very sacred to me. But it's like how stupid. It's fucking obvious that I wouldn't do that.
So you can see that a lot of the people.
Right. Do you remember how I called up the other day? I got Frank's. You gotta be careful because it could be that Sasha gives a 20-minute opening and the teacher says, like, this is dumb, all of us are disagreeing. Yeah.
This room are sort of like hostile towards Andrew, but he wants to sort of play defense when Andrew is the one who's going around with the 5-gallon. He's the kid who goes around with the 5-gallon bucket, finds a spider, finds a scorpion, and he throws him in there, right? But when somebody wants to put him in the bucket, we don't want to play, right? So people are very critical of him, obviously.
You gotta fucking be happy.
This is a lot. You know what?
Who just doesn't want to cover it?
He would still.
Exactly, right? Like, what? What are you talking about? Andrew, I know you understand this. Yeah, you don't understand. All the time.
This is hilarious.
Maybe it's like that, you know, all of your
Yeah. I mean, at least he could have done. Like, look, he didn't even have to research anything if he didn't want to. I mean, he might kind of like looked up to see what the words mean in the title of the argument or something. But like, all the atheists. Yeah, it's not like you. So when I interview people on my stage, I don't ask them about talking to God. You understand that? That was not.
Yeah, and now here comes the meltdown, right? He's got nowhere else to go. He's cornered. He knows he's being a coward. And the thing is, no one has sympathy for Andrew because Andrew orchestrates this type of thing where he says, hey, so in the audience, come up so we can grill you, right? Grill an atheist. This is just Andrew getting the same exact treatment.
I don't ask them about talking to God. Your views. Yeah. Don't do stuff like that. When Sam wants to do something, we ask what's happening. They believe that you're saying you want something else in a conversation. While people are casting and lying. I'm not going to up here having a conversation with them. I'm sorry, Stan.
not like, oh, you must go to this, you must do that, you must do that. You know, it's not right. She doesn't have open mind, right? She, yeah, yeah.
What is going
Yeah,
on?
like, would you marry a white girl, Congress?
Yeah.
Like, why? Why?
I don't really. I mean, if I'm attracted to the person, I don't care what color the person's skin is.
Oh wow! Oh, this guy! Oh my God! Scary guy too.
I mean, I'm not just saying like I'm attracted to all skin colors. If you're hot, you're hot.
You know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we had a guy here last night. He was like, "Oh, don't touch my room. We want to stay pure breed." Um, yeah, it's like you guys are looting the white race, and I'm like, hey man, like there's so much control you can have because the world is mixing. To be honest with you, and globalization is real. And he's like, no, and oh man, there's a big fight, and then there's so many people listening to this whole conversation. I think there's Australian, Australian white guys. There's a lot of people like that.
Australian whites have a very low IQ. I've been to Australia.
No, but it's mostly, maybe there are a few Americans, but also many Canadians and many Australians and many Europeans too. So there are people like that, man.
Everything is an index, but I don't know. Australia was beautiful. It's like a hell of a fucking land. You know, it's amazing. I like the beach there. You know, my cousin is biracial. My uncle is white, Eastern European Jew. We had a kid with a black woman. My cousin is biracial. She's a beautiful young person. It's interesting how when you do this genetic admixture, it can create beautiful people, or it can create some ugly people. But I think generally, it's if you're nice. This is why I like Indians, because they're not black. You know, they have the skin tone, or you can be very, you can have a light skin tone, and just be very beautiful, like clean. Since there's so many, there's probably some of the most beautiful women in the world. Also the Iranian women are very beautiful. Even Afghani women, when they're young, everybody looks beautiful if you're young and you have some color to it. So, but it's not to say that Norwegian or Scandinavian at 20 also isn't also very beautiful. It's youth is beauty. So youth and symmetry are beauty.
Yeah, I think I agree with you because the kids are. I mean, if you like, let's say a white guy married a Indian girl, I mean, the kids almost look like a white person. Like I met so many, and I'm like, fuck, are you half Indian? I couldn't fucking even tell. And she was like, yeah, my grandma, she taught me Bharatanatyam and this and that. And she knows more about my own culture than I know. And I was like, whoa, this is fucking crazy world we live in. And I think it's good for the gene pool, to be honest with you, people mix. It's just my opinion.
Well, I can, you know, my dad is Jewish and my mother is like German, Jewish Christian. And what's interesting is, you know, I know a lot of Jews who have both Jewish parents. Many of these Jews have mental health problems and other physical problems. So I think when you do constantly like, you know, rearrange the genetics and essentially cut it, and introduce, you know, a completely different genetic model, I think it does create probably better health outcomes. I don't know if it's, you know, you've seen the studies of like inbreeding, how it causes, you know, explicitly genetic mutations. So I think, you know, cutting the DNA definitely does probably create interesting combinations, you know. But this is all like eugenics bullshit. I mean, this is what they were obsessed about in the 20s. This was like the science of the time, was this genetic breeding. Like, but it's really like horse breeding. So, I don't know, there's a way to do it. I'm sure you could do it mathematically, figure out what's the best way to do breeding. I'm sure there's lots of ways to do it.
Yeah, but the South Americans have been mixing with the white race forever. I mean,
well, have you ever been to Brazil?
Huh?
Have you been to Brazil?
You know, that's what I was going to say. Like, they all look Europeans. I'm like, what? And then my trainer, she's from Brazil, but like, she looks like German. And she's like, so I asked her, right? So it seemed like her father was a German, and then, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
He went to Brazil. Huh?
Like, they have cities that are Italian, you know, so they have very, very diverse European genetic display there, but then they also have African Americans because they were, you know, slave, and then they probably even have indigenous. So Brazil is probably really high on the charts for diversity.
I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see
How old are you now? Do you want to have a kid?
Yeah, I do. But if I, hopefully I'll meet the right person. If I don't, then.
And see, that's kind of the funny thing is like it actually becomes a job about taking care of the children. So it's like you want the right person, but what you really need is somebody who's very responsible and will be a good mother or, you know, a provider or whatever. But I'm just saying it's kind of funny how people are like, yeah, if I meet the right person, it's like, what do you think you're doing with that person? You were literally starting a business with that person to take care of people. You know, and if they can't take care of themselves, don't consider it because they're not going to take care of the children. So, okay. That's what I'm saying. I think people make too much of a big deal about the relationship. You know, like, you can get along with somebody, but like what you're really doing is mostly putting all your time and energy into the children. So, I know you can have your one time, but it's like, I don't know. That's why arranged marriages, you know, are kind of more functional, less emotionally based, less based on attraction, more based on, you know, like we're getting into this endeavor to start a family so we can enjoy the experience. Because it should be fun. Like, I don't know if you spend time on the children, but they're beautiful, darling little things that just like make you feel great. You're sort of, wow, you're so innocent, so alive.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of agree with you, but don't you want to have a woman into your life, which is a little bit special, because she's gonna mother your kids. I get what you say, but you can't always be contacted, right?
Well, see, are you talking about sex then?
Sorry, what?
Because if you're talking about sex, you know, that's the thing. It's like if you've been with a lot of women, you start to realize that, oh, if I'm actually going to have a child with somebody, I want that person to be like a good person, you know, somebody who is not a piece of trash, not somebody that is an uneducated moron, or somebody who is emotionally retarded. You know, like, it's just a question of, a lot of it has to do with attraction, physical attraction. Like, if somebody is obese, you know, like you just can't be, it's hard to be attracted to somebody who's obese, let alone it's almost impossible to have a child if you're an obese woman. And there are so many fat women out there. So, then I guess the conversation becomes, well, if you do want an attractive wife, you know, how do you develop yourself personally to be able to obtain what you want? So it really becomes like a game of self-development.
Oh, yeah.
But I would say that even if you're going to have a child with somebody because of the recent vaccine interventions, like, you shouldn't even really worry about it, because I think so many people are sterilized now because of the ZAB and all the boosters. Then you can't be able to people continuing to take them. There's people still getting vaccines annually. It's like, what? Why?
You think everyone who took the COVID vaccine is sterilized now, or?
Dude, go look at the birth charts, man. Nobody's having kids.
Because it's getting expensive, that's why.
You sure about that?
So
I'm on these dating.
Sign up?
It's not psyop. I'm on the dating apps, and on Hinge, it tells you the people list. They proudly list vaccinated. Like, what did you fucking go to college and get a degree, win some award because you created something, or went to war and you were a hero? Like, posting your vaccination status on your dating app is not flex. That shows that it's basically a political signal. I think this is the primary purpose of what people do, but it's not a flex, and it really says, hey, I don't have children, and also I'm back, so I'm a little worried that I'm going to be sterilized. There's people projecting that when they post it.
So what is it like, okay, let's see there's more robotics, we don't need many humans on this planet, that type of deal.
I think it's probably a group thing. Like, Bill Gates created virus software, you know, created the cure. It's the same fucking thing with vaccines and creating viruses. Like, he took the software model, like, went to the pharmaceutical model. Like, he's a psychopath. He's a business psychopath. He's fucks all these underage women with Epstein. Like, he's a very dangerous fucked up psychopath. And him, Fauci, the World Health Organization, the Chinese manufacturers, the Indian manufacturers, they got a patent to create the COVID-19 vaccine, and they just gave it away like candy, and all the governments paid for it. So you tell me, like, is that not a good thing? Like, and therefore, I mean, I'm just saying, like, at the micro level, it impacts your ability to have children with women, because now all of these women have mRNA spike proteins in their systems, which sits in the fucking uterus. So, women are sterilized. I mean, I have impregnated a lot of women. I have no children. You know, it could be a me problem, but it could be a them problem. It could be a we problem. We don't work anymore.
Yo, if this is real, man, like, the depopulation is,
You can't talk about it. It's medical misinformation. It's medical. YouTube considers it medical misinformation to talk about depop. But I can show you the charts and the graphics. Like, Elon Musk posts the domestic and the global birth charts. And it's all just like rapid decline. And Planned Parenthood is closing like hundreds of offices because, like, if there's no abortion, there are no abortions anymore.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, man. Like, okay, even if this is a global agenda, man, um, they want to like speak to a fucking machine. Go for it, man. Like you think that fucking fan, let's just say a fan, right? Is a non-living thing. Is it going to give you really good emotions? No way. So even if they go for depopulation, man, I think in 100 years they'll probably realize that we need human beings. To be honest with you, I give two shits, man. To be honest with you, at this point, to even have kids, but even if this is part of the plan, they'll probably at some point realize this is not a good plan. You know?
It's really just all about like death and money and chaos and not giving two fucks. Kind of like I just said, I don't even give a fuck about kids anymore. Like, Bill Gates is kind of like the same thing. Where he's like, I don't give a fuck if a billion people die. You know, it's like the Thanos theory. You just don't give a fuck because you're like, okay, I'm just pulling the herd. It's like, like you can rationalize it. And but dude, Bill Gates is a bad human being. All his pathetic sexual experiences with prostitutes, um, having all this money and then using it to essentially create the most like disgusting products ever imaginable. He's got this new produce spray that acts as a food stabilizer and supposedly natural, but yet it contains commodity. So it's like this guy is obsessed with doing everything possible to get into your human body. I mean, it's like a sick game, you know? It's fucked up. It's a sick fucking game that he does. He's fucking psychopath.
You know, I don't know, like, for me, I don't know what to believe in anymore, man. Like, to be honest with you. Because there's so many conspiracy theories out there, man. Like, it's like, holy shit. You don't even know what this is. Like smoke.
The primary thing to believe in is yourself. You know, like, you are limitless. And so, it's really you versus the world. It's you versus Bill Gates. It's you versus your worst self. It's you versus your bad attitudes. It's you versus your conditioning, your programming, your behavior. Because you're like a pattern that just repeats itself. So you are essentially, you want to wake up and try to game yourself the same way that you're involved in all these other games. It's just, but it's all for fun. Because like the more you can enhance your life, the more fun the game becomes.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Spiritual game is the best game ever. conversation in my opinion. I don't think people think like this, to be honest with you. People are just like stupid conversations here on Clubhouse.
People are
like
pathetic
they're
out
made,
here.
huh?
People on here are pathetic, and you don't know what their real lives are like. And if you were to actually like sit in the apartment where they're talking on their phone, you'd be like, dude, like this place sucks, and you're pathetic. Like, how can you sit here and just ramble about meaningless, stupid shit like forever, all the time? Like, just pick these little fights like day in day out. It's like you're crazy, dude.
Exactly my point. I mean, there's a look. I hope there is no agenda. To be honest with you, but if there is, I mean, even if you're fucked, I'm pretty sure there might be some other control out there. I don't think humans are all control, man. To me, that's my belief.
But how then? It's just a new game then, because that means that like if there's a higher control, I mean you're still stuck with your situation as a human being with so many hours of rest left to live. So it's a question of like how do we improve our IQ, our EQ to take us to like as high a level as possible that we can achieve? Like, how do we just optimize and maximize our situation to play a higher game? I mean, if you don't even get into the higher game, you don't even stand a chance of winning because you're not playing that higher game. But that's why it's so ridiculous that Bill Gates played the COVID-19 game, because people got arrested for COVID-19 cures by the FBI. I mean, if you just came out with a business and said, "Hey, I have my own vaccine," like, you would have gotten shut down. This was a game that only major corporations could publicly play. So the little doc, Pam Bondi just stopped prosecuting some doctor who didn't pass out 30,000 vaccines because he didn't agree with the science anymore. So she just killed the case because of internet people. But it's like, if people didn't even draw attention to that, this guy probably would have gone to jail. So without like this communication network, a lot of injustice happens. I don't know, our cell phones and the internet is probably like the best thing that's ever happened, and the worst thing that's ever happened. The whole thing, I think, really has to do with things like mind control, brain control, propaganda, and literally words and pictures like flooding our minds and dictating our destinies. It's like, how do you get
I think we're getting exposed to all these chemicals for a reason. It's food and this and that.
I mean, I'm 42, and I'm pretty sure I got 21 years at least. And at 62, maybe I could get out to 72. The world is just going to keep going, and it's so highly organized now. Like China, India, let's say 2.5 billion people. It's a lot of people. I mean, China has cities with 60 million, 80 million, 50 million. Like, go look at the list of the top 100 cities in the world, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, how many fucking people does China have? This is crazy. That's a lot of brain power, Like, China has super cities. Dozens of them.
So wait, how come they don't have a population problem?
They've got to have a population problem with those other people. It's insane.
What do you mean? Then how come they're so much populated? So your theory doesn't stand. I mean, if depopulation is a real thing, then why is it that India and China are able to produce so many babies?
Well, when you look at the growth charts of India and China,
they're just exploding, man. Like,
China's population recently experienced a according to China, this downturn is primarily attributed to declining birth rate and rising death rate, particularly among the aging population. This trend will continue to potentially lead to significant population decrease in the coming decades. So 20, 30 years from now, with a decline of income, it's like fucking nothing. The population of 1.48 billion. So 1,400 million. Like 0.08% of the population is decreasing. So like, let's say 1% a year, 10 years, 20 years, 20% decrease. But that still leaves them at like 1.1, 1.2 billion in the next 10, 20
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the net plus is the problem is in the West, man, and I really feel like it's probably because of the economic factor. In the West, people are. Look, if I want to cut off, if I don't want this place to overpopulate, I just won't give you a job. Now, then if you don't have a job, there's no honey. No honey, there are no kids. It's simple logic, man. I mean, I just cut off the economic incentives. So, I don't think it's that simple, to be honest with you. In India and China, because I know the Indian culture, I mean, even if you live in a small box, people get married and have like 4 kids. Otherwise, it's not the case, man.
Don't forget, people stopped taking the vaccine, and what they wanted to do was create a platform medicine product where every year you're going to get a COVID vaccine. And people rejected that. So they lost the narrative. And on X, it all came out that, hey, let's get this clot shot. People are getting myocarditis. Basketball players are dropping on the court. Soccer players are dying on the field. It's like the marketing couldn't hold up to the adverse reactions. But anyways, I mean, that's the theory. Anyways, because it doesn't really matter to me, like, what the whole society is doing. I'm more concerned about myself. And to make the wise choice. To fuck up and the people said, oh, I did not want to have to do it. But does it even matter?
Yeah, money. So guys, I have no idea what the fuck I just walked into. This fabulous conference. How did we even get here? How do we even get here?
It's a JR.
A loss of a white chief. Jesus Christ.
It's a classic JR title.
No, we had JR, you're on some fuck shit, bro. No, we had we had some racist guy here from Australia, and this is a clickbait type of topic, and he was like, I think the white gene pool is very pure, we shouldn't mix this and that, and you guys are the reason why, I don't think interracial mixing is a good thing. That's what he was saying. I was like, man, look, globalization is real, people are moving around, there's no way you can stop this. And he was getting very pissed. And then it was a big group, so we were just trying to bait him back. Yeah, there's one of these guys who Facebook thing or some shit. Because they like replaced the code. There's some Spanish people. He didn't like it. Like, this is what he said. He doesn't like it when the white girl actually marries a black guy. And then he gave the example of Heidi Klum. She married Seal, and then he's like, have you seen her kids? They're ugly. He said that like fucking 3 times. I'm like, oh my god. And then I'm like, dude, you can't stop people from marrying each other. I mean, like, okay, they're not your properties, right? They're not your property, right? Like, so, and then you got more pissed, and there are, like, more people coming in, and it's like, they were jumping into each other, right? It's like fucking crazy. So, yeah. So, there are people like that, man. And then I was like, man, in that case, if you want to keep it pure, then are you you suggesting that what's next after this? Should we exist if you're a brown guy or a black guy?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, where do we draw the line? Because I know it's not gonna stop this shit right now.
Yo, I can't believe there are people like that who think about it. The thing is that the world is more.
There are people like that. There are people like that. Come on now, don't be naive. You know.
No, I was very naive, and when I go on X, there are people like that from Canada. There are people like that from Australia. And it's like, oh, what the fuck is going on, man? I don't get this part. And then they'll start like, then they'll fucking, go after other races. Like you come from a shithole country. This is a standard fucking, thing to say. They'll make fun of Africa, Indians.
Next thing, why would you not support your religion? Why would you believe like no one else like these for my opinion? Well, then you're not gonna fucking get the truth for my opinion because you're gonna keep like missing targets that small there should be a fucking control targets. It's just like it's embarrassing.
Yeah, probably all that group only extended stay in Nepal or wherever you I mean, I've seen that too.
So, oh yeah, no, he's never gonna be like that. Because and I heard what sounded like old Trump's shooting.
Basically acts that's what I have basically stand back a lot. That was the impression I have.
A little bit like Clown House. People retracting their lungs, talking all the time, wasting all the time, talking about nothing.
Yeah, so think about
Right, yeah. Oh, Carlton's back. Hey, yeah, can you guys come up? Would you guys talk to Carlton here for a few minutes? You know, Sam and I've been doing this, he's been doing a lot of rooms on, like, visualize stuff. And I'll go in there and, like, just talk to some of those people. He's some pretty insane people. I don't know. Have you guys?
about this. I call him about main question. Talking. Yeah, how do you deal with the lives and results? It's tough. So because it's tough.
So what the fuck was that, Josh? You kind of went off a little bit there.
The reason why is because it doesn't seem like Lex is trying to have an honest conversation. And I just simply asked her very simply, really quick. We're on Clubhouse, we're all adults. We don't have to go monologue like reading the presidential debate. If she made a point, I can recognize, hey, that's a good point because what she said does happen. There are women who let niggas run trains on them on the same basketball team. I asked her a simple fucking question. Is that the majority of women? This bitch doesn't answer the question.
Is it video of her talking?
Exactly. Again, we're having a conversation doesn't have to be on longer. If you ask me a question regarding something that I asked that I said, it's simple. Go ahead, like, go ahead.
It's not an honest conversation because I didn't agree with your bitch ass.
No, it wasn't about you not agreeing. It wasn't about no. Because I just asked you something.
It's saying, okay, I'm gonna hold you because those other women are gonna hold you as I.
No, man, I asked you something. I asked you something real simple.
You don't say about that. You don't need to
You're not
ask
gonna
me.
explain me. Come on. I gave this girl light. Keep on, come on. She's not bringing anything.
You gave this room life, Jumbo? You think that you gave this room life, Jumbo? The source of life over here, Jumbo. Sound like an incel and a psychopath. What is this, like an incel and psychopath roast room where you juice and tweak up a bunch of incels and psychopaths and piss them off?
What is happening right now?
I'm asking a question. Is this the format of the show? You roast incel psychopaths. I'm asking if this is a roast room where you roast incellular psychopaths. I mean, I'm just asking a question. Is this the show? I'm new to the room. I'm new to the house.
Let us get back on track. You can figure out what
Well, let's find out. Are there any incels in the audience?
room this is, the Congress got to shut the entire fuck up and listen so we can figure it out. Harry, it's all
I was right.
And psychopaths.
Looks like I was right. Do we have any other incels in the audience that want to come up and get roasted?
I'm sorry, did y'all know where we in here?
No, that was not happening.
Sorry for trying to frame your room. I just thought that's what he was doing. Because I'm looking at the title of the room.
I wanted to say that she was talking about that women don't sleep with like plays on the basketball team or all the men in like a social group or whatever. That's false. I've seen that. Sleep with like 3-4 guys that are all like
True.
Okay, can I ask Gary a question? Okay, so would you consider that woman who sleeps with the whole basketball team to be the majority of them?
I mean, I've seen my fair share. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Like I've seen my fair share of it. So I'm not going to say it's the majority, but definitely.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, that's an introductory to the total. I think that's fair.
I think that's the smallest that we. Well, I mean, why would we the earth? What does that mean?
Well, empty, I don't know what your position is. It usually says void. I mean, empty is not, it's not like that. I don't know, it's usually like void or something. I don't think it has the exact meaning of like what it goes into as much as like,
Now we have you in person.
Graduate.
Okay. Lovely. Now you flew all the way in from Georgia, where you served 11 years in the House of Representatives. In what capacity was that?
So I was the state representative for 4 years, and then I decided to be in charge of the whole thing for our caucus. So I became Democratic leader in 2010, right after we lost everything, and tried to work to make Georgia a more meaningful state in terms of democratic and politics and democracy.
Yeah.
Why is Amazon paying me $6?
In terms of minority leader, what were your duties? What was there?
was to help move their legislation, to explain to them why they were going to get the legislation, to convince the speaker to let us move things, and a lot of it was blocking and tackling. It was, the way I said it, my job was to stop stupid or at least slow it down.
Okay. Well, stop stupid or slow it down. That brings me to my next question. Over the weekend, you went viral for laying out 10 steps to autocracy. Run us through those steps so we all know.
Okay, so this happens in every nation that has become an autocracy, having been a democracy. So whether we're talking about Brazil with Bolsonaro, or India, or Putin and Russia, the Philippines with Duterte. So start with winning an election. Usually the last one you're going to get to have for real. Number two, you have an expansion of executive power. The president decides he wants more than he's supposed to have. Number three, you start to make the Congress complicit. So you weaken them and you neutralize or neuter the judiciary. Like, I don't know, the Supreme Court is giving you unfettered power and saying we don't have the ability to stop it. Then you move on to firing all the people who know how to make government work. So you've got the civil service. And you do that because you want to break democracy so people forget the stuff that used to get done, so you can't keep your Social Security check, so the CDC doesn't know what diseases are anymore. Then you put in place these loyalists, people who are only responsive to you. You put them in charge of the FBI so they go after your enemies. You put them in charge of the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, so they can signal to their friends and tell them all about the evil plans that you have. Then you make certain that you break how we communicate. So you criticize the media and you create your own echo chamber of propaganda. You call it truth even though you know you're lying. Then you go to the next step, and I call that step 7. Step 7, you have to blame someone. You have to blame people for the broken government, for the broken promises. So you go after DEI. You go after the vulnerable, the dispossessed. You go after any community that doesn't look like what you think power should be. While you're doing that, you make certain that in step 8, you eliminate anybody who could help them. So you sue law firms that do pro bono cases. You go after philanthropies and accuse them of giving money to the wrong people. You go after colleges and universities that teach people possibly what else they should know. You get to step 9 and you start to encourage and incentivize. You send the U.S. Marines into spaces they should not be. You send the National Guard in. You kidnap people off of the streets and pretend that's normal. Because that's how you quiet dissent. Because you make everyone afraid that if they don't do what you want, they might be next. And once you've done those 9 steps, that's 10, and that's when you decide there won't be new elections. Because everyone's either afraid, poor, broken, or complicit.
Okay.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000?
Okay. Wow. While we have the ear of the people right now on their television sets, what is it that they can do to help avoid this and make a change in this?
Thank you. So I want to give credit to Kim Sheffield, who is a professor at Princeton. She came up with a framework. I've adapted it and eventually editorialized it more than she did. But I also want to give credit to the Robert F. Kennedy Foundation, not the lesser successor, but the real guy. We can fight back. We can remember that we do have power. They don't want dissent, so protest. They want us to forget that before we had power, we had each other. So when they break democracy, when they break the Social Security system, when they slash SNAP benefits and Medicaid, make sure you're checking on your neighbors. Make sure you're using mutual aid, but also tell the truth. Do not let the propaganda win. Too often they tell a lie. Tell a lie so often it sounds like the truth.
The results we have seen with the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein case so far. So I feel like I'm doing the right move. I would do it anyways, but I happen to lose. But that's reaffirmed. That's reassuring, actually.
The ability to be friends with people who aren't like you, and we have to stop believing that we are in this alone. The most effective thing they do is isolate us. They convince us that you and I don't have any common cause, and we certainly don't have common cause with someone who has a different history than we do. When we hold to our truth, when we actually believe in ourselves and our people, when we believe in democracy as something that must deliver, that's when we start to fight back, and that's when they lose, because they win when we are too numb or too afraid to act.
All right.
exploitative pushback against Black women, immigrants, the LGBTQ plus community. The fact that transgender children are being blamed for the demise of society is intentional. The fact that we forget that if you are truly a Christian, the Bible tells us to take care of the poor and the needy and the stranger, not to round them up and kidnap them. And so, as a woman of color, a Black woman in particular, I have the affirmative responsibility to speak up on behalf of everyone else because they're coming for me first and they're coming for me next. Our responsibility then is to use every tool at our disposal, including politics. But politics isn't just about getting elected. It's what we do the next day. It's when we remind people what government should be doing. What had just happened in Texas. The fact that they slashed the National Weather Service, whether or not that was the direct proximate cause of those deaths, the fact that we're having that conversation is the issue. The fact that we aren't sure is the problem. And so we need to hold to what we deserve. We should not be dissuaded, especially as Black women, as women of color, as people of color. We should not be convinced that we don't have power. They are mad at us for a reason. There are enough of us that we can change the outcome of elections, but also change the outcome of power. Why did Amazon 7020?
Even though you were animated on our television show Blackish, which you were nominated for an Emmy for. Let's talk about that. How was that for you?
It was amazing, but we actually have not met multiple times because you also gave me an NAACP award.
Really? Did I?
Yeah, during COVID, I couldn't be there and you couldn't be there, but
okay.
But you've been nice to me many times.
Yes, and I will continue to be nice to you. Yes.
I'll tell you one other thing.
Yes.
So I know you talked about your stalker earlier. I have known you since you first appeared as a detective on Law and Order SVU. And I watched when they migrated you to Law and Order, and then I appreciated the fact that you were both Cyrus Lupo and you brought in Jeffrey Donovan, who I loved on Burnham. So I'm not a direct stalker, I'm a stalker adjacent.
I'm the one taking it down for walks. I'm the one taking it to shit when it's in the house. I don't know. Yeah, this little 8-pound hot dog wiener mess was ridiculous. They could run around all day, come back at 1 p.m. And he used to like run out of the house and get away, and then would go on adventures. Like it would get a pack of skunk, it'd smell like a skunk, or it would go chase squirrels for like 5 hours, or it would go to our school and run around and play with the people at the field and shit. And even when he came back after like 5-7 hours of roaming around and running around, he still wasn't well. So kind of like putting these dogs in prison is why I want to just think about it. At least if you're going to own a dog, be responsible for it, for its purpose, why it was bred, study those things, and then try to mimic those things in real life in a way. But if you can't do that, then you don't deserve having a lot of these things. Maybe like there should be a class of dogs for lab fitting that because like let women have that purpose, I guess, where they don't need exercise, they don't need fulfillment, maybe like bugs or something.
Didn't you see the TikTok video with the robot dog?
With the what dog?
It's just a joke, meaning that like even if women were to have a robot dog, they'd be too lazy to put the batteries back in it. Or to charge it.
Like, you know, putting a border collie in a city apartment is like without bringing it to like parks 2-3 times a day is really abusive for my perspective. You know, literally, like.
What do you think about birds? What do you think about people that have pet birds? Those fucking birds live their whole life in a cage.
True. I don't disagree with that either. or at least if you're gonna have a dog, have a what is that shit called when you have like this greenhouse for birds where they can fly around that's like big enough? Arbiters, there's a specific word for it.
Have you ever had a budgie?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like a petco bird. They're just like little canaries, you know. But it's kind of interesting having a bird in a cage because the bird can't really move around. So, but the bird creates so many variables in terms of like its squeaking and movements that it does such hyperdynamic variable, you know, like expression. It's just kind of amazing to watch, you know, to observe a caged bird.
Yeah, when they're like fluttering around from the top to the bottom repeatedly, or jumping from side of the cage to the other. It's amazing.
But what I'm saying is they don't seem to repeat themselves, which is kind of amazing. Like they do, but not, you know, not often. And it's just so much expression.
Well, obviously, because there's many movements in being a bird. It's not just one movement. There's like dozens and dozens and dozens. Like even when a bird flies, it has different modes of flying. There's forward flapping flying, right? There's catching the drift of the wind and just letting it, you know, push it, you know, forward. Like there are many movements of birds that we contain in this definition of birds, right? There's landing, there's taking off, there's jumping from branch to branch, and all of those can be manifested inside a cage.
Not just that, but it's the squeaking noises that it makes. Like it creates so many noises, and it doesn't seem to like, you know, create a pattern. It's just like always dynamic, which is kind of amazing. Like, I mean, it's very intelligent.
Not always dynamic. There's like a range, but I would agree that there's some patterns in its range. Let's say, you know.
Because I had two of them, and I would record them, and then I would play the recording back to them, and they'd sit there and like watch themselves. You know, it was kind of an interesting experiment. Stupid, but it was boring.
Sacrifice for everybody else.
There was no wisdom there.
It's cool. So now you're getting your experience. Everybody should appreciate that.
Well, we're talking about dogs, and then I moved to birds.
Can we talk about women? When we speak about women, it's like when I see that word, I always want to understand like what people are saying. I know many people see women as just a vessel. Like for example, Malibu, that's Malibu picture, Malibu, that view right there. No, that is not her. It's not. It's a K-pop artist. Yeah, but just for example, that a woman that's on Malibu picture, you know, people identify that the body. But when I say woman, I speak about emotions. So that's what I see a woman as. So emotions are the man's body. If a person is acting with emotions, are they uncontrollable in their emotions? Yes, unless they are willing to market reports that actually judge about them. That's when people, because I know when people get angry, they don't want to hear nothing good. It's on this and the sad, they don't want to hear a lot of times something that would actually make them feel better. They want to cry. So, it's a very good relationship. No, not. Just being all like that, or someone like I'm not in a relationship. Shut up, G. Tell us about life. So let's get happens with the woman. You said it was uncomfortable situation. It's a situation for the woman where cry, she cried. When things don't go according to their life, what they want to identify with them. It's like that. They need people that are in that woman's stage. They want things to go the way that they want to go. They have expectations. I tell people, they would be expected to be supported. They would expect more of this. A lot of people expect things in life. That's not what happened with
my guys, the base of what people want in this world. It's not gonna happen the way that they want it all the time. So so disappointment with of my life.
Just, be aware of regulations. It's coming from the hurt, but it's coming out, and it's something that makes it more difficult to share.
That
And so
growing up, I would say when I was 18,
Just
I actually job for my first job for love. And then I found somebody that I started speaking to. He was 1 year younger than I was doing it. I just got out of high school. She was in it. She was a last year. She was employed at a minor. She's 17. You're the perfect. I wanted her like
you're just saying, oh,
but as far as what happened, like as time went on, I really did forget it. But as time went on, right?
Self-regulation is coming from the hurt.
I didn't understand why. And as time went on, I was getting sure her. Figure out what was going on. She was still sincere for me, but wanted to do her own thing at the same time. So it was more like, that's the problem. Is that what that is? Just because like it's something that was it's something that's fine.
Yes, all child girls that got the picture.
I know, right? I tried to do that, but trapped in the house. She had to turn her phone in at a certain time. It'll be out before the street lights turned on. So when she was she became more rebellious at that point. So, oh no, my parents are telling me for being a whore. Oh no, I'm here to stay. She got to let me go be a whore now. Hey, you got it, you know. This girl in a sexual relationship. Yeah, we did. Describe
There's a woman called Kitover that her fiance was he was upset.
They felt like the black girl. She was more Italian. So that's how you can say was black. Oh shit. Damn. These lost girls, bro. Lost boys and lost girls. So it's something like that. So what about yourself, right? Are y'all complete from y'all breakups or y'all still hurting?
I'm complete.
I think anyone who thinks of themselves as complete is also suspect in becoming incomplete. You're not complete. Are you still hurt? I think there is no such thing as real resolution. Like therapy is like a woman telling you, things, and then you're like, yeah, and then that's it. Sounds like you still have to understand. Like if the idea of therapy was true, then there would be a resolution. But there is never a resolution. There's always a Is it something that you feel that you're still going through? I think everybody goes through things all the time. It's like it's not like, at the age of 35, you find yourself suddenly like you don't have any problems or any.
Gio, you don't think Gio, you don't think time heals all wounds?
Yeah, you put it out before, man.
Gio, you don't think time heals all wounds?
I think the fact that you need help to be a
a better person shows you that you're not a complete person. A true complete person doesn't need like 10,000 institutions to make you a better person, like religion and all these things. You just are a better person. You're born that way, right?
Yeah, but that's like saying you don't believe in education.
Whoa. Not mine, guys. One mic. When I say you're born,
one mic, one love.
To a degree, right? I am not saying that you have to be educated or that education alone works. I'm actually saying it's beyond that. Like some people are just born more disciplined than others. That's just the way it is. Are you still in love with someone in the world? I don't know. But I don't think love is any real way of measuring things. For me, if you look for someone for love alone, the minute you fall out of love with that person, then all your responsibilities are relinquished. And you then have a society where you can just break up marriages whenever you want. And your perception of your obligation. Just 1 second, but I just want to finish my statement before you like interrupting and shit. You feel me? Like, yeah, but I'm trying to answer your question.
One love.
So, when you have a marriage only based on love, if either person falls out of love, that means they have the justification to destroy that relationship without the opinion of the other person. So that's not really love. That's actually like superficial, surface level, like temporary feelings that you're attributing to love. But there's like short term, much love, and then there's like long term, I care about you, and the long term love. And most people aren't able to distinguish between the two. I think absolutely between the two. And they use it to their own advantage, one way or another, against the other. I can distinguish. Actions speak louder than words, I'm able to distinguish between the two. Like, that's why I was going to ask, like, this is worked out. Is someone in this world still having emotions? Like, someone in this world is still able to affect you, to turn you into a woman? I mean, that's just like the general struggle that people generate. Like, this idea that everyone reaches their bond and becomes Buddha. And, like, the only, the expectation of that is retarded in itself. Like, a Buddha figure and someone who's become complete, like as you're saying it in the word way that you're defining it, is a very rare person who has been able to extricate himself from the real world, his real world responsibilities as a son, as a father, as a son, grandson, as a nephew, to go into the woods and find himself. These are very few people, and I don't even, most of the time, most of the people who do this, they're not even really finding themselves.
Dude, it's not going into the woods, it's reading a book.
I'm speaking to you. You're speaking like the AI. So I'm asking. Yeah, I'm talking in generalities. You want to talk about me personally. I don't want to talk about me personally because it's irrelevant. You would have to learn so much of my life and history for you to like talk about me individually, and I don't think we have the time for that. So let's just talk in generalities. Do you want me to tell you the history of my entire life, like for you to understand if I'm complete or not? Like, how are you gonna know when? This is just arbitrary bullshit words that people make up. I think he wants that too. So Gio, I just told you. He wants to know me. He wants to know my inner spirit, my inner soul, who I really am inside. My uniqueness and shit. I want to find myself by going to Peru and trying Peruvian food. That's how you really find yourself. You find it by traveling around the world and doing things in the most comfortable way. Yeah, all I'm saying is it's nothing you have to be ashamed of. I don't know if you feel unsafe in a place. Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. Yeah, like you're just like saying a whole bunch of words. I don't know what you're doing, bro. This voodoo magic doesn't work on me. This female like voodoo magic, all love doesn't work on me. So, Gio, I'm not trying to get anything to work on you. Bro, you're trying to join me to join your cult, and I'm not falling for it. I'm sorry. I'm not. I came in the room, you asked me a question, and I was able to answer. I was able to share the unseen. I'm not ashamed of the unseen things. It's wisdom. You learn through things. But, of course, really, people learn through things, so why do you have to teach the same shit to everybody for like 10 years, for the first 10 years of their life, if they just learn through things? If they shouldn't the first smack to your kid, like should they not ever do that again? Then by your logic, if we learn, right? If we truly learn from individual experiences and not a collection of long-term things of discipline and experiences, which is my perception. Like if anybody learns, it's from being like hit, it's from being correct. You know, if that was true, everyone would be perfect. If you learn from every experience in life from your childhood, you would never repeat mistakes ever again. This is a weird way of looking at humanity. What I see is that most people try to be better and fail at being better. That's what I see. You live in a world where everybody gets better from like one experience, as if that really changes people. It's like you haven't really lived around human beings before, and you only seen them online, and this is how you see human beings.
No, I see everyone as a child that is either in fear, a child that goes with desire, or a child that goes with doubt. So this is how I see people in the world. Like they have been conditioned, they've been traumatized. So when I see that they have not gotten over their traumas, so they're still.
But the trauma of what? But isn't it the trauma of their own marriage system that they said was a rejection of all the traditional marriage systems in human history, and this was a new way forward, and this was going to make marriages better, perfect, in the opposite direction of what they saw as failed traditional marriages? And if that's true, shouldn't all the love marriages of the last 70 years be so undoubtedly perfect with a lower divorce rate, with a lower separation rate? You know, I don't see that. The data bears out that people trust this modern love marriage system so little that the divorces are out of control.
Right? You know why though? You know, it's because people never was able to get to know who they were from the very beginning. So
no one can ever know fully who they were. That's arbitrary, like some bullshit you're making up. Like there is no full you. There is. Look, you think that there is something innate about you that can inform you about everything in life, so that if I put you on an island, you would be able to manifest everything, like language and all these things. But what you don't understand that these things that we call human institutions are manifested through the contrast of experiences, not your own singular experience of you going into the mountain.
So, Gio, you see why I say
the contrast between the colors are determined by their very degree of separation from each other, right? And without that contrast, you're not even able to tell what those colors are.
So, Gio, you see why I say women are uncontrollable? Like, because that's the woman mode that you're in right now.
But you're the one who's been constantly interrupting me like the whole time, right? So who's the woman then? You know?
I was just coming up again. But,
you're the one who cut me off, so now I have to cut you off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cut me off 17 times.
Hey, have you ever met somebody who, like, always accuses other people of cutting them off, but also cuts off other people all the time? I don't know. I never met anybody like that.
So, this is what I'm telling you right now. So, when you're speaking the way that you're speaking, you're in women mode, which means you're hiding something. You're able to.
Not at all. I just don't believe in your cultish views of love, though. I just don't. Like, we're just never going to agree on this, and that's okay.
But what are his cultish views of love?
Look, can you use someone else? Like, use Congressman, use Edmund as your example of this gay, whatever.
Gio, what do you think his cultish views of love are?
This is the perfect example right here for, like, uncontrollable, which means this has something to do with something that you're hiding inside of you that you have to keep speaking outside of you a lot. So you can't speak about yourself because it's something that you're ashamed of. And it's
No, it's not that. It's not that. I don't think any individual is made up of their own ideas and their own parts of this individual manifestation of their soul or their spirit. What I think is that people are born into a society, a religion, a culture, tradition that they become part of, and that becomes their identity. Anyone who thinks that we're individual people who are born in a vacuum, live in a vacuum, and are part of a vacuum are so devoid of human reality that I don't even have the time to talk to people. Why am I talking to someone who truly believes as if love is a determining factor for everything? What I see throughout human history is that it's easy to talk about love. It's easy to discuss love. It's easy to create your own theories about love. Action is the real indicator of whether you love someone. And a father who is willing to sacrifice not eating the best food that he can afford so that he can make sure that his children have education is and which he's doing by following other traditions and customs before him, is a better metric of love than all these words that you use to describe what love is.
I was just making a point to Congress.
Wait, Tess, do you just like anything that women are in the Bible? Do you just like think, your duties of it or something?
No. Again, I don't have any doubts on the Old Testament. It's all accurate. It's all fine.
Except Esther, of course, because it's not included, so it doesn't matter.
Not including the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, that's it. Really?
Man, you're being very prideful too.
I'm not being prideful at all. You can't use that reverse psychology on me. I'm done
Look, I
talking.
suffer not a woman to teach.
He was talking about in the church.
Hold on. No. Turn to 1 Timothy 2 and 2.
Also, I want you to.
Relax. Let me read this for you, and let me show you.
Right, and then I also want you to
relax. We'll do all that next, but you're not in charge here.
You're
You're
quoting the Apostle
gonna make a
Paul.
nigga get rough with you. And I'm trying to be cool. Just relax.
I don't care about you.
Church of the book. Yes, that's right.
I agree with Tess that Jesus is God.
What? Tess, you have to test your.
I'm just making shit up.
That's something that's sometimes, for example, my family, right? We ran a small business. I really dedicated a lot of my early years to help small business. We able to buy this home that we live in that is really good that most people, 80% of people purchase, right? And this is a legacy for me. Like I'm inheriting this house. We are building the next house, and I just see this is like a family tradition. This is a heritage. I'm gonna pass down to my children, and I'm just fighting hard to try to build up for my children to pursue their dreams.
Then I had not lived with him on other planes, and though others had told me much that might have disheartened me, but I must start back again. Before that last December, in fact, he seemed very wonderful, even though perhaps I felt that I might find my path led to a place where I must meet him in terrible odds.
Or do you only have like actual kids? You have a wife that's the only one you're gonna worry about. Those kids that come from you.
I just see my own kids as like I can't tell your kids you want to play this and that. So there's nothing tying people down. So I don't know them. Play XMA or we have no real connections.
Daniel, you need to pop out some kids.
I will. I'm going to get married.
See, you're off mute.
When you get more time with yourself, Daniel, you realize your family's all around. Your family's gonna feel about that. But the world makes everybody forget that we're all family. And we all live different.
I disagree. No, I would disagree with that. What I would say is that when you start thinking that
own family like shit when you say that you love everyone. No, I have actually. You don't know anything about me, and there's no need to make personal attacks right now. We're talking in generalities. You want to start making personal attacks? We can call you nigger and everything as well. That's fine. See the plus. Yo, bro, just shut your mouth. No one's talking to you. No one's talking about you. I'm talking in generalities. If you get offended, yeah. You'll slip your dick into your own children and your own parents, right? Yeah, that's great, fantastic. Show us how you do it. What I would say is, yeah, why don't you pull up your dick in front of your mother and your children, right? Because that's the type of shit you do, right? Savage. Yeah. So what I would say is that when you have ideals of universal love, what I tend to see is that you guys don't care about your neighbors, you don't care about your community, you don't care about your country, and you just care about some weird Filipino people on the other side of the world that you have no duties or obligations or anything to. So this is all like, verbal LARPing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I love the world. Okay, what have you done for the world? Oh, absolutely nothing. Are you like the citizen of the world? So do you have like duties to the globe, as a citizen? No. Are there any things that you have to do to show your citizenship? No. It's the absolution of responsibility, duty, and service. This person's chewing into the mic. Can you guys just mute him real quick? Image of love or whatever. I'm not. I'm talking about generalities. No one's talking about you until you're chewing into the mic. Thank you. Can someone mute see the plug? Thank you. You see these kind of universal ideologies formed throughout human history, and what tends to happen is that in the perfect ideal, of course, they would treat strangers as if they were their own.
How do you know it's a cow? How do you know it's a cow?
Why do you drink cow piss? If you drink it, you spray cow piss. Why do you do that? How many cows do you have to import? You're the largest exporter of cow meat, even though you're against eating cow because cow is your Bhagwan, is your God.
I wouldn't believe in God either.
So, in other words,
you have to forgive, you're still in trauma. So if someone is trying to help you or love you, you're not willing
we need drive-by comments.
This is all just female, yeah. No, this is just all female astrological.
We should all kill pictures of them.
So, the female angel is what you are doing right now. That's
No. Your perspective of love would only work if everybody could manifest and actualize them perfectly to be the level of aristocrats or upper middle class people. If everybody
Is my DP wrong? Your DP is some help based on there. I don't know. Is my DP wrong?
We're trying to listen to water, bro.
Yeah, back to me 1 minute. You're back to my 1 minute. Wow, you muted yourself. I'm inspired by Imtiaz Muhammad.
I'm inspired by a cow.
Look at my dick, you see this? All the people in the room, look at my dick.
I'm inspired by
Is
your
it wrong?
Put it away.
Is your cow wrong?
Is
Look
it
at
wrong?
your cow's tits.
Why the Batman is...
Why do you wash your face with cow piss, bro? Make it make sense.
Anyway, Cyprus. Yeah, I was just curious if anybody knew about, this geopolitical climate with Israelis basically seeking refuge as refugees to Cyprus.
Yeah, they're turning it into Palestine 2.0.
What are you still going around telling people you're pedophile?
That you're a pedophile?
That you're a pedophile? You called me pedophile like 3 times?
Man, I don't know what you were doing that day, but I don't know if you want to rehash that right now. We can rehash that.
I didn't call you pedophile. You called me pedophile. So I think you should be the one that apologized. And they asked you for proof.
I don't think I would call you. Listen, I know myself. Hold on. I know myself. So I wouldn't call you up for no reason. If you want to pull, hold up. If you want to pull the replays up, and you want to
I don't
be
have the
accountable for what
replays.
you said, that's your first mistake, no?
I'm gonna trigger that guy with the new PTR. Look at it. 1 second, let me put it up. Okay, I'm ready. You can come by for a drive-by. شو يا شيب شفت؟
شو ما في
متأخر اليوم شو في؟
والله مطفي على الاخر.
Wait, were you at a hockey game or like a basketball game or like what activities were you going to? You kind of.
I was roasting marshmallows.
You were?
No.
On a lake? I was gonna ask you on a lake or like where?
No. We had a pool party.
Roy, look at my PTR. Look at my PTR, you bad joke.
I'm telling you. Where is the photo? Because there is no photo. It's a Jimmy. You got it.
The photo's here. The photo's here.
Jimmy got is not sitting down.
It's here.
Look at this. Look at the zombies. Look at the brainwash zombies.
Look at the photo.
21st century zombies.
You Gamdu, look at the photo. I have the photo for you. Look at it.
Amen. Why are you lying to me with zombies here?
You see
Why
my photo?
zombies? Where is the Batman?
See the photo and show me the photo.
You people can enter Israel October 7. No, don't cry. They will hammer you left and right.
Who's crying? Who's crying?
Book has told to create kill imaginary people, isn't it? Not
Look at my
imaginary book, Amir.
You like my
You're running this room continuously. Don't cry, Amir. Don't cry.
Bow down for my picture. Bow down.
It is not justice to, kidnap innocent people. We have things don't kidnap people. Amir.
My picture.
We think don't kidnap people, Amir. We think don't kidnap people. Your jihad is over. You understand, right? People are hitting it left and right everywhere. Stop this in 21st century. Go and work. Discover some, Bluetooth, NFC, Bitcoin, do something. Nothing. It's all brain machine whole day because of money.
Why does India not have
Some imaginary Tata mommy book.
on the streets?
So Batman keep it.
Why
By the way, Amir,
why does India not
let me talk to Amir. Push this Batman down. Push this Batman down. Thank you. Amir, why the power of God is not helping Gaza? Why the power of God is not helping Pakistan? Why the power of God is not helping Palestine? Why? Amir, why the Batman is speaking?
He's the biggest god doing this up, Roy. Why didn't know you were the biggest god?
I'm asking you, why the zombie speaking? Amir, 21st century, a book is some desert Bedouin bastard cult is telling you to kill people.
Some
masters of desert tectonic don't telling you to kill people.
Oh my god, he's calling Jews.
Some desert cult masters are told you to innocent people in 21st century. In 21st century, in a scientific world, you need an imaginary book. Imaginary book. Are you sure about it?
Listen to your God speak, man. The rule is.
Do you need a scriptures in 21st century to tell you to kill people? What is
I'm sorry, I'm this guy.
Why do you need an imaginary God?
you take a
Become ex-Muslim. The fastest growing in the religion of the world is ex-Muslim.
your God's talking to you. Be quiet. Yeah, we had something in the chat. Change your PTR right now.
Actually, I might just do that right now. I'm trying to make a cowgirl in it.
He's gonna do another drive-by. Watch him come down. It's like no self-respect.
Some of the 21st century, it's like, bro, India doesn't have running freaking toilets. I'm so glad.
We met this guy. He did a drive-by on us multiple times.
I'm so confused. I mean, you could try to.
This guy, he's Islamophobe. He's a right winger of India. He supports Israel. Okay, so he doesn't drive by. So every day he'll come in the audience. He'll put a link in the chat from a Zionist source, right? That's showing that Hamas is responsible for this, Hamas is responsible for this, and I knew he's a Modi supporter, he's a right winger, right? So today I finally brought him up. I'm like, let me bring him up. Let's see what he has to say. I bring him up. He goes on this tangent. It's like I don't know, takeaway or something. You can't stop the takeaway.
Honor-based, right? Discipline-based, virtue-based groups of people who would say, no, this is bad, no, this is good. Liberals came along and said, telling people that stealing is wrong is actually bad. And telling people to...
He's gonna wake up his entire village right now. Think that it's fair stack.
I'm currently making the AI image.
How does somebody like in India develop such an attachment to Israel? I don't understand.
Because Islamophobic. There's no.
Yeah.
So
quite
they
literally.
choose a side that is gonna, say that they're just.
They're Christian folk as well, but they're saying they're attacking the churches. So remember I gave you.
Why are people failing to understand that Palestine is not only Muslims? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Exactly.
No, but to fully answer Shape, it's because after Hitler's regime kind of ended in Germany, a bunch of Nazi sentiment kind of went throughout the world. Hindu or the Hindutva movement believe that they're white people disguised as brown people. Now, I'm not even joking. This is actually true. So their entire thing has been killing Jews, Muslims, Christians, basically anyone who's not ethnic. So this whole anti whatever thing that they have is solely because of the fact that they think they're the superior race. They think they're superior to everyone, and that they're the true white people.
They brought this Aryan race ideology to Germany. You know that, right? The RSS was actually inspired by the fascist Germany, by Hitler.
I see why they like Israel so much. So Israel is everything that has to do with the whole Aryan race narrative. So it came from the British, which was a rework of the KKK and white supremacy in many different ways, or whatever. It's been going on for the past couple of years now. But when it came to India and RSS reformed under this whole Hitler movement or whatever, the Israelis also helped nurture this. So the Israelis at some point got with the Hindutva and basically said we agree with you, all this stuff, whatever. So when they look at Israelis, they see this white Aryan race that Hitler was talking about that should rule the world, and they would kill the Christian, Jews, Muslims, basically all of the regions and religions that they hate. And that's why they support them. But the funny thing is, Israel sees them as one of the regions that should be wiped off the earth, so Israel doesn't have that same respect back.
I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point.
Hold on
my life has been tumultuous from the very beginning.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So, you're saying that they see Jewish people in Israel as Aryans.
Yeah.
When Hitler saw who tried to kill all the Jewish people, he saw himself and his fellow Germans as Aryans. And these brown people see themselves as white people disguised Aryans. Okay. Sounds like a bad, B level movie. Trust me, it gets worse the more you try and see the way they justify it.
Shit, there's another reason. So, you know how they kicked out all the Arabs, Palestinians out of Israel that were coming in from Palestine? They hired these people that are actually pro-Modi, pro-Israel, that are not Muslims. If you're a Muslim, you don't qualify for it. So they hired a bunch of them, like a full truckload from India, on the way, to Israel. So there's a lot of people from India that are working inside Israel. So that way they can save labor, cheap labor.
Really?
Yeah. And I was in a shock when I heard about this fact. I think I heard about it like a long time ago. Because after 7th October, they kicked out all the Palestinians out of Israel, the one that were on temporary visa.
Migrant cheap workers. They're doing what the people in Dubai do. Same way.
There's a lot of benefits, for the Indian government to side with it. And, they have a similar agenda. So in India, they want to turn India into like a Hindu nation. They don't like any race. They don't want any Muslims, any Christians. They don't want, even the Jews, they don't really want the Jews. But they love the Jews for some reason, even though they did a genocide back in the days of about 40,000 Jews.
A husband or a wife goes to ruin because they want to kill all their mate or a business partner or former business partner goes to because they want to get back a former associate or Benson Ford goes to ruin because he wants to
Nathan was defending it, right?
It's all
Here comes a drive-by again. Ready? Are you ready, bro?
Friends, he and I are younger.
Is this guy wrong? Is this guy wrong in my DP? What is he doing? Stop running rooms. Why is not there? If he's there, he would have helped them out. He's not helping us then. Why are you zombies hitting? Why are these zombies hitting? These sexual things, milk is like an elixir. Right? Milk is valuable. Honey is there. No more getting in hurry. The milk is valuable. This milk is gold.
Look at the meat. We love meat. Look at the meat.
The momos get in gold. And milk is valuable.
You see, we're eating your dog. We're eating your dog. We're eating your dog.
Amir is sitting with the zombies. Push the zombie down. Let me down.
We're eating his dog.
That's my job. There isn't anything I would not do. Those are one answer.
Fucking asking for a bro like we don't have.
Exactly.
We're eating his dog. We're eating his dog.
Reasonable workout and everything. Okay. If we don't take a reasonable workout,
that was a funny one that they made. The top came right really good. That was a funny one.
Because you know what the article said. You never mess with Roy Cohn.
as long as a few people believe it.
You hang out in Cohn's office, you get a taste of the kind of clients he gets and the reason they come to him. A lady who feels she got the wrong end of the business deal. Then she forwarded his millions, and this.
Oh my God, sandwiches.
Check your back channel, bro.
Hi, bitches. Good morning. Fuck you all, motherfucker.
Whoa.
This is ridiculous.
Why are you here? Why are you alive? Who told you?
Who told you?
Was they happy? Was they happy when you were born?
Who told you?
Was they happy? Was they happy?
Who told you? Fuck you, Gandu.
Oh my God. So look at this guy. He's an Indian nationalist. I can't believe he's an Indian nationalist.
Gandu A-A-C-E.
Oh my God.
Pussy.
Wow.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He did It's actually frustrating. He's come from India. It's actually frustrated, man. This guy, we had the other guy. Sam, this is your God. Okay, sit in the audience. Like a good boy you are, like a little bitch you are. Oh, bro, he's probably a follower of Roy.
No, I think they're confused with the title. They think that we're Zionists. All over the world.
Look at Sam. So did you check the back channel message, Lulu?
Yeah, I thought it was someone else.
Nah, bro, I did it on purpose because I wanted to see if I could troll somebody.
Want to exist, but they are endangering the Jewish population all over the world.
Don't worry about it.
That guy is the one I told you.
Which guy? Oh, yeah. That idiot, that asshole. Bro, you know, I triggered them.
Who I told you.
Let me see.
That's why I said.
Oh, no, it's not. Why? You have a problem with this guy, dude?
No, but I thought it was him. Because he disappeared for like 3 days. So I'm thinking like, what the fuck is he doing for 3 days? And then this shows up, and then you asked me if
He came to me and he said, Michael, he said, he said $250,000. I said, $250,000. And he said, I said, what am I going to do for that? I said, maybe if I travel in and put it in Mexico. I said, maybe that would be smart to take it off. I said, so I got to go to trial. So I told him, so I told him, well, we can do it that way. So I'm like, because you know what?
As long as the sweet, as silly, as fun, as true as a tree, we all cry when it's right.
He does a drive-by, I'm tired of him. It's okay, do a drive-by, put it in the chat. Thank you, Roy. Yep, you did a drive-by, you know. An idiot.
all these cow voices.
Hey, bro, are you falling asleep to the cow voices?
It's like dreaming of fucking a cow right now or something.
By the way, how do you like my profile pic now?
I love it. Now we can change it. Now we can go back to original, you know?
Wait, what?
Now we can change them. We can go back to our original.
Yeah.
Hey, Roy, afterwards he gave me a headache. I'm like, okay, that's it, man. It's done. It's a done deal.
In order to have good soldiers, a nation must.
Let me go back to my Netanyahu PTR.
So the Times of Israel is reporting Gaza death toll passes 58,000, says Hamas will help mystery. The toll cannot be verified, does not differentiate between civilians and fighters. So are they accepting these numbers or are they not accepting it?
Force and fraud.
Depends on their mood, you know?
So, look, again, with the same talking point, Israel has said it seeks to minimize civilian fatalities and stresses that Hamas uses Gaza's civilians as human shields fighting from civilian areas, including homes, hospitals, schools, and mosques. Motherfucker, you guys did that, say, you know, in your area when Iran was attacking you from the residential area. That's how that dildo shop got attacked as well, the Rabbi Shmuel's dildo shop. And these people come up to you like, oh, yeah, they run out of residential. What is a fucking residential area in Gaza? It's pretty much flattened. Where's residential?
So wait, the rabbi has a dildo shop?
Yeah.
You didn't know Rabbi Shmuel's dildo shop got attacked, you know, when Iran was doing the attack?
Like a rabbi, an actual rabbi?
Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley, you know the guy that was on Pierce Morgan with Mama Hijab, versus Rabbi Shmuley on Pierce Morgan a long time ago.
He has a dildo shop.
It's his daughter. You didn't know that?
You know a rabbi also owns porn upright.
Why would a rabbi have a fucking dildo shop?
His daughter was in.
His daughter
highest rabbi on Pornhub.
Yeah. So Iran was doing the attack. They were talking about orgy, right? In the bunker, Delulu in the. I know. Hey, what's up, Chucky? Chucky, how you doing, man? You good?
What were you saying? I'm here, sorry, bro.
I'm just saying that, can you imagine you sitting on a table with your daughter, right? And you're a rabbi, you're a pious person. Hey, daughter, your store just got hit. How many things do you think? How many of those things got destroyed? Like, how would you ask your daughter about dildos? Like, I just don't get it, man.
Bro, no, think about how the fuck did they have the conversation about opening that shop to begin with?
I mean, it probably, daughter was like, what do they say in Hebrew? Like, what do you call him? Baba? Chucky? In Hebrew? You heard people call their dad, what do they call him?
I speak English and Spanish, my guy. But they call him Abba.
What do they call him?
Abba.
Oh, Abba, okay. Abba is the same thing in, I think, Farsi and Urdu. They call it Abba, Abba. So, here is the deal. Now, right, Nargis, they call it Abba?
No, not in Farsi.
They don't call it Abba?
Urdu, I think.
Yeah, Urdu they do, but not in Farsi. Okay. So the you can imagine you're sitting on a table and then your daughter's like, Papa, I need to open up a business, and then he's like, what kind of business? Oh, the sex. So what he's doing to Lulu, he kind of went in on it because he wanted to help people that are not able to have proper sex.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So he pretty much promotes the sex toys for those people that are Jewish and they're not able to have proper fun with their lives or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So he sends them over there. Here, you could go over there and buy the little piece, and it will work out for you.
So do they test the products together before they launch them? I don't know, bro.
You check my Facebook now.
What the fuck is that you?
Keep this in mind that Adrian is recording our room, like the son of a bitch sitting in.
You're recording, bro. You can shove your recording up your ass. You fucking scumbag son of a bitch.
The only thing I really put up is a naked crab, a jellyfish with a gun, and Ching Chong your religion is wrong.
Is that you in the PTR though? Like, is that something that you fucking did?
I mean, it's funny, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
If that's you, that's concerning, bro.
Oh, the Crusader man from the Chinese guy.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'll put the link in the chat from the Times of Israel about the casualty numbers, right? I just don't know which numbers they exactly relate to the Hamas, and the Damascus earlier news that you shared, bro, I see it on Times of Israel as well. It's disturbing and disgusting. 30 people that got killed in
this currently closing their airspace today that has their flights to Jordan and all Syria. Today they shut down their airspace for flights going to Iran, Jordan, and Iraq. I don't know, they shut them down until the end of July. Has it been hit before?
protests, weren't you? Yeah.
I have, and then I immediately stopped. Most protesters, I'll be very honest, are too retarded to understand that some of the shit they're doing is very problematic. So, for example, you have a lot of infightings where if you don't agree with a protester's, let's say, way of life, religion, or like, I don't know, like their use of drugs, at least was the last fight I got into, where their use of drugs. So there was like cocaine addict that was offended by the fact that I said no to cocaine, or you could get yeah, and some random dipshit like that was just like yeah. It's just so stupid because he just asked me if I could do cocaine. I'm like, no. And then he tried to punch me in the face for it. I'm like, wow. Yeah.
You just saw something.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of exactly my point. There's a lot of people that enjoy protests just for shits and giggles, to destroy property, and to basically, if you don't agree with their ideologies, then it becomes so problematic. I remember there was another one about, what do you say, like kids were being bombed and stuff like that, and not just in Palestine, but for Sudan as well, in those protests. And this one, like, these group of LGBTQ people were like coming up to me and saying, do you agree with us? And I was just like, technically no, because I don't agree with your guys' sentiment. And then they had a huge problem. They started calling me like transphobic and shit. I'm just like, I'm not advocating for LGBTQ right now. I'm advocating for little kids that are being killed. And they don't see the issue was right there. But anyways, that's what's up. It's just really stupid. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, it's just like, I feel like at least Americans at this point, when it comes to protesting or whatever, it seems like you have to agree with random shit you don't like believe in, just to protest something you do believe in. My issue is people falling from assholes to them. It's like violence. Like, I've in the past, I have worked with you. There was an idiot who was old. This is the reality. She was being warranted with the Israelis. And he walks around and he's citing violence. But people fall for it. Gives a shit as a loser to see he falls for it. Then they make a video. His friends with them to make a video where the protesters are being violent, not showing context, or this old dude is being a dick. That's my issue. I wish people would just realize that we're here to be the cause of that issue.
I asked you because there is this guy, I believe he lives in the same state here, and I believe his name on Instagram is Redneck Support Palestine. Check it out. He has one of the wildest Palestinian trucks that I've seen. Yeah. You've seen the truck? It's crazy. Yeah, it's a good Redneck Support. Yeah, that's Was it Ace? Yeah, it's usually being written like that's great.
Oh my god, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, no, he is in Texas. Yeah, this guy. He's actually I forgot what he was beforehand. He's a complete revert, and he has this whole really interesting mustache beard situation going on. Yeah, he is in Texas. I don't know him, I've met him or anything. I only know him because what do you say? Someone was using his face as a meme through Texas or whatever, and it was just really funny.
Do you see how he is a conformed terrorist? He felt he was ready to be deported.
He's a white. He's lived in America for all his life.
He's not a conformed terrorist.
See, the thing is that when you get called a terrorist, you're not being called a terrorist because of your religion. You're being called a terrorist because of the color of your skin. That's really it. It's funny. I think not many people know this, but do you know why for the longest time America has all these church shoes? It was after 9/11, but it wasn't because of 9/11. What happened was that some redneck dude found a way to make their shoes into bombs, and he wanted to blow up a couple of airplanes with his shoes. But he was caught trying to set up a bomb shoe, and he was taken down. Now, none of you guys have ever heard of this because they couldn't find anything on it. He was like fatigued and public.
Stop that. No, they don't do it.
Yeah, they don't do anything like that, but they always blame it on the Muslims when they have nothing to do with Muslims.
Actually, they still do it.
Just stop.
Not badly.
Only it's too much for a lot. Like this is past. I was past. And I read something that I was reading where someone was talking about it. I thought the person was bullshitting. I Googled it. They did stop the mapping. The 19 shoes.
It's not that they won't check it.
They stopped that.
You know, when you look at it, no, they didn't. They stopped it technically on paper, whatever the law or what they had. So, they got everybody. I mean, I don't really have anything that will give you.
So like as soon as our passports were scanned, like you know, the White House actually knows these people or whatever.
Yeah, that is sometimes you have a get out of question.
Yeah, so basically every time we went to the airport or anything, before they even question me, they get tapped on their shoulder and they're like, just let through. Just get through. A lot of times, the express tickets or whatever. You don't even have to buy like a really fancy pass or anything like that. But it's basically the fact that
white supremacists, some new Jew haters. You know what I'm saying? They hate the Jews, but at the same time, they like some of the Jews. They do hate the Jews. They hate the Jews. And so we go look it up. It's a stats on that. And got some workers, white supremacists. Yeah, they are. That's the national supporters. Did you look at people on Twitter? Go check on Twitter. They hate the Jews. They do. Yeah.
Say Jews, they don't even say Zion. They literally say woman and sleeping mirrors. Rabbi, be honest with your answer. Can you go back to the US? Be honest. I don't know. I'm just asking you. Because you've been stuck here for 3 years. Trump's names on there. We got Trump's brothers, kids, or whatever are out there. Because a lot of people have listened to them understands either. You see what I'm saying? So if he doesn't release it, he's not supposed to trust it. Even black rabbis on that list. Your name is going to be on the list. It says Mordecai, aka, what's his name? Sharif. Sharif literally means like a pious person, in different languages, it means different. Yeah, in Arabic it means, what does it mean? What does it mean? I just told you, pious person. That's what I just said. That's what I said. No, it's not. That's what I said. Pious person. That's not. I just told you they're the pious people. True God, they would really place as pious. You're not a pious person. You're a son of God. You sold the US, which is your country, your home country. You sold your family. You decided to go live in Israel. You claimed to be the 2032 US president. You sold your religion, so now you're following a different religion. And instead of you choosing to live in freedom with dignity, you decided to live in Israel where they treat you like a slave and raise you on orphanage and everything. asking for things again. They look at you, they see that you're a black individual, they spit on your face, and they keep walking. It's the reality, bro. You have to deny it. Yeah, and he says so. I wouldn't even feel that, bro.
Just be respectful. Okay. So, look, I wish you guys recently, and this was okay, when are you going to change your position related to the working okay. How much money would it take for you to change your position? How much money in your career you only give up? How much money? Okay, so money can't buy you.
That's just gonna kick you out of the buffet. They're gonna kick you out of there. I promise they're gonna kick you out of there.
Grandma, you know this is one Clubhouse. You know Clubhouse was offering the $8 service and it was popping, and now it's going to $0. Why? Because they were doing COVID. It was popping like crazy. They were offering like $2 or $3 million to the side, right? But then it's like, but now it's worth like shit. So all I'm saying to you, it's the same situation. People offer you money to change your position right now, and you take it, but in the end, they say if America parts ways, then you don't have a choice but to come back to America. You're not a Jew, you're born in America, come back to America, what the fuck you doing in the middle of land?
Rabbi, you're no one's future. I'll tell you that. Yeah, you're no one's future, man. You're nothing. No, you're white. I don't always say that. I disagree. You're getting older, man. You're gonna die in the next 5-10 years. You accomplished nothing in your life. You're gonna die miserable, buddy. No wife, no children, no kids, nothing. Nothing. I'm actually not complaining. I know we're gonna get rid of you. I know that for a fact. I'm not complaining at all, bitch. I never complain. I know that that's gonna happen. Sooner or later, buddy. Sooner or later, just let me go. It's not a dream. Look at you. What did you accomplish in the last 76 years? What did you do? Nothing. You know, still innocence. I'm telling you.
The soul pain these men up, right? But I think there's no people voice tonight. I know you're in a situation, right? And even I was like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was aware of it, but not to the level now I research it. So even I was like, I like a lot of shit about this. person that had like the maternity married 3 Jewish women. How do you come up with that? Kind of this miracle, anti-Semitic, and then fucking married 3 Jewish women. You're a Jew hater and you married 3 Jewish women. What the fuck are you on about? How would you not know he was Jewish? Was he Jewish? I think he was Jewish. His name was Red Mark. That's your bullshit, man. That's like saying you're promoting yourself. Idiot.
This girl turned me down. Oh my god. This girl turned me up. Oh my god. She's older. No, she's younger. I'm into cougars. No, she turned me down. Oh my god. What a bitch this guy is. Disgusting filthy scumbag. Doesn't even know what he follows. Doesn't know what he's on about. Doesn't know what God to follow. Doesn't know who his mom is. Maybe he could be a bastard child. Do you know who your dad is? Do you know who your fucking dad is, bitch? Do you know who your dad is? Do you know who your dad is? Cody. Do you know who your dad is, Cody? Cody. Do you know who that is? Who your dad is? Who your mama is, do you know? Fucking idiot. No, I don't think so. You're a bastard child. Come here. You have like 40 dads. Who was happy when you were born? Who got happy? Was it your bastard dad, or was it your bastard mom, or your whore mom, or your whore dad? Who was happy? Tell us. Tell us. I'm sure that you are. I don't know who the fuck was happy when you were born, bitch. 3 years ago, bitch. During the background I'm not ready for it. One of the main slogans of the protest, because the other day we were saying like they want to support people or whatever, and whatever. One of their slogans was you support the Mac, right? You support the Mac, I mean, you do. You support Shaka Brown, the Melody? Yeah, I do. So you brought your second thing. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? That's fine. That's their choice. Yeah, it's their choice. It's also my choice. We feel about that. That's fine. Yeah, we can do that. You're captain. According to my position, you're captain. Yeah, listen. So what? You're captain. Do you want to cut off nothing here about you? Yeah, no, I don't. No. According to my paradigm, no. Yeah, actually, according to your paradigm, you do want to cut off. No, I know. What you do. No, the ruling is according to Sharia, from our Sharia, from the Sunni side Sharia. The ruling is you're going based on the Iranian Sharia. Sunni. Yes. No, I don't. Hold on. Ryan. Me calling you Gavin. Ryan, Gavin means this to you, okay? Hold on. You asked me a question. Are you going to allow me to answer? Or are you just going to bitch about it? Okay. The answer for you, if you look at Pakistan, if you look at a whole bunch of other countries, right? You keep on playing on for Pakistan. If you look at Pakistan, hold on, right? Okay, bro, hang on, I'm not done yet. In Pakistan, what they do is if you leave religion, right? And you're not religion and you're not spreading this atheistic whatever bullshit you believe in all around the nation, because it's majority Muslim nation. If you don't do that, they don't really treat you. Now, if you don't do it, what they'll do is they'll arrest you. They'll take you in front of a Sharia judge, a qadi. They take you in front of a qadi, and then they'll tell you not to do this. Or they'll give you 1, 2, 3 warning, and then they exile you. They kick you out. They don't butcher you. They don't cut you. So you should look into the laws. This apostasy law, all the Islamophobes like yourself, right? Disgusting Zionist Islamophobes, they come in here, they bring this up all the fucking time. Okay? So this is what you need to get your facts straight. I talk about it. Even today I talked about it. I talked about it. Israeli earlier. I talked about how Israelis and some Zionists came up here like yourself, right? The Zionists, bitch. It's not a choice.
Okay, so then when they pick up the pieces of the body, and how much of the body has to be in a casket before it can be, like ceremoniously buried? You know what I mean? For the body to be like whatever it is that you guys believe to be buried, how much of the body do they have to pick up? Like can they leave like some of the teeth behind? Can they leave like one of the eyeballs behind? How much of the body in Gaza do they have to pick up to put into a casket to be like ceremoniously buried? That's all I need to know. This is a rabbi question. You're a rabbi, you should know. You say, well, it's like 80%.
Sarah, there's one more thing I forgot to ask that rabbi. Is it okay if somebody dies IDF on the field, right? IDF soldier. You take their body, they take it back to the hospital, extract their semen, and give it to their family. Is it okay to do that?
says it, you corrupted that land, and you're God, obviously. You're God, promise. Your God said that. I'm not crying, man. I'm telling you what you're crying. You're afraid. You're afraid of your. Yeah, man. 76 years, you will have done it. 76 years, you fucking piece of shit. You think you're gonna change it in 2025? You scumbag son of a bitch. You won't change anything. You're a coward. They're all cowards. Even your bombs, they're not gonna change anything. You will see. It's been 2 years. How long is it gonna take? How long? Tell me how long.
As long as America can give you the bombs. But America's running out of the bombs, dude. It's only, when you say as long as it will take, as long as America can keep giving you the bombs. But America is running out of the bombs. Even yesterday, Hamas said, we know this is a war of attrition. They know it. They said it yesterday. Our leader said, we know this is a war of attrition. We know this. It's a matter of time before we run out of bombs. It's a matter of time before we run out of bombs.
They're suffering right now. The losses that you guys are gonna get weapons. Oh my God, buddy. They call it that's right.
You have the bombs for billions and you keep getting your ass kicked in the mouth. Hey, I'll post videos, man. Ain't looking good. Ain't looking good.
You gotta play his favorite song.
Bodies are coming back, buddy. Bodies are coming back. General says that yes, 12,000 soldiers. Your big troops did not say, okay, you want us to extend and stay a little bit longer, we will. No, they said, fuck off. We're going to get out of here. You don't want to stay in Gaza and get blown up. And now Hamas said this, they want to start kidnapping you guys. And now they're really scared. You don't get out of why would 7 soldiers stay inside an armored personnel carrier and allow themselves to be burned to death rather than just get out of the carrier? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
They said they cannot do it. Hallelujah. They said they cannot destroy it.
Doesn't want to give bombs to Ukraine because he's running out of shit to give to the Zionists. But then Republicans got on Trump's case, and now Trump has to turn around and send bombs to Ukraine. As long as they send bombs to Ukraine, that's less bombs for the Zionist state. Dude, they're running out of bombs, dude. And when stupid ass Netanyahu, you guys, listen, I'm gonna be honest. If you guys don't do a coup, like if you don't do a regime change, and go arrest Netanyahu, Schmotrich, and you allow him to attack Iran again, and he wants to attack Iran again, and when he does, you're not gonna have enough bombs. First of all, the Iron Dome and that and the sling, that's already proven to be worthless anyway. It's of no value. You have to shoot 5 or 6 $10 million missiles to try to hit one ballistic missile. I mean, come on, man. This is it, man. This is the bottom of the fucking barrel. You're squeezing all the juice you can out of the lemon. If Iran hits you again, you're not. That's it. It's America's gonna say we don't have any more. So we don't have even during this 12 days. Just this 12 days, you guys have to start being discriminatory about where you're firing because you have to let some of the missiles hit because
She can't say anything bad. She can't say anything bad because
I know. Watch. Let her. She speaks Arabic, yeah, Rabbi. Put her on. Yeah, you fucking scumbag piece of shit. Yeah. She doesn't have to understand anything. You're literally unmuted. All she has to do is stop. What did you do? Put her up, fucking. Get the fuck out of here.
just stop spitting in your eggs, man. Stop spitting.
She's a Palestinian. She's a Muslim. She's a Christian. She doesn't know that. How is it walking down in public? Do you walk with your head up or like you walk with your head down? You're laughing. Layla's more famous than you. Yeah, she is. And she's respected. You're not. You're not. What's her name?
Harriet Tubman.
What's your brother's? What's his name? What's his name? What's his full name? Shut the fuck up, bro. Now you can go back to Amir and say Amir. The point is, I'm not just continuing.
You can probably wish to go down to the unemployment office and collect your check.
Yeah, there's no point, man. There's no point.
Just
Yeah, you do this. I think we should listen to him.
Shootie's going on. Bro, keep playing, bro. It's favorite song, please.
Chucky, tell me about the Shabbat.
You play it, Chucky. You play it. You're the one who has it. You play it.
Which one is the favorite song? Which one?
No Shabbat. No Shabbat Kedusha. So those Jews walking. You're not invited.
It's your rabbi that went to HTTP community fucking whatever you want to call it. Shame on you, Rabbi. Shame on you.
You guys, I'm telling you,
Shame on you.
You need to see me on this
You're a disgrace to the Jewish people.
Yeah, very cool.
You're a disgrace to the Jews. Shame on you.
Says the
Shame on you. I'm more Jew than you are. Yeah. Palestinian is gonna tell you a lot of things. Just be patient.
No, you're Jordanian, bro.
I'm not Jordanian, but
You guys are you're Jordanian, bro.
I'm not Jordanian.
You're Jordanian. Bro, they created your whole identity, bro.
Rabbi's favorite song coming up.
How can someone with no identity tell me about my identity? Oh, this brings up
Run, Rabbi, run! Run to the non-white shelter. Run to the one that says whites only. Don't go to the one that says whites only.
They made up the whole identity. You guys are stuck in.
Man, how can someone with no identity tell me about my identity?
You don't have
How can you tell me who I am if you have no identity? You have no identity, man. At least if you had something, I can at least, engage with you. If It's a whole setup. They set you guys up. You did say so. The setup is you. The setup is you. You're the setup. You're the setup. These millions of Arabs died. You are the setup. They brainwashed you. You're the setup, not me. But it doesn't exist. The Russians. The moment Iran attacked you back, you started running away, you fucking pieces of shit. You started running away. No, but we're dealing with a how the fuck do you run away from your land if it's your land? How do you run away from your land if it's your land? You booked a flight and your flight got canceled. You fucking coward. You booked a flight, you coward. You coward booked the flight and your flight got canceled.
Rabbi booked the flight? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Fucking Rabbi booked the flight.
And
It's sorry, blacks can't go. Blacks gotta stay. Goodbye.
And you called it your land. You fucking the person attacked you ran away, you fucking piece of shit.
Hey, yo, Delulu.
What?
Yo, I had a wonderful Shabbat this weekend, man. It was beautiful.
You didn't do no Shabbat, you liar. Shut up.
It was beautiful, man. You know, I got invited to a good dinner, you know. I got invited to a good dinner, you know. We went over the this week's Torah Parsha, you know. It's a beautiful time.
You have rabbis like this piece of shit that we have here?
No, I actually have, you know, good rabbis, you know, can answer questions, you know.
You have a real rabbi, yeah?
Well, I can't say he's not a real rabbi, you know, but he claims he's a real rabbi. He's a real rabbi.
The problem is with the claim.
You know, I could say I'm the richest man on this earth. You know, who knows? I could be a Rothschild for all you know. You know what I mean, Delulu?
Of course.
Amir, you guys are just the chants, songs, and slogans. That's what you guys are at. This is the extent of your ability to do anything.
Go clean the dishes with your Ariella. Go clean the dishes with Ariella. Go. Go help your brother out. Go. Bring her. Let me talk to her. Bring her. Layla's gonna come suck my dick.
Okay, hey, that's where you're at.
Yeah. You know who Layla is? You know who Layla is? You know the slut Layla? You know her, yeah?
Yeah.
I like teachers. I'm into teachers there, Rabbi.
Either way.
I'm into teachers. Like she's an expert on her field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyways, can you tell her I said hi?
But this is the thing.
Can you tell Layla? I like African American.
I'm in Jerusalem.
I like African American women in America.
I'm living in a luxury
Yeah.
Serving.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You wish. I have Layla on call. She doesn't have to serve me. I'll call her whenever I need her.
I'll leave you guys to
say hi to Layla.
We will continue.
You're not a Jew. Say hi to Layla.
You guys are now.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum.
Now in control.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum. Yeah.
They gotta give it back.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum. Tell her. You have to tell her that. You fucking scumbag piece of shit. I mean, why the fuck you do this to us, bro? Fucking black rabbi.
I found that what was it, that idea song, the remix version of it. Have you guys heard it?
You want to bet that he's gonna come back because I started talking about data? Yellow, play it, bro.
trying out because you know about the iRig, the Lulu. You know what iRig is, right?
No one.
So it's a device that you could stream whatever, you know, through the phone into whatever. Because on the Android phones, they don't allow the you know, you can play it on the same phone. So you have to go on a speakerphone, right, Lulu, to stream, right?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to go on a speaker. If you, let's say, if you're using an AirPod and you want to play something, so you could you know, have the people in the room listen to it, you have to switch it to speakerphone, correct? Okay, I think it's the same thing on the Android. I think.
Can you play it though when you go on speaker?
Nah, I don't have to do that. Oh, my bad, Amir. When I'm on my AirPods, you guys can hear it. I just turn off my noise isolation.
Oh,
okay. Do you play from the same device?
Oh no! I don't play from the same device. I play from a different device.
Yeah, let's say if you play from the same device, you have to go put it on speakerphone, right?
Do you hear that?
Let me.
You guys hear that now? No. Oh, then yeah, nah, you can't play from the same device, I guess.
No, you can, but you have to go and put it on speakerphone, check it.
I have y'all on speaker right now.
So you have to change the settings. If you click on the three dots on the top, change them.
The little Android, we don't have that setting.
But iPhone.
You said change the settings to which one? To music, right?
So let's do the remix. I'm gonna try to play with the music thing as well, just make sure that the music, the volume is good, because I don't know. I think the quality is. I'm gonna play with it. It's about a minute long. This is a remix version of that particular, you know, idea thing. Just hang on.
Wait, you guys hear this?
Yep. Yeah, we could hear it.
You support Israel harming Palestinians?
Yeah.
Why?
What did you say?
You support Israel harming Palestinians? Just because they're Muslim?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I support Palestine and anti-Zionist.
She said you should put Israelis harming Palestinians. You said he should put Israelis harming Palestinians. Is that right?
That's what I said.
The reason I think some people are confused because look at the title. You know, I put the title up because of the article from the President of the United States said that the was setting a concentration camp inside Gaza. So they're calling each of the Nazis. That's a good thing, you know. And they're calling each other out.
I have a question. If you're pro-Palestinian, are you anti what's happening in Congo? Or does it only matter to a certain race of people?
I'm anti what's happening in the Congolese people because the same thing in Sudan, same thing in all over the world. I'm anti-genocide. Right?
Okay.
So the problem with the Congo, and when you look at the weaponry, right, the weaponry is coming from Israel. You know, and these people are listening to. Yeah, I heard there's some light weapons Israelis. They did it to a bunch of.
I thought it was German.
They're all in on it. Like even in relation to this genocide, so Germany, UK, America, they're all in on this genocide. They all listen UK. So some of the weapons, like even in the hands of militia.
Well, the weapons are being funded by the USA to Israel. So you're saying it's like a monopoly of weaponry going around? The USA is funding Israel for weaponry. But you're saying Israel is funding Congo for weaponry. I thought it was Germany for like supporting Rwanda. I
and you fund whatever they're doing to get like it's like the same thing happening, right? And you get like their money, right? So you're saying, is it like Israel or is it the USA? Like I'm confused.
So, alright, so, Amnesty International and other watchdogs have long documented indirect Israeli weapon transfers offered by private movers affecting conflict regions in eastern DRC. And these transfers supported from government forces and militias bypassing embargoes. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying to manipulate the whole system to allow the weapon in the hands of the wrong hands. And it's disgusting. So, like, the Israeli is a big problem. And there's even an example up here. Let me give you an example.
Like you just read something. Are you sure Israel? Because I don't get how Israel has anything to do with Congo. Like
They didn't want me to, they're giving it directly. So, and they even provided training and equipment to DRC's allied forces. The high-end tactical gear seen on M23 fighters has been flagged as Israeli manufactured. Yeah, what I'm saying is this, it's all connected. Israelis are giving weapons indirectly to certain parts of Africa because some parts of Africa have like sanctions on it. That's what I'm saying. Let me put the Amnesty International report and you can just
well, and you say this all because of it. Well, I don't want to blame Israel. Should I blame the USA because they're the biggest funders?
So,
I wasn't asking you, I was asking him.
that's why you can answer this one.
So I don't want to be rude though. Just, he just told me something surprising. Sorry. What benefit does Israel get from like? I mean, other than the internet connection. I already put the link in the chat where you can look into it more deeply into it. You can do your research and go from there. The server's not broken down. Respectfully, the server's not easy for every time. So you can look into it how Israel's connected to a lot of supplying weapons to different militias, extreme fighters that are killing innocent people all over the world. In Africa, in Middle East countries, just ask Google Mama or if you have ChatGPT, how many countries in Africa, how many countries in Middle East has Israel supplying weapons to? It'll give you a list of countries, it'll give you data as well, and then you can just go based on it and do your research. Right? Thank you. You see. Oh, I'm reading it right now. Just give me a second. Yeah. You can just do your research and there's more data out there. It's just the source not my problem. Yeah, it's a numbers, you want to come on up? No, that wasn't my question. I wasn't trying to make it a combo. I was just like, I was just trying to say, like, are you like, are you anti-genocide for Israel, or are you like anti-genocide? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have a question, so. just tell you, like, explain to other Zionists, like pro-Zionists, that, like, Israel is funding Hamas, the government, etc. So I talked to these Nigerians or, like, some, like, Africans where they have, like, Muslim terrorists, like Boko Haram, and they have this, like, negative depiction, because they're like, well, you know what they do to us, so maybe we're on Israel's team. I'm like, and I get really angry with them, because I'm like, it's not all a religion.
Having the conversations with children. So you have to wait. So you're talking about most obviously it's very just the way we like to try to show you have a conversation with children. You can continue afterward. Chicky, you were saying something to Amos?
Oh, no, I'm good.
That's what Chucky's working with. He's very tired.
Yeah, I work at McDonald's. Yes. I'm very skinny. Yes.
Do you have it in writing? Where's the money? Are you gonna ask the charge him shekels, Chucky?
I'll come back midnight.
Where's the shekels? Amos, I want the money, man. I'm his manager. I need money. I become Jew when it comes out to money.
You know, Grandma Amos, we must coexist and stay home.
Lots of Charlie, if you want to come on up. Anybody want to come on up? People come on up. Almost, if they did come, I'll come after I make like a deal. So, if they have a deal, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday solution, maybe then I'll come. Otherwise, I come before that. They'll recognize my voice and I won't be able to come back because they hate my guts. You know, I have some ideas they come into.
But didn't they do the one-state solution multiple times and we're right now?
Because AC is not genocide maniac, she's pro-Palestine. He supports, she's anti-genocide. You support genocide. That's the problem. You see the problem? Okay, AC, please speak. Amos, before you go, Shuki wants to play a song. Listen to the song, okay?
This is Shuki said he's putting the remix version of that to the idea. Are you okay with that? Yeah, but you like the remix version? Shuki said I'm gonna play the remix version. How many babies have you killed? The last thing, how many babies have you killed?
You're just lying and lying and lying to yourself, to the moon. And they want to believe in your lies, so they can believe your lies and lies again and again, lying to everybody. You convince yourself you're.
I feel like that everybody in Israel right now, they're crying and saying they don't want this war. Because you see those videos, the members of the opposition party, they say they don't want it. They are saying it's free, man.
Listen,
Haman is Haman.
I'll go my room at night and see what I write on the title.
Why are they crying about, they want this Israel? Yeah, they picked up the scene next week. I love the respect and respect.
You're so innocent people, you don't see how
Nobody living in Israel is innocent like Egypt. Nobody living in Israel is innocent.
all things should be said is this way.
Yeah, every fucking have you seen those silent videos or the funny videos?
You're so stupid.
It is because what you're doing now, like something is happening in this world, the Indian region, because they are creating ruckus in that way.
The Sunnis?
No, the Israelis, that
Oh, wow. Almost you have to leave India alone, man. What are you doing messing with India? Yeah.
yeah, we are not living on them out of
You like Indian women? You like Indian women? You like Modi supporter women? Only he loves the Sunni women, Charlie. No, you love the Sunni women. You know the women that like you, they love Israel. Those women, you love them, right? Tell us.
what can you say?
They're supporting Palestinian blindness without listening to the other side. There's no blind to the other side. The other side will be blind to you. We need to be more than it's going in quickside, not only. And at least in Clubhouse, I was trying to make coexistence. They're the people to come to my room and try to. It's true that they don't succeed. It's true. Also, maybe not succeed with this hostages. Also, there is a war in a lot of Palestine. Also, there is a war in the hostages is still down there. Children is treating very badly.
These idiots are trying to get up 50 hostages from the last 2 years. These motherfuckers cannot do it. Imagine. 50 hostages, and they have killed like 50 I guess it's not about my face, but mostly
Look
about my
in the
tone.
mirror, ask
Better
your
than
question,
any
Anthony.
Yeah, better than any Israeli ever.
Did you see your face?
Better than any Israeli ever.
Did you see your face in the mirror this
Better than any fucking Israeli ever.
Did you see your face in the mirror
Yeah,
this
that's what I told you, you dumb fuck.
What do you see when you look in the mirror? What do you see?
I see a resistant fighter who wants to kill Netanyahu.
Resistant fighter who want to kill Netanyahu. You see it where in India? Where are you sitting?
I don't even care where I sit.
Where are you sitting? Where are you from, you bloody stupid? Where are you from? You know, when the Israeli want to kill Israel Sinwar, they send an airplane to kill Israel Sinwar, no problem, they do it quite easy. But if you want to kill Bibi Netanyahu, it will be much more difficult for you.
I don't know, he died his own death, man, and some dogs will eat him, I hope, inshallah.
More you want Bibi Netanyahu to kill, more Bibi Netanyahu will want to kill you back. You don't think it's equal, you don't think
No, it's not.
It's not. So you want to get up in the morning and think how to kill Bibi Netanyahu.
Why did Netanyahu kill Abdi?
You sit in India, you sit, I don't know where are you sitting, and you just think how to kill Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, I have the dream, man. It's my dream, so what the fuck would you do? It's my dream.
I think Bibi Netanyahu is awful. It's very awful to his people.
Every fucking person living in Israel is
But
awful.
if you
Every fucking person living in Israel is awful.
If you compare it from any Arab leader,
yeah, I have to.
You can't give me one
I want to kill the Arab leaders as well. You motherfucker, are you dumb? I want to kill the other leaders as well. Arab leaders, sorry. I want to kill them as well.
Okay, come to my room. We can make coexistence, me and you together. Come to my room.
He wants to bring the killer. This guy doesn't get no shit. Amos, you're a killer and you want to bring another killer. What the fuck, bro? This guy is seriously a god dude, man. For real. For real. Amos, I think what you need to do is what I was gonna say was Shalomi is here, Amos. You said Shalomi ended the room. You see Shalomi, why you end Amos' room? It's not a good thing. You ended his room. You ended his career. Amos' career is done. He doesn't have anything else to do. He can't make any more money from Clubhouse. Amos, your business is closed now. You have to file bankruptcy.
You know why my business will never be closed? Because that's what the people are looking after. All the fucking bastards like Shlomi want to close my door. They can close one eye. But they don't see, 1 meter in the future they're not looking. What will happen tomorrow?
And he was crying for the he was crying for the green bean. Green bean. Give him the green bean. Green bean.
But they say you've been in my room and you don't have with it.
No, you told me that yesterday. You told me.
Yes, I told you yesterday.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you told me yesterday. I'm like, Shalomi is here. We need to call him out.
You want to listen to Amos now? Listen, give me 1 minute for talking, and I'll tell you how stupid Shlomi is. I gave him a mod when? When I gave him a mod? My room was filled, 30, 40 people. I want to close the door, and I feel not nice to close the room when there is so many in the room. And I wanted to sleep. And I knew that Shlomi will finish the room. I knew it. That's why I gave him the mod. You stupid. Exactly why I gave Shlomi the mod, to prove him what the bloody bastard he is.
But it makes you stupid, Amos. I hope you.
You think it makes me stupid.
I'm listening
Listen to Amos. Amos is the most clever person in Clubhouse.
I've never seen more than 3 people, more than 3
One
people.
person was more clever than Amos. One person.
भाई मैंने इसके रूम में सिर्फ 3 से 6 लोग उससे ज्यादा कोई नहीं
No, Chazi, he had a big room. He had 40 people in there, brother. Sometimes the room gets big.
Oh, I missed it, man. I must have
What
missed
you
it.
understand that more you go against me, more people will support me. People like Chucky, people like Lily,
Black Rabbi.
even Chucky can come to my room and speak. Even Shlomi can come to my room. All my enemies can come to my room. That's what makes me so strong. The people, not stupid pastors like Amir, who dictator only Hamasnik can speak here only. Only the Palestinian side can be listened in this room. Yeah, Hamasnik, every second person, or maybe everyone here is.
Why don't you open a room right now, man? I want to come there. I want to see what is happening.
Come and unite. Everybody can speak freely, fighting, arguments, cursing. That's what people like in the virtual life. People
Will you let me chant death to the idea in your room?
What do you say? I don't understand.
Death to the idea, something like that. What Tokyo is doing.
Death to the IDF. What is this? What do you want to say by get the IDF?
Kill them all, man. Everybody. Indiscriminately.
Let's kill the IDF. That's what you want to say.
Yeah, why not?
That's what you want. That you come. Okay, come to my room.
Everybody now without seeing who it is.
If I give Chucky to sing Amos Ben Zana, so you can come and sing this song. As much as you want, I give you the stage. You know, till the limit, yeah. You cannot interfere on the room, but you can come and say this to the IDF in my room. Yes, you can say it in my room, no problem.
Very good. Thank you, Amos. Thank you.
I will send Chucky on you, and then you have to hear what Chucky will respond to what you are saying.
What did I say?
You know that you, as a Muslim, you have a very small mind. You only think right now, you know. I think this to the IDF, and there will be this to the IDF. Right now, the IDF inside us are controlling 65%.
The IDF is not inside. None of those motherfuckers are cowards.
No,
territorial warfare. Everybody knows that.
Don't think about the
Everybody knows that you cannot do a territorial warfare. It's not your forte, man. You can just bomb them and whatnot. You cannot do it. Every time you've gone inside, you know how you motherfuckers have been killed. So, don't do that. You are cowards, bunch of pussies. Everybody knows that.
He called you pussy, and you're gonna take it? Are you gonna take it like that?
You know a little bit history, a little bit. What's happened after every time terrorists, Hamas, Arab killing Israelis? How much they suffer? How much they pay for every Israeli they kill from 48 till today?
I think it is Hamas. I think it's the Israeli government paying Hamas to help it. Don't you think so? I guess it's the Israeli government doing it.
Amos, Israeli women, they love Hamas. You know what happened to one of the women, Amos? She came out of the captivity and she left her husband. And you know, she became pregnant after 7 months. You think it was Hamas' baby?
And
I don't know.
It was in the news. It was in the news, Amos.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it was one hostage. She was locked up. She was under Hamas captivity. And when she came out, she left her husband. She divorced her husband. She already had 2 kids or 1 kid. And like 6 months later, she was pregnant. Do you think that maybe it was Hamas's baby?
Theoretically, it's possible. I haven't heard about it.
You think the Jewish women, they love Arab men?
Theoretically. In the theory, it might be.
But they love Arab men, right? The Jewish women?
I said theory, but I'm not of them, of course, like the hostages, maybe
Summers, what do you think about them bombing the water thing in Gaza? They think it's and then they say it's a mistake.
It has been experienced. As we call the players, it might be a mistake.
Yeah, isn't it?
With kid or water or electricity, yes, it's happened in the world and it kills. It's happened. Yes.
It happens in the war. Okay? That's because it happens in the war. It's so easy for you to say that because they are not Jewish people, they are not Israeli children. 6 children were collecting water. And actually who are standing in queue to collect water were hit by a bomb, by an airstrike. Who kills innocent civilians by an airstrike? What is the need for an airstrike? Why are Israeli warplanes still flying over Gaza? They are unarmed people. You might as well kill them one by one when they come and collect water from you. Why do you have to send an air missile? That's because America gives you free bombs to kill. You don't have to pay for them. That's why you send fighter jets to kill literally children, man. It looks like Israeli bastards don't have children. It looks like you people don't. I mean, you consider you as human would be the biggest mistake of humanity. And Amos, you come here and defend everything that Israel does. You keep praising the idea. You keep saying that it's a mistake. In wars it happens. Yes, in wars it happens. So I think Hamas should simply go ahead and do whatever they have to do in the hostages. October 7 was also a war. Why don't you just accept that and move on? What's wrong with you guys? Can't you just let those children be alive? You have stolen enough, man. You disgusting pieces of shit that God produced. Probably God said, you are the chosen skunks, and you mistook it to believe that you are the chosen children. You know, every day we open the news, the first news, I wish I can unsee all these news, just get out of Clubhouse as well, and live somewhere in the mountain. But bloody me, I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I keep coming back, I keep reading the news, I keep watching the TV, I keep going into the social media, and every day there's a horror. There's some violent attack on civilians. Children, I honestly don't understand why you have to target children. I simply don't understand it. People like you come here and defend and just to placate us. You say, I also don't agree with Netanyahu. Netanyahu is evil. No, every Israeli is evil. Every Israeli. There are no good Israelis today. Okay, there may be a few who are protesting against the war, but they are protesting not because they love Palestinians. That's because they want to get the hostages out. This is the reality. 82% of your people want Gaza to be ethnically cleansed of the Palestinians. This is the reality. Where do you think, Amos, is there a time in the future when the Israelis will become a little bit of, a bit of humanity will come into them? Will you become human anytime in future? Is there a possibility? Why don't you look up your scriptures? Go back and read your scriptures and let me know if that is also written there. When God wrote 3,000 years ago, whatever he wrote for you, why don't you see if he has also written that from this day onwards you ought to become humans? Who kills children who are standing in a queue with dirty bottles in hand so that they can get some water?
The same story again and again.
That's because the same thing you are doing again and again. That's why we talk about the same story. Every story is the same. Okay? That's because you do the same every time.
Mexico, any Israeli. I do not even go into and check whether it is a good Israeli or a bad Israeli. There is no such thing called a good Israeli anymore. Assholes.
Except we represent most of the world. Except we represent most of the world. And we represent your that's we represent.
That's a fact. I said conversation with me 59% of the time you talk, 50% of the time you listen. If you don't do it, so all the conversation you talk, dialogue with yourself and answer for yourself. So this is what I am doing because I have every day I am trying to go, but he did not make me a Jew. Every day. There has not been a single day when I have realized that being a Muslim has been so, to be honest with you, I never realized the importance of being a Muslim until now. Now I realize, after seeing what you people are capable of doing, I realized that God has been kind to me. He did not make me a Jew. Six of them were children. Six children and 4 adults. We are talking about that. So you don't know. You don't know. You
speech. You speak and I give you back.
No, I never attack religion.
What
I
did you
attack
say now?
people like you, Amos.
Jewish, and you
Sure.
hate on the Israelis, those Israelians. Those, what did you do right now? You change your words every second. You change your words.
Is Zionism equal to Judaism?
No.
No. Let Amos reply. Is Judaism and Zionism one and the same?
Listen, I'll answer you.
No, I'm asking. Amos, yes or no?
No. If you ask, you keep yourself in mute and listen. You keep yourself in mute and listen. You don't know to listen to us. You want to ask and you want to answer. Yes, answer.
It's a yes or no question.
There is no yes or no question. You ask me a question, you mute yourself, and you let me 50% of the time you speak to answer. 50% I want, not all the time you speak.
Okay, go ahead.
You say Jewish and Zionism are the same, so I'll let you know. I'll let you my answer. The Jewish are religious. All my family are Jewish religious, including we're Zionist as a fact that we born in Israel, whether we like or we don't like. Zionist movement is Zion. Zion is Israel. Is people who born or want to run to Israel. That's the difference between religious Jewish and Zionist, which can be atheists like me, not religious. But they cut my dick while I was 8 days old. They didn't ask me if I want or not want. I become Jewish. The same as the Muslims. But when you shut your mouth, but when you attack all the Israelis killing babies, I'll tell you the first sentence when I met Amir. When I met Amir, he always
how many Israeli babies have been killed? How many Israeli babies?
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. I told Amir one of my first sentences, and Amir repeated it again and again and again. Amos want to kill 20,000 babies. Amos want to kill 20,000 babies. All the time. And I'll tell you, if I have the opportunity to release my 50 hostages and kill 20,000 babies, I will do it tonight. Not tomorrow, tonight I will do it.
Just get the fuck out of that land, bro.
If you want to speak about everything, not only the children get killed or one woman get pregnant because she was a hostage, and what the proudness that the Hamas raped her. What the big deal? To make a woman pregnant while she's an hostage. Of course the husband will leave her.
Go back to Yemen.
But you take a story, a little one story, and you make it a big. You don't talk about the other side, about the Israelis.
There is nothing
what happened to them in the 7th of October. You don't speak, you don't mention what they did. And there are movies.
I'm giving you 30 more seconds. I'm on 30 more seconds.
Of the Nukhba, they took movies. You said always, Google it. The movies, what they did in the 7th of October.
They did nothing, man. They did nothing. As compared to what you guys are doing, they did nothing.
People.
Okay, 10 more seconds. Amos, 10 more seconds.
I finish, even not one more.
Okay, here's the point, Amos. You said to record the Israelis, to record the Jewish people, you will be willing to kill 20,000 children. The difference between you and me is this. If my family was taken hostage, and if I had to kill children to get the hostages back, I would not kill the children. I would rather sacrifice my family than killing children who are by nature innocent. That's the difference between you and me. Then the second point, I am talking about Israelis. I am not talking about Jews. When criticize Israel and Israelis, it also involves, because Israel is not just about Jews. Israel has a population of 2 million Arabs, the real owners of that land. 2 million Arabs, Druze, Bedouins, atheists, and Christians. Okay? Jewish population is only about 70%. 30% is non-Jews. So I'm criticizing every Israeli that lives in Israel, every adult Israeli that lives in Israel. And I'm not pointing towards any religion. If you want to make it about Jewish religion, that's your problem, not mine. So I'm not going to engage with this BS anymore with you, because we know where you stand. You just justified killing 20,000 children to rescue your hostages. Then Steinhardt wanted to say something. Go ahead, Steinhardt.
I can say a lot of things, but I give it, of course.
Fazwi, I was looking at what Boko Haram is doing, and you know who is funding Boko Haram? It's the Mossad. Mossad is funding Boko Haram. Come on. What are you guys doing, man? Why are you funding an Islamic organization? And why are you supplying them drones and all? It doesn't make any sense, man. It's the same with the ISIS. These people are funding them.
Charlie, Boko Haram, I think it's in Nigeria. And
Yes, bro.
if I'm not mistaken, if they can control those lands, they can control the water of Nile. And if they can control the water of Nile, if they can control Egypt. These motherfuckers have a lot of land.
If you just count how many Muslims there are surrounded a little piece of land of Israel that there was nothing. It was not never belonged to the Palestinian. It was the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire, the British Empire. It was never Palestine belonged to the Palestinians.
Oh, biblical bullshit.
And the UN decided this piece of land will be for Israel. And if you learn history, more you kill the Israelis, more they kill you, more power the Israelis have been. They've been so strong today. So strong. The Americans are trying to go bomb Iranian. The Israelis go and bomb Iranian. I don't agree with this
What the fuck are white European motherfuckers
all
doing?
the world, if you agree or not agree, all the world, the Western world, the clever, not Muslims like you, yes? All the clever world support the attacking in Iran. The Iranians like the attack in Iran. They want the Israelis to come and release the poor people.
No, they don't. They don't.
No, we don't.
Don't lie.
Don't come to our country. We don't want you.
Genghis Khan was so strong.
Steinhardt, you wanted to speak. Wayfan, can I let Steinhardt speak? I think he doesn't want to speak. He probably prefers to write in the chats. Okay, go ahead, Wayfan.
Genghis Khan was so strong. Hitler was so strong. He went around killed everybody else. There is no crowd to be barbaric. There is no crowd to kill innocent children. You know who does that? Animals. When they give them gun, they go around kill innocent people and feel good about it.
No, with animals. The Hamas are animals that they are hiding behind those children. They are animals.
Hamas is a militia. Israel is a government, United Nations. There's a difference between a militia and a government.
People who kidnapped women, who kidnapped old people from the dead. They are animals. Animals. That's what they are.
Oh, are you talking about the idea?
You are killing children. Hamas, you are just there. Let's assume hypothetically, just for the sake of hypothesis, that they are so what? So what? Now you are children else from everybody. Are you justifying that?
I'm thinking about what the truth is that you do. Look at that 6 children about to kill them. You said that in Israel, the army, and I didn't stay. I even didn't tell about this. I even didn't hear about a lot of stories that you made in the book, a lot of lies that I never tell them. But that's what you say. I'm just taking the information from you. But here you give them people 6 of them about you. And I say, in a chaos, in a war, yes, it's a mistake. You will not find one who get murdered by IDF. But you try to represent the IDF as killers, as coming to kill children and women. You are lying, lying, and lying. I am the IDF. I served all my life in the IDF. My children serving today in the IDF. You don't tell me what is the IDF. The IDF is the Israeli Defense Forces. Defense Forces. When I don't agree with Bentley and Smotrich and what they're doing and what they want to do and what they believe to settle in Gaza, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with Bibi Netanyahu that his court is come as an excuse not to release the hostages, to keep on the war. It's good for Bibi Netanyahu and it's good for the Hamas. Amos, giving you 30 seconds to complete and then I answer. Then you say, they said not said, I even voted one, I finished. Okay, thank you. So now I understand when you said you were willing to kill 20,000 children to rescue hostages. I was wondering how can you say that? Now that you said that you served in the IDF, I totally understand. Because the IDF is the only terrorist organization that works in the name of an army. It calls itself a military, but it's basically a terrorist organization where when you are young, when you enlist in the army, you are trained to kill children. You are told that it's okay to kill children. That's what your yeshivas do. The military yeshivas in Israel, it's spread all over Israel, where all the... Don't forget, you can take the 50% of your life. 50% of your time. Yeah. The yeshivas basically teach Israelis that when they join the army, they tell them that when it comes to your life and their life, it's okay to kill children. This is what yeshivas teach the Israelis. And these yeshivas, correct me if I'm wrong when you're speaking, I was... You're not wrong, you're lying. You're not wrong. You're just lying. I'm coming to that. Let me complete everything. These yeshivas are funded by the government, okay? And these yeshivas teach children to hate Palestinians. It's a fact. I can share many articles on this. Israeli media has published these articles. There's a magazine online magazine called Jewish Parents. It routinely covers these incidents in the yeshivas. Okay, when they say that Jewish children are superior to Palestinian children. There's a lot of articles, I don't think. You want it that I prove you what a liar you are. What minute I need to prove you what a liar you are? Yeshivas don't go to the military, you stupid dummy. It's an inside problem of Israel about those people in the yeshivas who don't go to the military. How many lies you can say in so short time?
He's not lying. You know why? I'm Palestinian, and let me tell you about my father
So I threw him out of the room. So basically, I want you to look up Hester and Machinot yeshivas in Israel and what they do to the Israeli people. I mean, to the military recruits who joined the IDF. Go and look them up and come back and argue with me. If I am wrong, I will apologize to you. If you find what I said is truth, you have to apologize. And Laila, thank you for sharing all that information. I want you to bring your friends, Jewish friends, who have realized the truth to this app, to Amir's room, so that we can also learn a little bit from them. You want to speak, Laila? Go ahead.
I would be more than happy to, Fayaz. I would be more than happy to. Amos, I want to ask you a question. In the recent 2 months, the IDF soldiers have been turning their face away from the cameras to take their identification photos for their IDs. Now, if you believe, and if the IDF believes that what they are doing is, out of their retrospective, Jewish right, and that what they are doing to Gazans, to Palestinians, to people in Palestine is correct, then why are they hiding their faces from their identification cards? So that they don't get doxxed? So that they don't get recognized for the atrocities that they commit? So that they don't have to show themselves in front of international law that they are committing a genocide? Why are they turning their face away from their identification cards? Explain that to me.
Okay, you put a lot of blame, and I will try one by one. First, we ask, you make one big salad between the Mechinot and the yeshivas, and those who are in the military, who are not in the military. So let me teach you. Let little Amos bus driver teach you one simple thing. Mechinot is making ready the children to the military. They are the best yeshivas who are going to the military. When you talk about Mechina is making ready the translating of Mechina, making ready the yeshivas children to the military. And most of them are religious, but not all, by the way. But most of them are yeshivas religious. They are the best of the yeshivas who get military, who are involved with the Israeli society. And you make one big salad with the yeshivas who don't go to the military, which show they are against the IDF, they're against the Israel state, they're against the burning flags. And you know nothing about those people. Believe me, as much as I know, I even don't know enough. But for sure, I know better than you. What is the yeshivas? Don't you come and tell Amos what they teach and what they don't. That's for you.
Amos, Fayaz is not Amos.
Laila, I want to answer you.
One second. Let me clarify something. Fayaz is not saying that he's not telling you what they are teaching. Okay? He's saying that what they are teaching is wrong. You know what they are teaching. What he's saying is that what they are teaching is wrong. Do you think that it is correct for these yeshivas to teach Jewish children that it is okay to grow up and murder Palestinians? That is what Fayaz is saying.
Did we talk in the past that we know each other?
No, I don't know. Trust me, I remember every Zionist I come across.
So me and you, we never cross. For me, you are like Tobias, Sumud, and Amir, intelligent Muslim born in America, born wherever. You're my enemy, but you're intelligent.
Okay.
I can hear. Shut your mouth.
Don't tell me to shut my mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Don't tell me to shut my mouth.
Shut your mouth.
No, that's the thing.
Amos, you gotta stop disrespecting women. Come on, Amos.
I want to show you how much.
We're not in Israel. I know in Israel they disrespect women all the time. Amos, calm down. We're not in the Knesset. In the Knesset, there's a survey. More than 82% of the women get treated like shit.
Listen, Amos, I'm not a Palestinian in Palestine. I'm Palestinian in America, okay? I'll beat your ass right here, okay?
And you don't give me to answer.
Bunch of Layla, bunch it.
It's a little.
Why Allah, bro? Let this guy come in front of me, bro.
That's what it is. It's a normal behavior. Go on, Amos.
It's the first time I see you, I met you, and I like you like that. I like you the same as I like Fiaz, the same as I like Amir.
Nah, I don't like you, Amos. You don't like me. No.
I do like Amir.
Nah, you don't like me.
You know what? I want to pay money to come to my room.
Where's the shekels? I need shekels.
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking to Laila.
You shut your mouth.
Laila,
You know what's crazy? Amir, you know what's crazy? I've never heard of prostitution houses until Israel started taking over Palestinian land.
Okay.
You know, and I'm telling you, I think your wife, and your children, right, are being prostituted right now. Okay, the way that you talk to me, that's the kind of vibe that I get from you.
Okay, Laila and Nargis, listen.
I open the room.
Okay, listen, Amos.
Every night it would.
Amos, I have now shared the name of 4 schools.
I will finish my words. I didn't take 50%.
Yeah, I'm giving you the time.
You don't listen to me. You
Listen.
go and read your article.
I have to go before the
You
Nagano to
don't
say
give me
something.
response.
I have written.
He's not listening at all.
I have written the names of 4 extreme yeshivas in Israel that have been called out the Israeli media. That's how I know they are the most extreme and Israeli media, especially
I take a response to you. You go and read articles. You don't
listen to
Yeah, he's reading articles.
listen to me, and you expect me to listen to you.
I'm telling the audience now.
I don't want to
Four yeshivas.
come to my room.
Amos, there are 4 groups of yeshivas in Israel. I've just written their names in the chat. And these are schools that are set up in different parts of Israel, including in the Palestinian occupied territories. Okay, one is Binai David, Bracha Yeshiva Hakotel, and Yeshiva Har Etzion. Israeli media like the Haaretz and also Whitenet, they have called out these yeshivas. They say that it is in such yeshivas that Israeli children who join the army, they are being brainwashed into hating Palestinians and Arabs. And they have called for the government to take action against these yeshivas. I've given you the presentation.
How many lies have you done? You didn't transmit it anywhere.
This is your own media, Amos. You're not listening.
He's a liar. Nobody teaching him to children to hate Muslims. It's a lie. The fucking liar.
So you're trying to say that you're
You can't find it in the Israeli media that you teach in the yeshivas children to hate Muslims. That's a lie.
So Amos, why don't the Jews take Muslims if nobody teach them? Just they got to that conclusion on their own.
What would you do if I come and make you wife and murder your sister? What would you? You hate me? You like me? What?
No, I'm
What
just
do you
serious.
expect from them after the 7th of October?
Amos. B'Tselem says they've been doing it to the Palestinian prisoners. B'Tselem is Israeli source. You know B'Tselem? B'Tselem said it. The fucking Times of Israel said it. They've shot the fucking pole up a Palestinian's asshole. Did you see that? You didn't see the video. Did we put the video? Did we back tell you the video?
No, the time is
Amos.
I support B'Tselem. I support the brothers of B'Tselem. I support the youth of Islamic.
Love. Listen,
West
let
Side
me
in
speak.
25 years. Now Israel. Fuck Israel. If
You
Zionist origin.
love to talk. love to talk about October 7th. Zionists love to talk about October 7th. What about the
This is Hamas.
I love you, Nasa. I love you, Philistine. I love you, Philistine.
I'm a Nukhba. Say, I'm a Nukhba. Say, I'm a Nukhba.
Why is his voice so
Amos, you're a pig. Amos, you're a pig. You're a sewer. You're a pig.
Amos, you love to talk. Amos, deal with me, okay? I'm Palestinian. Deal with me for a second, okay? You love. Listen, let me talk.
I want to tell you how much I like you, but you didn't want to listen.
Let me talk.
It's like nails on a chalkboard.
I like you when I want you to come to my room.
Please allow Layla to speak, Amos. We need to coexist. We need to coexist only on Clubhouse. We need to coexist only on Clubhouse.
Amir is trying to occupy me on Clubhouse.
I know he's occupying my room, Amos. Amos, stop stealing the microphone.
And they don't know and you know how to speak
Amos, please allow Layla to speak. Please, for the sake of your atheist God, please.
If you were in the room, you know how much I listen to Layla. And how much I like to even that I don't agree that one. I like the way you speak.
Amos, nobody is listening to you because you're speaking from your ass unlike others.
It sounds like nails on a chalkboard, bro. Holy shit, his voice is horrible.
Almost look, as a Zionist, you love to talk about October 7th. But what about the past almost 80 years of occupation? Do you not remember the first Intifada? You used the first Intifada as justification to colonize Palestinians. You used the second Intifada as a way to justify colonization against Palestinians. So now,
Amos, let her speak, Amos, let her speak, Amos, let her speak, come on.
You're born in America, you know nothing.
Listen, I might be born in America, but every single day of my life, I fight to return back to Palestine, okay? I might be born in America, but every single day I fight to return back to Palestine, okay? My roots are in Palestine. My dad was expelled. He had to no,
we don't care about your room. We don't care about your room. Stop grooming people from my room. Stop grooming people from my room.
My room, coexistence. I am saying that coexistence in Clubhouse, not in the real life, in Clubhouse. That me and you, Layla, can
not you and her. No, please be careful, Layla. You slide into the DMs and say disgusting stuff. He said the disgusting stuff.
Mute me and I got response.
I'm not muting you. Mute up yourself. Mute up. Let Layla speak. Let her speak. Amos. Amos, أنت مخمال في. You got no fucking brain. You're killing my brain cells, Amos. Come on.
When you're cursing in Arab, kusummak and kusochtok.
I didn't say kusummak. I said أنت مخمال في. I said you don't have fucking brain.
Amir, how do you put up with this voice, bro? How?
Brother, we put up with everybody the whole day, every day. It's a whole day routine, you know. Amos speaks. Layla needs to speak. Go on, Layla.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, like, I know that he's used to silencing Palestinian voices. That's nothing new for him. But what I was trying to say is that Zionists love to argue. Okay, like on my university, I was president of my SJP. I dealt with Zionists all the time. And the number one thing that Zionists will use to justify genocide against Palestinians is October 7th. This is the tactic that they have used for years and years and years, for decades, okay? They used the first Intifada as a way to justify colonization against Palestinians.
Let her finish and give the mic afterwards, Amos.
In 73,
Amos, let her speak. Come on, I give you the mic afterwards.
Even that you're a liar, because afterwards you give the mic to Fiaz. And after this, there come another Muslim.
No. Fiaz is not here right now.
It's also
Muslim. You atheist. Be quiet.
They use the first intifada as a way to expel, and these are just the numbers that we have, okay? The number could be the number could be way more. This is just the documented numbers that we have. 10,000 Palestinians, they use the first intifada as a way to justify colonization against 10,000 Palestinians in the West Bank. The second intifada, they use it as an excuse to justify the conquest and colonization of Masjid al-Aqsa. Now, the third intifada, which is what we call what happened October 7th, they're using to justify the genocide against Palestinians. You use this over and over again. October 7th is not just your only excuse. Zionists have been using this for decades as a way to justify colonization and oppression against Palestinians. This is nothing new. So, almost pick what you want to use. You want to justify genocide against Palestinians? You want to say it's only after October 7th? That's not true. Because no matter any time that we retaliate, no matter any time we create a revolution, you're going to use it every single time as a way to justify oppression against my people. Okay? So pick and choose your battle. Which time period, which revolution starter do you want to use to justify quote unquote oppression against my people? Is it going to be October 7th? Is it going to be the first or second intifada? What is it going to be? Know your history. The issue is you people don't even know your history. Whereas Palestinians, we know our roots all the way back to the Ottoman Empire. We know exactly what tribe. We know exactly where we come from. We can trace our lineage 7 to 8 gravestones. If I go back to Gaza, if I go back to Gaza, I know exactly where each and every single one of my grandfathers is buried. What kind of lineage do you have like that? You don't know your history. You don't even know where you come from. I swear to God, if I did a DNA test on you today, you would say that you're freaking 50% Polish and 50% Swedish. You don't know where you come from. You don't know your history. And that's the biggest issue with Zionists. That's the biggest weak point. They don't know their history. They don't know how to use history to justify oppression.
You speak,
Okay, so let's go on. It's your turn now. Go on now.
Listen, Laila, as I told you, I want to be equal. And I'm not too equal in this war, but I will try to answer you. You learn, you stick in the university, you get 100% good in exams, you bring good numbers, you think you're educated, so you know better than others. All this history, I live it. I'm 66 years old, everybody knows everything about me. I live the intifada on my skin, on my body. I go to Gaza in the first and in the second. By the way, in the second intifada, they were mistaken and go to Europe and run away from the army. I didn't want to do the army. And when I come back, I volunteered to be in the army. I didn't want it because I saw the suffering of your people. But if you talk about it, you have to know who is Amos. Amos is more experienced than anyone in the room. You little children, I'm sure that you are 20, 30, I don't know how old are you, and what experience. Usually when I start a conversation with somebody, my first question is, who are you? And it's very simple. Where are you from? Not your mouth! your families your place. Also, Laila, you blame the Israelis, but you by yourself, you don't put your face like that.
Who cares about the face almost? Answer the goddamn question.
I don't put my face. Almost. You know why I don't put my face?
Yes.
Because 3 of my friends have been arrested on their university campuses for protesting against Palestine, and 2 of them are now dogs up.
You mean against Israel, right, Taylor?
Against Israel, and 2 of them have been dogs, and they cannot get any jobs. So I choose to hide my face on this map, so that I don't get doxxed by your community.
What they are doing is they are violent, protesting, they are violent people.
Okay, that's a debate. That's a debate for another time.
Trucks, and they put their notes on the roads, and that's why they arrested them.
Can I answer the question? Grandpa, that question, the 67.
Can you answer my question almost?
Coming to the answer. Yes, coming. Hey, almost.
Well, calm down, Zay. Calm down. Oh, we're not talking about
The member, the idea
weapons to ISIS, right? The ISIS members are stealing fucking aid from the Palestinians, selling it in the black market for triple the price. You have a terrorist in the Knesset. Can you say almost from the bottom of your heart that Netanyahu is a terrorist? I know you were anti-Netanyahu. Can you say that Netanyahu is a terrorist almost? Pick up the phone and crickets. Including almost everybody's terrorists as well. Can you say that Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, Smotrich, you had Chabachinsky, Theodore Herzl, Ben Gurion, Eliezer Ben Yehuda, they're all motherfucking terrorists. Can you say that? No, I want you to say terrorist. I say terrorist, you say terrorist as well. Why not? Why not? He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Netanyahu's a terrorist. He is killing on purpose, the terrorist. Yeah, no more. He's killing on purpose. You agree to bring your brother on the side. Your brother might be better. Bring your brother. Is your brother evil? Yeah, I use clean language with your brother. Can you bring brother? Your brother? No, let me talk to your brother, Amos. Yeah, no, I speak English. You speak English? Can I talk to your brother? He's married to a Palestinian? He has an Israeli passport? His Israeli passport? Disabled kids? He wants everything one state, right? Almost. One state, not two state. No, your brother. I said my brother go and live in the Arab villages. I know, but your brother say one state, two state. Okay, bring your brother on the phone. Where's your brother? He was the only one. Yeah, later it was a bit stupid. You know, they came
stupid Muslim. She's a clever Muslim.
Hey, you stupid Jew.
There you go. Here's your answer. You're stupid. You're my enemy, but you're educated. That's why I like
but don't call them stupid, okay? If you come for my people, I'm gonna come for you.
Your people are stupid because I'm Muslim.
No, well, I've never met a Zionist. Dude, I've never met a Zionist as stupid as you, okay? So, honestly, you're like the least of, like, the people I have to compete with.
Laila, you come to my room tonight?
No, that's disgusting. That sounds so wrong.
I have a conversation with you, Laila. You're educated and I like you. Your English sounds to me as a woman who gets educated since she was very. But you drink milk coffee, you hate me. It's okay, I understand.
I put the link in the chat. Download the PDF file, guys.
I have an old telephone, I can't open those links.
Okay, Amos has got a book. It's very famous. You should download it, okay? And you gotta stop saying stupid Muslim. Do you know how many Jew haters they're not Muslim, they're not Christian on Twitter? Do you know what they say? Do you know what the elbow just tweeted? You want me to listen?
You know how I call the Israelis when I'm in the Israeli room? You know how I call them? I call them Kanis. You know what is a Kanis means?
Yeah, it's the guy's a terrorist.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of terrorist. I call them more awful than stupid Muslim. So,
you gotta stop with that.
Muslim, for you, it's a good word that I'm
No, it's not a good word. Amos, do you know what the Elmo tweeted? Let me read it out to you. The Elmo, somebody hacked the Elmo's account on Twitter. It said, kill all Jews, release the files, real Donald Trump, child fucker. Number 3, all Jews should die, fuck Jews. Donald Trump is a Netanyahu's puppet because he's in Palestinian files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. This was hacked. This account was hacked by some idiot. And he tweeted on Twitter about the Jews. You know, so all I'm saying to you, you have to, the people like me, they don't hate the Jews. They have a problem with this whole Zionism. You see what I'm saying, Amos?
Yeah, also, when you say Zionism, you're including me. You say all of the Zionism are like this person you're talking about.
Are you not an animal?
I'm an animal. What am I doing?
You want to kill 20,000 babies, right? You told me you wanted 20,000 Gaza babies to save 20 hostages. That's a fucking terrorist shit.
You said that?
Yeah, I almost said it all the time.
I said it all the time.
This is why I need to complain to your brother. Your brother needs to tell you something. You're an idiot.
You can tell me I'm an idiot and I can't tell you that you're stupid.
No, I need to tell your brother needs to put you in bad. Your brother sounds like a propelli.
What is the difference between...
Because he's your family. You listen to your family more than you listen to me. I'm not your family.
What's the difference between stupid and idiot? What's the difference?
Stupidity is not a crime in Israel, so check.
You say that I'm an idiot, and I said that Muslims are stupid. What?
You're dumbass.
I'm dumbass.
You're a terrorist as well. I'm also a terrorist.
I have no equal rights in your room. In my room, everybody have equal
rights. I give you equal rights. You always cry like a little baby.
You're so boring. Come to my room with me and you will be equal, then I'll teach you. And when we argument, we have 200 people in the room. That's my dream. Come to my room.
Fuck your room, man. Go fuck your room.
Come to my room. Coexistence.
You want to coexist on this fucking app, but you don't want to coexist in real life. This is a big problem. You're only a cloud chaser almost.
Because here I'm only in the clubhouse. I can't in the real life.
Why can't you allow the Palestinians inside Israel?
I can't change. Even my kibbutz people don't think like me. So I'm in pension now. I become 67 soon. I don't have the mood and not the power. When I was young and stupid in new age, I go demonstrate and did everything for the Palestinian. I have cases in the court that I'm supporting Palestinian. I go to demonstrate. for the Palestinians, but you know nothing, you understand nothing, just know how to kill.
Then why you talk like shit? Why do you say 20,000 kill 20,000 Gaza baby? Why you say this?
I'm a Muslim woman. I give an example. Because you played the IDF.
IDF is a criminal.
70,000 people after the 7th of October. And I told you that if I have tomorrow to release my 50 hostages, I will kill 20,000 children. That's what I say. And I give it as an example what I would do to release my hostages. What you did in the 7th.
It's a shitty example, Amos, like your fake.
Amos, if you're talking about 70,000.
And if you want to speak with me, you have to promise me you come to my room tonight. If not, don't speak to me.
No, don't promise. And please don't slide into Layla's DMs or any girl DM. Come on.
I'm talking to Layla. I don't ask you what to say, you stupid dummy.
Because you say some disgusting stuff on that channel. That's the problem, man.
What I want. As I proved you say the same words as I am. But you are a dictator. You have the right to say anything you want, but I can't. I want to invite Layla to my room. I will be the same conversation. I can speak quietly as I'm the moderator. Nobody will interfere. No stupid dummy Muslim will come inside my words, and I will fight for her right to speak in my room. Everything she wants. The same as I fight for Shoki to say everything he wants in my room. He can say Amos Ben Zona, so he said, big deal.
Layla, their own genocidal maniacs in this room.
I told you, if you want to speak with me, you promise you come tonight, I speak with you. If you don't come tonight, I don't want to speak with you anymore.
Amos, nobody wants to speak to you. You're the reason God doesn't talk.
I'm talking to Layla. She has a big mouth. She can answer for herself. She don't need you Muslims, dummy, to protect her.
You dummy. Johnny, you're dummy.
Dummy Muslims. You speak for the honor of the woman, but you don't know what is to bring an honor to the woman. You don't know nothing.
That's not true. Muslim men are the most honored.
You go to Iran. What's happened to you if you don't put the hijab on the street? What's happened to you?
Nothing.
Nothing. You're a liar.
Nothing will happen.
Keep on lying. Yes.
I'm an
They didn't took a woman from the street and kill her.
I'm in Pakistan right now. Okay?
What?
I've been walking around wearing whatever I want, and nobody has said anything to me. Okay?
In Pakistan, they're born alive. I see a movie how they born a woman. How they burn her with fire alive. I saw it.
You're comparing women's rights to you genocide in children. Almost a prostitute.
What is a prostitute?
Whore. You're a whore.
I'm a whore. What I said?
Guys, I was going to ask almost a question, okay? Almost. You're talking about 70,000, quote unquote, which is a big number that hasn't been documented, by the way. None of the Amnesty, none of the UN human rights organizations, none of the major human rights organizations have come out and have said a number as big as 70,000 Israeli hostages, quote unquote hostages. But anyways, I'll give you that. I'll let you have that number.
We're talking about 70,000.
Let me finish.
We're talking about 50 hostages.
Let me talk, okay? But I'll let you have the number. Whatever number you want, I'll let you have it. Because it's not big.
50 hostages, that's all.
Whatever. 50 hostages, خلاص. Okay, we'll say 50 hostages. Okay? This is the number that you're...
Try to correct the
Finish, Amos. Let me finish. I'm listening to you, right? So you listen to me.
Just don't cry, that's all.
Cry? What the hell? Listen.
Don't cry, listen. Don't cry.
You're saying 50,000 hostages. 50 hostages, okay? Whatever the number is, I'll let you have it. But it's not bigger than the amount of Palestinians that have been displaced, the amount of Palestinians that have been killed. Okay? 1 million Palestinians have been displaced. And this is just in Gaza, not including the West Bank.
Wait. You said 1 million people in Gaza? You said 1 million
These are justified numbers that come from reputable organizations like the United Nations, like Al Jazeera, like Amnesty. Many nations around the world have called to the end of the Palestinian-Israeli war, and more commonly known as the Palestinian genocide. So many people are out there saying that this genocide, this war, this conflict needs to stop. Okay? So if you're talking about 50 hostages, might be number one. Hamas, right? You want to say Hamas is the English? Okay, almost done. You want to say that? Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. You're saying that Hamas is the organization that is holding these hostages, right? These hostages get fed, they get clothed, they get put into, they eat with Palestinians themselves. Okay, they're not.
Nice.
Okay, Maya, there was a girl who was released as part of the 7-day ceasefire deal between Israel and Palestine. He came out and he spoke about the way that Hamas treated her when she was held hostage. She said herself in Hebrew that she was treated with grace, that she was treated with respect, that Palestine she was treated respectfully. Whereas you have Palestinian hostages who are held in Israel. My father's brother, okay, during the first Intifada, okay, and my father's cousin.
Why?
Let me finish.
Why? You say they keep us as hostages, prisoners.
Amos, like a finish, Amos. It was so annoying. Do you have a PhD in alliance in Luxembourg?
Why is that put your cousins in
my father's cousin, my father's brother, and my uncle, like during the first Intifada, was held hostage by Israel. My cousin, second Intifada, okay, he was held hostage by Israel. During those times, my uncle.
Why? What the fuck is wrong with that?
Let me tell you.
Because Israel is a country of law, and you can't be put in prison without a court.
No, my father's family was part of the PLO. They were part of the Palestinian Liberation. Okay, so both of my my father and my cousin, as I said, sorry, let me correct myself. My father's brother, okay, my uncle, and my cousin. When they were living in Palestine before the genocide, they were expelled into Rafah. But during the second Intifada and during the first Intifada, they were held hostage by Israel. During their time as a hostage in Israel, they were starved, they were beat, and they were, quite frankly, on the verge of dying.
Lies.
And they came out. This is not lies, Amos.
Lies.
Amos, this is not lies, okay? It is very disrespectful.
This is the lies.
Because what you are doing is you are negating my family's experience of fighting for the Palestinian liberation. Okay, this is my family that we're talking about. Not even extended.
They were killing innocent people. That's why they were put in prison.
Don't interrupt me.
Your uncle has been killing Israelis. That's why they put in prison. Now you start off.
No. My uncle did not want to give up his house. That is why he was arrested and he was held hostage by Israel. My cousin did not let an IDF soldier break into Masjid al-Aqsa, so he was arrested. Okay?
I can prove very easily how liar you are, but keep on with your lies.
You think that I'm lying? You think that I can prove
it? 100% you are a liar, yes. I can prove it if you let me talk. But you will not. You talk. You don't finish talking about your uncle, about your father. You talk and you don't let me respond. Very easy, I can prove that you're a liar.
You know, I'm not coming to your room because you don't let me talk.
Don't come. I want you to be in my room. If you don't want, don't come. I don't force anyone. I say to Amir, come to my room, but he don't want to come. It's okay.
The shekels, Amos. Where's the shekels?
The same as I tell you, I'm looking for educated, and most of the people who Muslim come to my room, they are not
They're not educated. Edward is educated. Edward is Spanish.
Yeah, Edward, straight away when he went to my room, he get the boat. Straight away.
Yeah, you know, Daniel is a flaming homosexual. He's educated. He's a German, half Israeli.
He also got the moderator.
And he's a mental retard as well. He can't even fucking, make a point.
Okay, can you mute yourself and let me respond to Laila with all the
garbage? Respond.
Now listen, Laila. 20% of Israel are Arabs. You know why? Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. Shut your mouth.
Calm down.
Shut your mouth.
Calm down.
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth when I was speaking.
Let Amos speak.
He didn't let me speak.
Listen to Amos.
Let's speak.
Listen to Amos.
Please allow Amos to.
Are you calling Amos in?
20% of Israel Arabs. Why? Why 20% of Israel representing by parliament member in the Knesset are Arabs? Why?
Lie. You are lying. Amos.
Yes, I'm lying.
Shut your mouth.
You know why? Because a lot of Arabs did not fight against the Israelis. In my kibbutz, there were good Arabs who just ran away. They were afraid from revenge. Yes? Israeli get revenge. Israel learned from the Palestinians how to kill, how to rape. Everything what the Palestinians do, Israel have good teachers what to do with those people. The same what you do to us, you get back. Eye to eye, we say.
Amos, your brain cells are falling out.
What a big thing. From one village camp, and I'm talking only about the 40, about 50. After this, we didn't do any more of those actions. There is always record, I don't know if it's Zamir or some another stupid one who put all the time record of 2 surgeons, old people, 80 years old, talking about what they did in the 50s, in the 40s.
Tantura, Amos. Tantura.
Yeah, Tantura, exactly. That's what
Yeah, they look like you, Amos. They're Tantura, elderly idea, Paris fuckers. They're little girls. No, they raped 12-year-old girl and 14-year-old girl. They cite testimony.
You say 1, 2, 3 stories, but how many stories the opposite? The Muslim did to the Israelis.
So Benny Morris, he said the other side almost.
You send children to buses to get bombed in the bus.
No. What year, Amos? What year?
You crude. What year?
What year?
After the
No Muslim raped any Israeli.
47, Amos. What about the 47? Who did that? The cleansing.
I argument a lot. I cannot.
My argument is with the fucking who's the first party to start in 47.
A broken record.
The war happened in 48. Who the fuck attacked in 47 after they denounced the partition plan?
I answer you everything.
You never answered the fucking question. I gave you Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, fucking you and the partition plan, the report.
How many
the Jewish militia did the first attack? It wasn't your fucking, the Palestinians.
So you stupid dictator, you answer.
You stupid dummy. You stupid dummy. You don't know the fucking data. You don't know the knowledge. You don't know the Ilan Pape. The Benny Morris is a fucking Zionist
How many
motherfucker.
Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel? 47, 48. You say you Google.
47.
Google. How many
The war happened in 48. I'm talking about 47.
Google. How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel? You stupid liar bastard. How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel in 48, 47?
There was no Israel in 47. Israel became Israel in 48 by force. And Amos, your burn dog, the UN mediator, he came around after the creation of the disgusting, filthy state. He came around, he wanted to mediate the situation. Remember Burndot in 48? And then,
he writes a report, and guess what? Your fucking disgusting Jewish militia gang assassinated that UN mediator. And his name was Barnard.
You leaders,
Husseini, he wanted to say almost the white paper in 1939. British decided not to give you a fucking state because they saw you as a threat. They saw the Zionist motherfuckers as a threat. They said, we're not going to give you the state. Did you read the white papers in 1939? And then 1940 to 41, your Lehi gang, the Jewish Lehi gang, approached the fucking Hitler.
Why don't you answer Amos? How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish? Say, how many? You stupid.
The Arabs were in majority. The Jews were in minority. They kept coming in.
Question. Google it. How many Palestinians were in Israel and how many Jewish? Google it.
What year?
47, 48. How many?
Okay, let me give you the number.
Google it. How many?
I'll give you the exact number.
Google it. Exact number. I want to know how many Palestinians, how many Jews we have. Google it, you bloody bastard liar. Tato. Why did the Hamas teach you how to behave, how to know, to give equal rights?
Okay, let me give you the number. Amos, Palestinian Arabs. Hold on, bastard. The Palestinian Arabs are 1.2 million, and Jews were 650,000.
Enough. That's all.
Yes.
Enough. Don't say anymore. That's all. 50%. I think it's less. I think it will not 650. But I know it's laughing at the Jewish and 2 million Palestinian. I will go with you. You bloody liar.
I didn't say 2 million. I said 1.2 million.
What could those be? Few people, Jewish, wanted to live. What the Palestinians did to them?
Nothing. The Jewish militia did the attack. Amos. In 47. Hold on. After the Arab denied rendition land, the Jewish fucking militia went from different villages from one to another and they cleansed them, forced them out of their homes.
That's not the technique, of course. That's not the technique, yes.
Yeah, why they started that? Why did they want to force them out? Why?
Yeah, 50%. How many Palestinians? How many Palestinians? Remember the number?
Kids, women,
say 50 to 70 million are from the region. And these people, they support Israel. They support Israel. They support Israel.
Look at it, how many Muslims in America today? Look at it, how many Jews and how many Muslims?
The Jews are 7 million. 7 million. 7 million.
What's 7 million?
7 million Jews in America.
And how many Muslims?
Muslims are less than 7 million in America.
Lie, you don't believe, lie.
No, I don't believe. Anywhere in the world there are more much more Muslims than Jewish. Even today, I don't believe that.
I'm talking about the America, not anywhere else.
So in America, Muslims.
Muslims is, I told you, is less than 5 million, 3.5 million, 4 million. Jews are 7 million in America.
Okay, they're meaning how many Muslims, how many Jewish in England?
I just told you, in America, there's 3.5 to 4 million.
Ask in England. Look at England.
In where? England?
In England, I said. England.
Okay.
There are more Muslims in England, so what?
So there are millions and millions of Muslims.
Yeah, because they have more than yours. That's why.
Fanatic, you just bring the children to the world.
Yeah, I said they have more than yours.
You don't know what is a family, to make family. You know how to make children. That's why we are large enough. It's very easy, you know, to bring children. That's what I'm about. Look at what's it.
You don't want to stay
You're not getting it's not about Muslims. We're talking about Palestine. They're a big stick just like you are. Okay? The Palestinians, they're actually less than 20 million, just like the Jews are all over the world. Okay, Palestinians, they have no identity, they have no culture that you stole from them. Your people, you eat chicken shawarma, that's a Palestinian type. You eat hummus, that's a Palestinian type. You copy the way they eat and drink, speak, that's a Palestinian thing. The Hebrew language that you speak, it was revived in fucking 1921 by Eliezer Ben Yehuda, right? And that person literally, was excommunicated by the Jews in Jerusalem. You were fucking, the Zionists that came into this land, they were all atheists. A lot of them were atheists just like you are. They were not religious. And the big problem is you have to compare the Palestinians versus the Jews. You can't compare Muslim versus the Jews. Because there's Christian Palestinians, there's Jewish Palestinians, there's Muslim. A lot of the Jews, they converted to Islam or Christianity. I don't know if you know about this, Amos. Do you know how many Christians are there all over the world? Okay. Do you know how many Christian Palestinians? Christian per time. Okay.
50% of the time I'm speaking.
Okay, Christian Palestinians all over the world. disgusting. You can attack zombies. You can attack men, don't attack men. We don't attack women, children, and elders. You like you, we don't attack you. You're dead. child, even though you don't believe in God, you deny God, you do blasphemy against the God.
You don't know these good Muslims.
Against our child. Our child.
Most of them are bus drivers, I'm afraid. I'm working together.
Why don't you talk to your bus driver friend? The Arabs, they do not love living this, like living like Israelis. They like living as Palestinians. Palestinians!
I will give one sentence more for those Muslims like Laila, like Sumud, like those people who born in America, in London, in all over the world, and want to go back to their Azra, to the villages, to be a majority. It's impossible anymore. You stay there, and it could solve with money. In Oslo Agreement, there is a point that every Muslim like Laila approved. But
why don't you tell the same thing to Zionists who actually go there? Why don't you tell this thing to the Zionists who visit?
I mean, you see, you don't mute him. Shut your mouth. It could be solved with money. Like you get paid for this house that you've been, let's say, you didn't fight. It just proves that you've been born in Palestine. So you get money and stay where you are and keep on educated, like Laila educated. She's my enemy, but still I can listen to her voice.
But how is she your enemy?
Every second word she hates, and she wants to answer to come and fight me.
No, you said she is your enemy. She never claimed that. You said she is your enemy.
Laila and Sumud and Amir and Fias, yes, they are all my enemy or representing my enemy.
Amos.
Why? Because they're Palestinian, that's why?
Because they're born from parents of Palestine. She's not a Palestinian, she's an American. She said she's not a
Amos, look. You are not even worthy for me to call you my enemy. You are the dirt that's underneath my shoe. That's what you are.
Amos, respond. Now you have the...
We need a bigger shoe, Layla. We need a bigger shoe.
Not even worthy.
He's too big. He's too big.
Take a rope, take a chair, kill yourself tonight, and leave a letter if you make a suicide because of me. I offer you the same suggestion.
Amos, look.
You're funny.
Amos, look. I'm not like the depressed IDF soldiers that come back after they realize that they've killed innocent kids in Palestine to commit suicide. Okay, I'm not like those IDF soldiers. You know.
Ooh, Amos.
Nobody wants to be like IDF soldiers. Amos, IDF is like the criminal, it's owned by criminal Zionist entity, Amos, you know?
He said earlier, that he has served in IDF for 30 years and his
How
sons
many
are...
babies have you killed, Amos? How many children you killed? How many Palestinians you have killed? How many Palestinians, Amos?
I call you my enemy, and you see how evil you are. You take the case.
How many Palestinians?
Didn't you say earlier that you have served in IDF and so you...
All the friends get killed, and so a lot of this. Yes, also the suffering of the Palestinian people.
Oh, fuck you, Amos. First answer the question. Didn't you tell that you have served in IDF? Did you serve in IDF?
Yes, of course.
And what about your sons? They are also in IDF?
Yes, of course.
How many children did they kill? They told you?
No. I don't think...
They didn't tell you? Okay. It has to be like...
I don't think, kid, that you're lying, you're not just lying. So I don't think the idea, if I said the idea, if I had kid one Palestinian, I did take part in a battle, but I don't think
Amos, you know what the government did, the Knesset, right? In February, they passed a law. You cannot deny the 7th of October attack. You cannot even criticize it as an Israeli. If you do that, you can be jailed for up to 5 years. Did you hear about the law, Amos? It was passed in February.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. So they can arrest you, if you speak on this app. So I think maybe you're scared. You're scared to say that 7th of October did not happen.
Why should
7th of October did not happen, right, Amos?
I have a nephew who get killed in the 7th of October. Why should I?
You sure it was your nephew?
Yes.
Okay. Was he armed? Did he have a weapon?
Yeah, he was a soldier.
Oh my God.
He was a soldier or another
But what about the Hannibal Directive, Amos? You know the Hannibal Directive was applied on 7th of October?
What? I don't understand.
You know Hannibal Directive, right? So the Hannibal Directive is if...
Hannibal Directive? I don't know the word Hannibal
So this is, you know Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, the former defense minister, he came out and he said the Hannibal Directive was applied. So what it is if the army, if the enemy grabbed one of the Israeli hostage or Israeli IDF, the orders are to kill both of them. It's called Hannibal Directive. Kill everybody.
We already spoke about it. I don't want to go inside.
No, but I'm just asking you.
We already talked about it.
Did they kill your son? Did the IDF kill your son?
Maybe the IDF killed them.
Why? How do you know that?
Because the IDF make investigate about the IDF and all the.
Yeah, but they lie, Amos. They lie a lot.
They always lie. They lie to you, Amos.
You know what's the difference between the Jewish and the Muslim? You know what's the difference?
The difference is we're honest. Muslims are honest and Jews are not honest.
They're like dirt under Lala's.
Maybe the opposite. Maybe. But it's true that
maybe
a lot of cases I find the IDF lying to the people. And it's true, but I don't take any lie. The IDF is something. This is the more mistake than a lie.
See, on a serious note, Amos, on a serious note, your information about what's going on in Gaza, it comes from Israeli media, right?
For killing, just because of blood killing. The Nukhbudud, what they take for the camera of the Nukhbud bodies.
You know, Amos, you are.
I'm not talking to you before you promise to come to my room tonight.
Yeah, but you don't respect
don't talk to me before you promise to come tonight. Don't talk to me.
No, you don't respect me.
I'm not talking to you. Don't talk to me. I don't talk to you. Don't talk to me.
Promise you'll come there.
I think you're scared. I think you're scared that this 22-year-old college girl is going to claim you.
Little dummy girl, I'm scared of you.
Yeah, you are. You are. Because I have more courage about my people than you will ever have in your whole life.
You believe from you were a child, the milk of faith of the Jewish. You're a washbrain woman. You're the result of a washbrain woman. That's what you are.
No, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
You are the washbrain, little stupid lady.
Who is that going to leave the washroom, Amos?
Crazy.
If Lila promised me she got the money from my room, I need my room.
Amos, I want to ask you one more. Before you go, I want to ask you one more question.
If Lila promised me she come.
No promise. No promise.
I leave now the room if she promised.
You promise on your head if something happens to you and your family. So, we could do a promise to Amos' head or Amos' family. Anyways, Amos, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, one last question, Amos. So, this Jacob Israel Dehan, do you remember this guy? So this was a famous story. He was a Dutch Jewish, literary writer, lawyer, right? Anti-Zionist. He arrived in, British Mandate Palestine in 1919. And
the rubbish you tell me about.
No. I'll send you the link. You want me to back tell you the link? Did I send you the link?
1919.
Hold on. No, I'm trying to make my point here. Amos, just 1 second. So, you know what?
The lies you're saying.
No, but hear me out. Amos, he wanted to work with the Arabs. He wanted to live side by side. You know what the Zionists did? The Haganah and what was it? The Zionist paramilitary organization Haganah. What they did? They killed him in 1924, Amos, because he was anti-Zionist. Amos, he became anti-Zionist.
What is Israel in 1990? What mean? What do you speak?
I mean, you're like 100 years old now.
You looking those stuff here, stuff there.
I'll put the article in the chat for you. Anybody that wants to read it, please read it. This person was actually a Jewish. He was anti-Zionist, and the Zionists they saw him as a threat, and they actually killed him. They assassinated him.
What the time is to know if somebody is anti-Semite? What
I want you to stand up and say, I want you to stand up and say Palestinians can move back into Israel. Can you do that?
It's impossible.
No, you can do that. You get your people and tell them to keep it.
Almost.
They have the Catholic Israel. Be in the parliament, be in the Knesset, and they remove me from Israel. It's impossible. That's all. When you recognize these facts, we can start talking. If you don't recognize these simple facts, that you never ever be the majority in Israel, we cannot talk. We fight. And if we fight, I'll beat you.
I don't know, man. I don't know how to tell you. I think you think we can set up a time to bring your brother on the side? I want to talk to your brother.
If you come to my room, I'll bring my brother, okay?
No, don't give me here. Bring me here.
If I can bring you to my room, and I'm the admin, not you dictator, mute you mean.
You got the mic, you can speak it.
And you come to my room, there will be Israeli and Shuki and Muslims together. Then, if I see you in my room, I bring my brother. And I tell you, he will help me, but I don't want him to be. If he'll be, I go out. He will be happy. He likes to talk. And he talk Arabic, and he talk German. He's very intelligent. I'm not as
Yeah, I want to talk to him. So almost how many people are anti-Zionist inside Israel?
When I see you coming to my room, I bring my brother.
No, I'm asking you. Okay. Well, I'll have to think about it because I don't want to come to your room, Amos, because I don't support the genocide. I hate talking to the genocidal maniac that come to your room. They're all genocide. Shuki, Harry Balzac. You have this other mental retard. What's the guy's name? Shitty. They're all genocidal. They all believe in killing babies.
You don't think about resistance, about Prince.
No, resistance, I blocked him. I blocked resistance.
You make a mistake. I don't make
No, I block him because he says he speaks for the pro-Palestinian side, but he says crazy racist shit to me, and he said it to Brother Fayaz, said it to a lot of people in the room.
But they're crazy for the
and he said a lot of the Nazi shit. I don't support that.
But I don't support it, but I will let him speak in my room. The same as I let you.
Okay. You do you, Amos, I do me, right? I like to keep my room a little bit cleaner.
But I like to take you from here to my room.
No, I'm good, Amos. No, I need shekels. You need to give me shekels. How many shekels can you afford? How much shekels do you make per day in taxi?
The same as I come and give you respect.
I need shekels, Amos. Shekels.
And I even tell Laila that I put her in one sentence with you and Fiaz.
It's Layla, I think. Is it Laila or Layla?
Layla.
No.
Layla, okay.
Laila, you come to my room tonight?
He's begging you to come to my room. Come to my room. Oh my God.
I give an order. I don't beg. I'm like a Muslim. I
Bikhari.
give an order.
Oh my God.
Begging so much. How much is begging?
And she
Bikhari,
Bikhari. Yes, sir. I will come to your room because you're an old man and I'm respecting an old man. That's what I expect from Laila. Say, yes, Amos, I will come. I want Laila. I don't need all these fucking Muslims in the room.
Oh my God! Stop with the fucking Muslim. It's not just the Palestinian, not just the Muslim. They're Christians, atheists.
Fucking Muslims.
There's atheists. Fucking you. Fuck you. Stop saying fucking Muslim. Muslims are good people.
Amir, where are you from?
I'll tell you about it later, in a smaller setting, because here they gave me threats. Every day I've been running these rooms, they want to kill me actually.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we had some episodes here. Everybody's looking for my information.
That's what it is.
What did you say, Amos?
You're an American, like Laila.
Yeah, I'm in California, Amos. I'm in Los Angeles. And what did you say, Laila?
Oh, no, right.
You're in the same place?
No, I'll tell you about it later.
Come to my room, Amos. Come to my room.
I had you and you didn't help me, you stupid bastard.
Stop calling Layla. We don't attack women, children, and we don't do that. We're not like you. We're not psychopath animals almost like you.
So I can call a stupid bastard.
Oh my God! Stop cursing, Layla. Come on.
You also curse me now.
Okay.
Hey, Grandpa Amos.
Chucky, you have a mission tonight.
Anta haywan, Amos. Anta haywan.
Hey, Grandpa Amos, where's your shoe against?
Tonight, your mission is to bring Laila to my room.
Jackie, don't go, please. Please don't go.
Jackie, you come to my room with my...
No, don't go to his room. Stay in my room. He's always constipated, man. For real.
Yeah, I don't get my body from you. I took Noah from you.
You didn't take Noah. Noah, she left on her own. She did something, so she left on her own.
I did. She was in my room before she left.
No, she was in my room before she started coming into your room. And she calls you a pedophile multiple times because you back channel her, you want to sleep with her, you want to sleep in her bed. Disgusting, man.
Yes.
Hey, Amos, and you told one of my moderators, Ace, you told her, you called her a whore, and then you found out she was married, and then you said you're not a whore. You're disgusting, man. It's the language.
Also said I wanted to
pardon me?
And you told one of my other moderators you want to put your private part in her mouth. Disgusting, man.
Pardon me? Hey, Grandpa Amos, where's... I just want to know where's your shoe against.
Find out how liar you are. But you like the Jewish, you're like Shuki, like what the kindness.
No, I'm not like Shuki. I hate Shuki. Shuki is garbage. It's a piece of shit.
You are like him from the other side.
I don't want to kill the Jews almost. He wants to kill Muslims.
Hey, Amir.
Yes, Chucky.
Can you ask Grandpa Amos where's your shoe against?
Where's the Yeshua against the Shuki bastard? Where is he?
You're talking about Yeshua. God. I like him. He's the person. Let's see if he's in the room. He comes with his picture. I like him. There was one. He's not in the room now. But he comes with the Shuki picture, and I like him. Come to my room also. Everybody, all these people here now, they're all in my room tonight at 12 o'clock.
I don't get it. Why should they come to your room, Amos? I just don't get it, man.
I write the name of the room in the chat so they know exactly what to write. So Laila know what name to write. If she look tonight, she know what to look. That is a magic word. If you understand this magic word in Clubhouse, you can understand this magic word in everywhere. This is
look how many Anan in the audience, man. The one all the way at the bottom, that's a bitch. He's a son of a bitch. He records my rooms. The one all the way in the bottom. You see the one in the bottom, all the way with the poop symbol, poop emoji? That motherfucker, he records my rooms.
You talk about Emma?
Yeah, Alan, you see all the one in the bottom, all the way in the bottom?
I see one Emma.
Yeah, no, I see two. Refresh. Two Alan. The one in the house member, maybe that one may be okay, but the one in the bottom, all the way in the bottom, that son of a bitch, he records my rooms.
I suspect you come to my room, is that not? I suspect you.
No, I don't, Amos, I don't.
I suspect you.
I suspect you're one of the Anan. Are you Anan in the audience?
I even don't know to change pictures.
I don't know, Amos, you're smart man.
Suddenly I'm smart. That's everything for what we
You lie and you're smart. You know when to lie, when not to lie. You use Hasbara on me almost all the time. It's very hard to have an honest conversation.
If you will join me, doesn't matter honest, not honest. We talk private and we say words to the room. We had 100, 200 people, and you like take care of the Muslim, I would take care of the Jewish. And like this, we can cooperate, like in the real life, cooperation, coexistence.
It's not gonna happen, Amos. Why don't you do it with Miguel, Amos? Amos,
you never ever have so many people. They come to hear me. If I go out, they will all go out. They come to listen to me, not to you. On the sign of record to bring them to the Mossad to see that I'm sitting in Hamas room.
Amos, what about you have Miguel, you have Edward, right? They're Palestinians. You have Jack, he's a Palestinian.
Miguel is a Jewish rabbi.
No, he's not a rabbi. Forget the rabbi. He's a Palestinian. He's from Gaza. He's a Gazan.
Michael, this blonde one with the glasses?
No. Mikhail, the cynic. Mikhail, he's a Palestinian.
You're talking about cynic. Cynic is also a friend of the resistance.
He's from Gaza. Yeah, he's from Gaza. He's from Gaza.
Yes, that's good. By the way, like Tintin, that's a Palestinian. You say Jinjin.
Yeah, but Jinjin hates your guts. Not your guts. He hates the people that come into your room. They're disgusting. They say genocidal shit. Who's gonna sit there? Hold on, Amos. Imagine. Amos, listen to this. Imagine, right? You're sitting there as a Palestinian. You have your family the Palestinians out, you stole it. You changed the name. You know the Tel Aviv? They changed the name of Tel Aviv in 1909. They changed it to, it was a different name before. I don't want the faggot land, bro. I want the that's a gay land. Tel Aviv, homosexual running around all over that Tel Aviv. I don't want that.
Listen to my response. Mute yourself. You don't know how to mute. Listen, you take Tel Aviv. What is judging? What is judging Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv is Jaffa. It's the same city. This is the Muslim city.
It's not the same city. It's been called.
Shut your mouth, my life. You don't come to my room tonight. Don't speak.
Almost, come on, man. Stop disrespecting.
Shut your mouth, Samir. Shut your mouth. Let me tell you what is Tel Aviv. Shut your mouth.
What happened? What are you saying?
Tel Aviv is the most, the biggest city, the most cities that the Muslims bomb. There's the most people that try to bomb. Oh, they're bombing Tel Aviv. What is Tel Aviv? Jaffa is Muslim and Israeli are living together. Till today, there is a lot of examples. So they are living together, united, coexistence together. Tel Aviv is the best people because I think I'm not a Muslim. Well, all Arabs living in this Jerusalem, I think that Tel Aviv are not a Muslim, terrible thing. And the Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, it's the biggest Arab city. Muslims, you don't want to live together.
Islamic Zionists. It was called Ahuzat Baitim that before 1909, the Tel Aviv almost. And right now, the largest LGBTQ rally happened in fucking Tel Aviv. You want to live in the Tel Aviv? You have to be homosexual, flaming homosexual. Fucking 1/3 of the population is homosexuals running around Tel Aviv. There's nothing religious about this state. I wish there was something religious about this state. You got 1/3 of the population. You got the second third that are fucking secular atheists like yourself. You're a fucking atheist. You're an atheist. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God. Stop. You don't blasphemy. How are you a Jew if you're an atheist? Well, you don't believe in God, and God gave you this fucking land. I can't believe this. I just told you it was called a different name. The Tel Aviv had a different name. It was part of Jaffa. Part of Jaffa.
Is it today?
Today it's called Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv.
No, it was Jaffa Tel Aviv. No.
Jaffa Tel Aviv, okay?
Jaffa Tel Aviv. That's the real name. Jaffa Tel Aviv. That's what it is. You're stupid, dummy.
You're stupid, you dummy.
The history is stupid. Yes, I was so that I hate you so much. You can't stand it.
Why are you so angry?
Yes, I speak. Stupid dummy.
Okay, so almost the video for you in the chat.
He doesn't watch anything. He's a loser, bro. He doesn't know how to use the internet. He's a idiot.
If it's called Jaffa Tel Aviv, then why on Google Maps and why on Israeli maps it's just labeled as Tel Aviv? Why not
Jaffa anymore? Almost. Amir, if you can pin this video up, this is almost. You said we don't want to coexist. Okay, no problem. Almost. You see, this is evidence. I just put it for you. The settlers in the West Bank. Forget about Tel Aviv. The West Bank where the Muslims and supposedly the settlers who are Jewish are living together, right? The settlers are actually using violence today in the West Bank to try to force the Palestinians out of the West Bank by destroying homes, by destroying cars. They've killed American citizens just the other day. They've killed Americans. Okay, so here's the video in the chat. Look at the video. Okay, this is a channel. You can follow the channel and go watch the channel. It's not just pro-Palestinian.
left. In 1995, bro, Netanyahu has his vision that he wanted to get rid of all the Arabs. This is from the 1990s. Netanyahu's been living with this for 30 years, bro, with this mindset. Okay, I must go. Aren't you guys supposed to be this loving country
channel. All he does is he goes on the internet, okay, and he talks to Israelis. All he does is talk to Israelis. That's all he does. So he'll start the video, he'll say, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? And he'll be like, hey, how you doing? Where you from? So the person will respond, oh, I'm from Israel. So hold on, I'm a Islam, bro. Let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro. So he'll be like, oh, hey, what's up, bro? Where you from? He'll be like, the person will respond, I'm from Israel. So the guy making the video will say, oh, I'm from Palestine. Bro, the Israelis will start cursing his mother, cursing him out, telling him, I want to kill all the Arabs. These are young, bro, we're not talking about the ideas. We're talking about young Israelis in high school and in college, and women, and men and women, both genders. I want to kill the Arabs. I want to kill you. If you come to Israel, we're going to kill you. They're threatening this guy, bro. This is what you guys, this is unfortunate what Israel teaches the people from when they're little. That we hate the Arabs, we want to kill the Arabs. So I don't know where you're coming out with this, oh, they're going to coexist, mindset, bro.
Not only that, Palestinians, but Palestinians who are living in occupied Israel, not only that, almost, but Palestinians who are living in occupied Israel, living in coexistence by definition means that you live together peacefully, okay? Then why are Palestinians being treated like second-class citizens? In what way is that peaceful? They're not allowed to own property. They're not allowed to marry outside of their ethnicity. Okay, they're not allowed to own. They're not allowed to own property. They're not allowed to buy property, and they're mandated. They live under mandated surveillance. Okay, they're being sent to different schools. This is the same exact thing that we saw in the United States with the Jim Crow laws. Okay, they had schools for whites. They had schools for blacks. The same way you have schools for Palestinians, which oftentimes are like have very little resources. Do not have the same like equitable resources for successful education as they do in the high class Jewish schools that are oftentimes sponsored by many United States organizations. Okay, like number one being like Lockheed Martin, number two being like Chevron. Okay. And why aren't then you also have like separate hospitals? Palestinians are not allowed to be treated in certain hospitals in Israel. Israelis can go to whatever hospital they want. They can go to whatever school they want, whether it be Palestinian or Jewish. But they are not, or Israeli. But they're not. But Palestinians are not allowed to go to specific hospitals and get treatment there. Okay. Palestinians are not allowed to go to the same grocery stores. Okay, they're completely segregated. So you talk about coexistence, you talk about living peacefully, but in what world is it peaceful coexistence if Palestinians are constantly getting the shorter end of the stick, are constantly getting the lesser amount of resources, are constantly getting Israeli leftovers? If I'm being quite frank, why are they being pushed into Gaza and being displaced?
We like, I don't want you to, bro, I almost don't think we don't like Jews. Bro, Jews are people that book to us. I love Jews, bro. I have nothing against Jews. I don't care your religion, bro. Okay? You, Amos, and me, I can literally hang out with you. I'll do business with you. I'll eat from your food. No problem, bro. We are actually allowed to eat kosher food. We can go to a Jewish temple and pray. We're not. It's actually people of the book. We believe in the same God as the Jewish people. Okay, we can marry a Jewish woman. All right, the Prophet peace be upon him married a Jewish woman. One of the women he married, one of his wives, was a Jew. Obviously, she converted to Islam afterwards. Okay, but she was a Jew, bro. The Jewish people are not the problem. They're not the enemies. We're not saying anything about the Jews. We love the Jewish people. The Zionists are the problem. Me personally, Amir, and nobody holds this opinion. I don't think any Zionist is a Jew, bro. This is my personal opinion. I think they're all people that don't even believe in God. It doesn't make sense that somebody believes in God and wants death to people. This is not what God teaches. God does not teach you to go and kill people. All right? God never taught this. God never revealed this. So this whole ideology that, oh, I want death to Arabs, this is nonsense, bro.
You're not people of God, that means.
Doctors,
So,
they take it out of context. The God chosen people, the Amalek, they take it out of context. Just like we have ISIS, they have Zionists, You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't even consider ISIS Muslims, bro. They're killing
I
Muslims
know,
out
but
there.
they take it out of context. You see what I'm saying? And I think you have the new brother, Reddy, wants to speak. I'm only going to respond, and then I got to give it to Reddy.
I have a lot to response, but anyway, you're going to take it.
No, respond. Go and respond, and then I give it to Reddy.
I would start off with DR that I like him a lot, and he's my friend. And I want to ask you, how old are you and where are you from? DR? DR? Say, but now when I'm talking to him, he goes somewhere, drinking, busy. He don't want to answer, and he don't want to make any conversation because he's the one that I can't talk to. It's very...
Good morning, Boss. How you doing?
Yeah, I also want to respond for some of you who don't listen to your response. Anyway, today there is a war, there is a chaos. When there is a war, there is a chaos. You can play both sides. You do this, you do that. Usually it's the strongest side, which is the side that's driving. But still, when he also spoke about all over the world, what the Zionists do to the Muslim, he don't do the Muslim do to the Zionists. Spain, in Italy, Greek, that's, I don't know where he spoke about the Zionist chaos, whatever. Today it's a war. And you understand in a war. I'll go to the last time. The solution, the only solution that will be in the end is the IDF go outside of Gaza and the hostages get released. It's the only solution that will be in the end. And it will be in the end. It depends how many get killed and how many stupid politics will kill Israel inside. As I said, killing is killing both sides. Why? The war is chaos. Right now we're in a war situation. But after when Hamas will release the hostages, so will come. I don't know who, and how will they run Gaza, and what will be another. Today Gaza is destroyed. 75% of Gaza is nothing. The airplanes put down Gaza City after the 7th of October.
Yeah, but if they release the 18 hostages or whatever,
I do want to focus on one thing.
And you go to peace, to shit, I don't know where you go. And you just talk and talk and talk and talk. But when I come to listen to you, ask you, how old are you? Where are you from? You go, you didn't answer me.
Okay, because he wants to dox you. Lift the siege on Gaza, don't release the hostages.
One second, Chucky. Almost the problem is Netanyahu said he doesn't want Hamas running Gaza. He doesn't want the PA running Gaza. Okay? He's giving weapons to the ISIS members that are fucking, stealing the aid, and they're selling it in black market for triple the cost. Does he want ISIS to run Gaza? Now, this is a problem.
Example of a corruption criminal in court, Mr. Bibi Netanyahu. You take him as the one that will bring. It's not him. It's Donald Trump. If you tell Bibi finish the one's finished the day after. As I give you an example, you give Bibi an order, put your airplanes back. The airplanes go back. 50 airplanes respond to Iran.
But almost they will kill Trump. They will kill Trump.
Who killed Trump?
He wants to speak. Yeah. In America, they planted fucking spying devices. Almost in 2018, they placed spying devices near White House. You see what I'm saying? And they wanted to spy on all officials, and this is actually on the record. The FBI officials came out and they said it was actually done by Israelis. Boris Johnson, the former Israeli former UK Prime Minister, you know what he said? He said he allowed Netanyahu to use his personal toilet. When he came out, Boris Johnson's officials, security team went inside the freaking toilet. They found a whole bunch of bugging devices in his personal toilet. He wrote it in his memoir. So my question to you, they cannot be trusted. Recently, CIA official came out. He said we don't even allow Israelis into our offices because they fucking come in with all these spying devices and whatever, bugging devices. There was a video from a CIA official from America. So nobody trusts the Israelis. Israelis are crazy psychopaths. They're fucking thieves. They like to spy on people. This is the problem. Now, again, Chucky wants to say something. Go on, Chucky, and then Amos, you can respond.
I just wanted to say shout out to Sister Eze and Amir. You gotta remember, man, when Amos is talking, you have to mute your mic, man. You let everybody else talk. You gotta give it 5 minutes to at least land this plane. That's all.
Hey, what's up, Eze?
Crazy. Good morning, Chucky. Good morning.
This Chucky is different from the Chinese Chucky I told you.
I was waiting to see whether or not it was going to be Chinese Chucky or I'm going to ask Chucky. But yeah, that was just a little bit of a difference. Crazy that there should be two of you, though.
Layla, by the way, Chucky and Eze, they're Jewish, but they don't support this Israeli state. The way what's happening over there. And then Amos, on the other hand, he lives inside Israel and he supports Israel.
I understand. That's the thing,
I don't know that does Amos support the killing in Gaza?
Yeah, he said Eze multiple times. He wants to kill 20,000 babies to save 20 hostages.
That's why, that's why when people say, right, people say they're like, oh, white supremacy doesn't exist in Israel. Of course white supremacy exists in Israel.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, remember?
What do you on about when you say white supremacy doesn't exist in Israel? Like, are we gonna forget about the sterilization of Ethiopian Jews? Like, that's crazy to me. Like, honestly, like.
Well, Sister Layla, I just want to tell you, man, that white supremacy doesn't exist in the eyes of this guy named Mordecai, aka Black Rabbi. He's the only one that says that.
What I had to ask me, did you just say Black Rabbi? That's insane.
Yes.
That's the craziest shit ever.
Yeah, Black Rabbi, I got cooked him a few times. He's the only one that's going to say that Israel has no racism. Israel hasn't even had a civil rights movement. They don't have a constitution, from what I was told. It's a lot of rubbish going on out there.
Yeah. And not only that, people love to say that, white supremacists in America that support Israel love to say that, Israel is the one place in the Middle East where you can be gay, where you can be LGBTQ, whatever, but there's nothing, just because Tel Aviv has a few parades, it doesn't mean that your rights are protected over there in any way, shape, or form.
They're not. It's always interesting because they always say that, in Judaism, it's once you're a Jew, there's supposed to be no color, right? That's supposed to be the law. A Jew is a Jew no matter what color, size, shape they are. But yet I go on YouTube, and you can go on YouTube too. You will see a Jewish Ethiopian soldier in IDF uniform wearing a yarmulke being beat by a white man wearing the same yarmulke. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, that's insane. That's actually insane to me, because that's the same way that African American soldiers were treated during the Civil War. That's actually insane to me.
But yet I gotta listen to Black Rabbi, aka Mordecai. Hold on, I just want to finish. But again, according to Mordecai, aka Black Rabbi, he'll tell you that there's no racism. It's so peaceful over there, and you can't talk bad about the Israeli government. I love America. I'm proud to be an American, but I know my government has blood on their hands, and one day they're gonna have to atone for their sins. You know what I mean? But you'll never get an Israeli to admit that.
No,
besides,
and Chucky, you know what? I've been on this app and I'm trying to explain to people that this is the exact definition of a difference between a nationalist and a patriot. Israelis, they got some nationalism geek going on that is pushing all of these racist, genocidal, ideas all the way down from their school curriculums to the propaganda that is used to justify the military. However, in the United States, you have people protesting in all different shapes of form against not only the current administration, but just against the whole U.S. war machine. Not because they're proud to be American, but just because they love their country and they don't want to see it funding a genocide, So not because they support what their country is doing. My bad. They do it because they love their country and they don't want to see it supporting a genocide. So I don't understand. That's why you'll never see people in Israel who are going to admit that what is happening in Gaza and in the West Bank and to Palestinians in general all across the state is wrong, because they don't have a sense of patriotism. They have a sense of nationalism.
Notice, I want you guys to notice the difference here. Amir, and all the time he's hosted these rooms, we've never had one person claim harm to any Israelis. Never said, oh, I want to do this or that or anything to any Israelis. I wish anything upon Israeli. Nothing, bro. We don't condone violence. But if you go into an Israeli room, they wish death on Arabs. Literally, they will say it out loud with their chest, death to Arabs. Now, how is this, bro? What is wrong with these people? Literally. For us, we would never say, oh, we want any harm to anybody. I don't care, man, woman. In Islam, it's actually against the religion to cause violence or death to anybody that's not combative. So, for example, I cannot just go and just kill any women and kids. This is against my religion. It's against what the religion teaches us.
But you have to understand, though, Doctor, that, a lot of the people that are quote-unquote Zionists or support the movement, they're not even religious. They don't keep the Torah. They don't keep Shabbat. Exactly. They don't do no mitzvot. You know what I mean? So it's but they walk around with the yarmulke on, and they have lighter skin. I know I'm not into the whole black and white issue, but sometimes you gotta call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? And it's just crazy, man, and it's sickening. I have people that hijack my beautiful religion into a political statement, and that's wrong. I don't appreciate that.
No,
I'm a proud Jew with beautiful skin and beautiful hair. Yes, sir.
Okay. Chucky, that's the thing, because Zionism is not in any way, shape, or form an idea that was founded on Judaism. It's an atheist ideology, and I feel unfortunately, I'm an organizer, right? I come across people like Amos over here every single day at my university, okay? And as a student activist, I understand, I work very, very closely with Jewish Voice for Peace. And they tell me a lot about Judaism. And when I hear them speak about Judaism, there is no way, shape, or form that a faith like that can in any way, shape, or form support something as disgusting as Zionism. It has a lot of similarities with Islam. So when I hear them talk about Judaism, I think that oftentimes they're talking about Islam. So for me as a Muslim, to just by hearing them talk about Judaism, there's no way, shape, or form that after hearing about that, I can associate Judaism with, Zionism. Because I would be associating it with genocide. So it's genuinely crazy to me sometimes when people equate the two. But it's even more crazy to me when you have people like Netanyahu or people in Israel, who say that this is a Jewish state, because it's not. It's an atheist state. Sorry, what was that, Amir?
I just want to stating some names, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich.
But oh my bad. I just wanted to say one thing, but Zionism is mentioned in the Bible. There's a difference between political Zionism and religious Zionism. In the Bible it does say that, when the Messiah comes back, we will return back to the land. It's supposed to be an era of peace. You know what I mean? And you have corrupted mind individuals that took that and are trying to speed up a process that's supposed to happen divinely. You know what I mean? As you see what's going on in Israel today, it's crazy, man. Like, they're trying to speed up a divine process with corrupt people in power. It's not right.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know this, Chucky. We were talking about this yesterday, actually. So there's an ex-CIA agent. A few days ago, he was doing a podcast, and he said that in America, the CIA, they don't even allow Israelis into the building because of how much they've tried to spy on America. So they'll try to give gifts to the CIA agents with listening devices in them. Like, bro, Israel is supposed to be the biggest ally to America, right? And America goes above and beyond for Israel. And they still try to spy on America. That's the craziest thing ever, bro. Like, I don't even know what to think about this right now.
No.
You know what I'm trying to think?
Doctor? I was just telling Amos this. Like, I was just arguing with him about this. So basically, I asked him a question. I was like, why are IDF soldiers now not turning their face away? Like, why are they now turning their face away when they take their identification pictures, And he responded with some BS, like, oh, they get doxxed by Palestinians and et cetera, even though Palestinians have limited access to internet, so I don't even know how they would get doxxed. They don't even have any connection with the outside world, so I don't understand how that would happen. But anyways, the reason why IDF soldiers are now hiding their face from their identification cards is because the United States is now collecting data on IDF soldiers from Mossad, and because now, because of the bombings that's happening in Iran and stuff like that, now that the bombings that are happening in Israel from Iran, right, a lot of Israelis are leaving Israel. They're seeking refuge in places like Canada, Europe, and the United States. So the U.S. is essentially using this data, using the Mossad's data. They're using this database that they have of IDF soldiers, and they are barring certain IDF soldiers that have committed heinous crime like pedophilia, rape, like these disgusting crimes. They're barring them from entering into the United States because the Trump administration, they don't want quote unquote criminals to enter the country, right? So even though, as you said, it's crazy to me also because the United States is the biggest supporter of Israel, and the United States knows that what Israelis are doing to Palestinians is bad because they won't even let these people enter their country. So that's just is insane to me.
No, Leila, I don't think they're doing that. They allowed Ben-Gvir, they allowed Netanyahu, he's a war criminal. You have the New York mayor, he said that if he sees Netanyahu, he's going to do a citizen's arrest. He's going to get arrested. I don't think they're arresting people.
No. Okay, they're, of course, it's not about arresting people. It's about, let's say, right, that there is an Israeli citizen who's serving the IDF that wants to come to the United States. They're going to apply for a visa. They're going to do the whole documentation process that usually gets expired for them. But nonetheless, they're going to go through the whole immigration process. The United States is going to say no to certain people, based off of the data that they have from Mossad. Okay? Now, there's of course some people, like Israeli politicians, that they're going to give an exception to, because if they don't, then they're going to cry about it, like a big crybaby, and the United States is going to have to give in, because the United States is Israel's bitch. So there's so many, there's exceptions that are made for some of the biggest criminals, and being the biggest one. But still, there are certain IDF soldiers that, of course, not every single IDF soldier makes it to the headlines, that the United States is going to bar from coming in. I mean, so for an example, there was, we have Hillel on our university campus, and they notoriously invite IDF soldiers to the campus to speak, and there was this one IDF soldier that I think was led a troop in the West Bank and stuff like that, and was committed some heinous crimes. I can't even speak, and I think one of them was linked to an Israeli interview, and Hillel wanted to invite them. So they've been working on this for the whole school year. So they started in, I think, December of last year,
shit. He thinks when he comes to be a terrorist. He thinks everybody's terrorists, including animals. You watch the video, right? That's it. Turkey seen it as well. I'll put the video in the chat. Let's come back. And Eddie, did you want to say something? Are you there, Eddie? You want to speak, Eddie?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I mean,
Amos, do you know the border? Where is the border at Amos?
What is your border? What is Israel border? Tell me, what is it? Just make a deal with it. I'm not an Arab. I have nothing to do with this area, but I'm just talking about what only I saw is I watch Israeli broadcasting, like I see when they talk about in the southern, whatever, southwest in Egypt side, they stay in their lane. When they talk about Jordan and Damascus and Beirut, they talk about its internal weather cast. So what is your border? Amos? With Syria and Lebanon and Jordan at the same time. Three countries. Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. What is your border? What is that? What is that? Amos? Hello? He's not there. Okay. So my problem is the problem is people say Palestine Israeli. I don't think this issue is a Palestine or Israeli issue. I think it's broader, more than that. So like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, a month ago, like was war between Iran and Israel. So why I don't know exactly, but I have my own explanation in my head. So the whole area, including the whole Arabs and Turkish, they kneel down for Israelis. And the Iranian, they refuse.
So Turkish, there's more than 10,000 Turkish citizens have served in the IDF after 7th of October. The Iran... What did you say?
Okay, 10,000 Israeli, Turkish, probably like 500,000 is Iranian Jewish in Israel. That's not my point. I'm not Iranian either, but
no, I said they went from Turkey to Israel. More than 10,000 of their Turkish citizens have served in the IDF after 7th of October. I didn't say that they were inside Israel, they live inside. I didn't say that. I said they left. They went from Turkey to Israel to serve in the IDF.
Oh, Turkish people.
Turkish citizen, yes. Yeah. They 10,000. Well, there was a report that was done from Al Jazeera. They investigated the whole thing. Apparently, in the Turkish government, they were going to pass a law to prosecute those people and take away their citizenship, but that law never came through. Just like Erdogan always freaking lied about condemning that we condemn this ship, this is not going to Israel, and he was still sending some whole bunch of ships to Israel from his port. A lot of people started protesting, and then eventually they actually had to stop all of this. But there's still a pipeline that goes from Azerbaijan through Turkey, and it goes towards Israel, that fuels the fighter jets. That the fighter jets are being used to kill innocent people in Lebanon, innocent people that killed innocent people in Lebanon and in Gaza. So and in what they did in Iran.
Give me the information. What I know is Israeli, they control Turkey and Arab border. And probably Algerians, they are a little bit, at least some.
They don't really control. I think they work. They're just an ally. I think they're NATO members.
Who, the Algerians?
No, the Turkey is an ally to Israel. They're like NATO members. You see what I'm saying?
Bro. Turkish is they kick out Assad to control Syria.
Bro, Bashar al-Assad was a genocide maniac. What are you on about? He was a genocide maniac. Bro. Go learn about the history. More than fucking 500 million Muslims were killed because of Bashar al-Assad.
Bro, I am not a supporter of Assad.
Then why would you bring up this point?
No. I was not talking about Assad. I was talking about the Turkish position in that area. They kick out Assad to control Syria, and Israeli kick their ass from Syria.
They didn't really kick out Assad. It was a civil war inside people. Finally, they got tired of it. They kicked them out. And you could say it's pretty. Hold on, bro. You gotta stop speaking over. Hello. You gotta stop speaking over me, right? What I'm saying to you, Bashar al-Assad was a genocide maniac, and whatever happened to him, they kicked him out. He should have been, fucking prosecuted or executed, because the amount of people he has killed, innocent civilians in Syria, a disgusting scumbag. He was a genocidal maniac, just like Netanyahu.
Bro, we are not talking about Assad or Syria. We are talking about the Turkish position in that area.
You said the Turkish people, they made it happen. The Turkish government was behind it.
We are not talking about Assad or Syria. We're talking about.
You just brought up Bashar al-Assad.
Yes. Not about Assad. I said Turkish. They keep the Syrian government. Assad was a president to control Syria, and the Israeli they kick their ass out of Syria. They control.
It's the local people that did it. Local people.
No. What who will overthrow the government of Syria is Israeli, American, and Turkish, not Syria.
Bro, it's a local people. America. Yeah. America. They wasn't even aware of this.
You are doctor, right?
Yeah, America wasn't aware of it. Israel wasn't aware of it. Israel took over buffer zone already. Israel took over buffer zone.
Okay, are you telling me, or you convince anybody here in this room, that 10,000 people start from Idlib to go to Damascus with 330 people dead from both sides? The Syrian Arab army, they collapsed with 330 people dead from both sides. How do you tell me? Bro, come on, man.
Which both side are you talking about? Which both side?
From all the sides, start from Aleppo to Damascus.
Even the commander of Syria, they gave up. They said, "Here, we surrender." What are you on about? People were tired of Bashar al-Assad.
Where are the generals? Where are they? Where are the generals?
I just told you. A lot of them they left. Some of them they left. Some of them they got executed. Some of them they gave up.
They don't look for them. Why they intervene? They don't look for them. They kill a lot of people.
Why should they look for it? It's their problem. I don't get it. Why should they look for it?
Bro, look.
Oh my God.
Bro, listen. What we're saying is that if people they listen to us, if that was not a calculated agreement, the world they will look for the people who they did all this mess in Syria, and they put them in somewhere in justice, whatever they call. This is having some agreement. All those people take their money, their people, and left. This is a treaty or agreement or something. There is no way in hell 330 people probably they die in Chicago among gangsters one night. You would never tell that. It cannot be that way. It cannot be an army that been there for so long. They would collapse in 2 weeks. With how many days? 330 from both sides. Bro, this is a country. That's not my issue. I was not talking about Syrian issue. I was talking about the Turkish position in the area. Turkey took this to be able to take Syria with them. The Israeli kicked them out. So my point is not about the Syrian issues. My point is the whole area, the Middle East, the Israeli control it, except Iran. The Iranian they don't want to be controlled. They want to be free. Was not about. I don't think that all this war was about the.
Can I say something?
The enrichment or nuclear bomb or none of that. I think the Iranian they refused. The Persian they refused to be. I'm not Persian either. They refused to be slave. That's what I.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Can we agree that nobody believes in God? It's all bullshit.
No, I believe in God.
No. Nobody believes in it.
I believe it.
You only believe in it when it's convenient for you. But nobody believes in it.
I believe or we don't believe.
Okay. Respectfully, where in the book does it say it's okay to bomb children and blow up children? Where does it say that?
Those who don't believe in God did it more than those who believe.
No, but where does it say that? Show me where it says it's okay to shoot.
Hang on a second. Hang on. So, Valencia, do you not know that the state was created by an atheist agnostic that didn't believe in God?
I want you to.
Did you know?
I want you to
I just told you, hold on. I'm not using the scripture. You cannot use the scripture on a Zionist state. Okay? I'm letting you know these people, this demonic terrorist entity, it's not religious people. They're not God's people. Okay?
Everybody's a terrorist. Everybody's a terrorist. If y'all bomb somebody bombs you back. And you keep bombing each other. Everybody's killing innocent people. Everybody's a terrorist, right?
Hold on a minute, please. The issue here is the state was created by a bunch of atheists that did not believe in God. Okay? Even the ones that are in the government, a lot of them are atheists. Atheists, you get what I'm saying? Atheists meaning they don't keep the Shabbat, they don't practice the religion, they deny the will of God, some of them deny the word of God. So this is the problem. And they commit crimes, then why are you using God into the picture? Why are you bringing God into the picture?
So are you saying they're the ones doing all the killing innocent people?
Yes, people that don't believe in God, they're the ones killing innocent people.
Hitler, Stalin,
Hitler, and all of these are psychopaths that were there.
So are you telling me that Daesh doesn't believe God? They kill a lot of people.
Daesh, I look at them as kuffar.
They don't believe God.
They're kuffar. Many kuffar. Kuffar.
They don't believe in that.
It's on me to call it up. It's a kuffar.
It doesn't belong to you. But they have a
Yes, it does belong to me. It does belong to me. According to Islam, hold on. According to Islam, any terrorist motherfucker, I'm gonna find out. I don't give two fucks.
Not about the celebration. Because people that keep killing. They believe in God or not.
Watch Daesh.
I said not killing.
No, they don't. Suicide bombing goes against religion.
Not the only thing. How they think. Those people who they.
It doesn't matter how they think. Very. 36 scholars. Hold on. 36 scholars came out about the ISIS from Canada. They actually did takfir on ISIS.
So I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about. Can I just add some clarity? I'm not talking about Islam or Christianity. I'm talking about those people.
Who are they killing though? Daesh, who are they killing?
Guys, can I just add some clarity?
Hold on. Let Woody tell us who are they killing. Who is Daesh killing? Who are they killing?
That's not the issue. They were killing Muslims. ISIS were killing Muslims.
Who are they killing though? Who are they killing?
It is not my issue. What my issue is.
It is an issue, bro. Just answer the question, Woody. Who are they killing? It's a simple question. Who is the guy that they're mentioning to us? Who are they killing?
My question is.
Can you answer the question? Who are they killing, bro?
It's simple. Bomb in the market.
Excuse me, Woody. Who are they killing? Who are they killing? They're killing Muslims.
Right. Guys, can I just add, right? I can tell you today.
So when a Muslim kills a Muslim, how is that person a Muslim?
Guys, let me
explain. Muslim killed a Muslim. How is that person a Muslim?
Wadi, let me explain. If I say to you, Wadi, I'm vegetarian and I eat a steak, correct? I'm not vegetarian, even if I tell you I am, right? So in Islam, your actions dictate whether you're Muslim or not. And if you are killing Muslims, even if you think outside, wherever you live in your country, you look at that man who told you he was Muslim and then blew himself up and killed a bunch of Muslims. If he tells you he's Muslim, he's not. Because his actions do not reflect that.
I did not think they are Muslims. I said they believe in God or not. I did not say
God. They can say with their lips they believe in God. It's what's inside their hearts, bro.
Right, exactly. And
their actions are a billionaire. They can say whatever they want to me.
Right, they can say whatever they want.
Do you know what the Daesh that you're talking about, when they get injured in battle, they get flown out to Israel to get go to the hospitals, and then they come back and they put them back in. Bro, so what does that tell you? If Israel hates Muslims, Israel wants to destroy Islam, why are they helping out the Daesh who are supposed to be Muslims?
I did not say they are Muslims. They believe in God.
Yeah, so these people, just because they came out and they claim that they are God-believing people, bro, they're not believing God. They're literally, in Islam, it's in Islam, if somebody commits suicide, that person is not going to heaven. That's a major sin in Islam.
But this is the thing, Doctor. Everybody is
Muslims cannot kill themselves. That's it. So,
but Reddy, are you Muslim? We gotta ask him this question. Are you
Yes,
Muslim?
I am a Muslim and I know that. I am a Muslim and I know that. What I'm saying is this: when those young people they are dying, they are atheists or they are Muslim, they are waiting something great in the heaven.
All the scholars they condemn it very with whenever there's an attack like 9/11 happened. Okay, 9/11 happened. They said that it was the Muslims, it was this and that. We were told at the mosque to go around and spread, awareness that we're not terrorists, we're not this. There was a lot of Islamophobia all over the place in America, and they were attacking mosques and whatnot. Okay, so we were told not to do this, and to spread awareness about Islam. That we're not jihadists. Even the word jihadist, it was actually invented and coined by the mainstream media. We don't have a concept of jihadist. We have a concept of jihad. Jihad means struggle. And you understand where I'm coming from. And if the scholars, the way the consensus work in Islam, we go based off the scholarly opinion. The majority, what the consensus is. Even according to the madhabs, right? We got 4 madhabs, and there's a ruling on this, right? The scholars would come around and they'll actually, do the consensus and whatnot. What is the major opinion? And that's when we go off. If the scholars say that these are kuffar, these are these, we accept it.
Matter of fact, Brother Amir, recently, Brother Wadi, one second. Recently, a group of these so-called imams from Europe, from France, Denmark, all these places, they came out and they went and they started to go and they wanted to meet the Israeli president and they wanted to do all this with Israel, right? Did you see this recently? This is recent news.
Yeah, I thought.
Yes. These are people that are calling themselves imams. They're saying that they're one of the high levels in Islam. The Muslims condemn these people because the Israelis are killing Muslims. Israelis are killing Muslims, and the whole world is condemning the actions of Israel. These group of imams, so I'm putting quotation marks on them, are coming out saying, no, we are for Israel, we support Israel. So what happened? The minute they started going back to their countries,
do we know their names?
What?
Do we know their names? Do they put their names on the list?
Yeah, you can look it up. The imams over here, they're open about their identity and everything. Matter of fact, I just read one of the imams from Denmark. He went back to the masjid that he is an imam for that masjid. They kicked him out of the masjid. They kicked him out. They disassociated themselves from this guy. They came out publicly and said, we will not even allow this man to come back into the masjid. This is what's happening. These people that call themselves Muslim and they call themselves this and their actions now are showing themselves. And you can say with your lips, the whole lip surface doesn't work in Islam. It's what's inside your heart. You can tell me all you want. That's why in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the hypocrites. In chapter 2 of the Quran, he talks about the 3 groups of people. The Muslims, the believers, the disbelievers, and then the hypocrites. The hypocrites are the most dangerous because they'll be standing next to you and they'll pray next to you, but yet what's inside their heart is way different from you. They have a hatred towards us, the hypocrites, because they want to take the people away from Islam. That's why, bro, ISIS and all these people that they keep mentioning they're Muslims, bro, if you look into ISIS, they're literally made by America, made by Israel, bro. It's nothing to do with Islam. They're killing Muslims. How is a Muslim killing a Muslim and then tell me he's a Muslim, bro?
Okay, the reason I asked their names because in Adnan videos, the Wahhabi imams takfir Iran and saying, oh, we should not support Iran, but we should be like away, but we don't know their names. Wahhabi imams there, they will takfir Iran in this battle. But
yeah, so Iran, according to majority, and I think most of the people know this, according to the majority of Sunnis, they don't consider Iran to be a Muslim country.
No, I don't think so. But even in this battle, who they support? That's not true. Where's that says that Iran is not?
I just told you, according to how they view Iran, view of Iran, they say that it's not a Muslim country. That's why the Wahhabi, whoever you're talking about, could have said that because that's how what a lot of people they think of Iran.
Yeah, but doctor, none of the Sunni nations are Muslim nations either because the leaders are made with the Zionist entity or
No, but we don't. We say that we say of these nations as Arab countries. We don't even call them Muslim countries anymore.
Yeah, we don't call them Muslim nations. That's true.
Bro, they follow Islam to the T. No, they're not.
this. Al-Azhar al-Sharif is a Sunni.
Who the hell are you projecting wrong? To say that that's a Muslim country. Who the hell are you? Support Iran. Some Sunni imams.
No, in Azhar al-Sharif there is 5 madahib, and there is 4 of the Sunnis. And then
You're drowning. Swim.
Hey, we're gonna pivot from the religion. This is not a religious space, bro. This is about politics. Yeah, I don't know whoever started the religion topic. I think yeah, ready? Last statement before we pivot. Okay, this is not a religious space.
I understand that's why they just move out of it. We should just stuck on politics about what is happening to be the next.
Yes, just because you brought up something about ISIS and Daesh. We'll just leave it at that. But Valencia, I hope you got your statement. You know, Muslim Maritime, we have a lot of scholars. They say that they condemn it. They're disbelievers. They're this, they're that. And if you look at a lot of these extremist groups, they're usually funded by the Zionist state, the Zionist entity. Like you look at ISIS, you look at a whole bunch of them. Right now, they've given Netanyahu has given weapons to ISIS members. His name is Abu Shabaab inside Gaza. That's stealing the aid from the Palestinians. They're selling it in the black market. I can provide you an article from Times of Israel. And Netanyahu came out and he didn't even deny the claim. He said, anybody that, we're going to use all sources, all people that are against Hamas to fight back. So all I'm saying to you, respectfully, the people that are committing crimes against humanity, these are not people that don't believe in God.
And at the same time, I don't want you to misconstrue what I was saying. I wasn't directing that to Muslims. I'm talking about Muslims, Jews, everybody. Where does it say it? You understand what I'm saying?
But did you know that these believers like Stalin and Hitler killed more people than believers?
You know what's funny, Balenciaga? I'm American. I don't know if you're American.
I'm from New York. Go ahead.
Alright. What's funny is, bro, every single time people that, not you, but in general, people that speak about Muslims, they want to say, well, Muslims are this, and Muslims are terrorists, and Muslims are killers, and Muslims cause corruption and more. And we're like, okay, in the last 20 years, who has caused the most wars? We.
First of all, let me just give you a little rundown of my history. You'll never hear me say that, number one. Number two.
I'm saying, John.
Okay, but just let me give you a little rundown. My father was one of the first, he came from one of the first black Muslim groups, which was the Nation of Islam. After the Nation of Islam in the 80s, people started becoming Sunni Muslim. Black Muslims, I'm talking about the black people. They started becoming
on his policies, the more he's gonna get votes. And right now, the Islamophobia is getting crazy.
Okay, he's supposed to be Muslim, huh?
Yeah, he's a Muslim.
I mean, I like some of the. I didn't care about whether he was Muslim or not. I just like some of his politics.
Bro, he's never spoken about Islam since he started talking. Since he started coming out to be the candidate, right, in New York City. He's never mentioned his religion. Never, not once. Okay? Yes, everybody knows he's Muslim, but he's never said anything Islam. Bro, everybody's trying to attack Islam now. Oh, there's gonna be Sharia law. Bro, the guy is very liberal, bro. He's not a hardcore.
I don't be in those spaces, so I don't hear anybody attacking Islam. I don't really be in those spaces. Maybe you be in those spaces where you like
the politicians of America.
More white people or something.
About the Constitution, he said it himself, or is it some misinformation about
Me personally, I don't think it should be criminalized. You can't tell a female what to do with her own body. Why should you block somebody that put their own body? That's anything. You know, if they want to do something with their own body, that's on them. You understand?
Did he say it himself, or is some?
I didn't hear it come out of his mouth. No, but I heard that was one of his things. I know it was an ad. It was actually an ad. It was an ad I saw on TV.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's probably fake. You know, right now, like they're trying to. There's the voting process is in November, so they're gonna try to say whatever they want to say, right? Trying to get the people wake up. He's gonna try to freeze the rents, right, for 2 million New Yorkers. He's gonna try to do like grocery stores that are backed by the government. He's gonna try to give like free bus rides. Well, he's trying to do something good for New York City, man. Like, it's expensive.
He should ban chemicals in food. That would be good.
Yeah, he probably, is looking into that as well. I'm not sure, bro, but imagine this. He's 33 years old, right? And when he went and did the debate with the other people, every single other candidate said, well, we're going to go to Israel. We're going to go to Israel. He's the only one that said, no, stay in America. And I'll go meet the Jews in New York, and I'll sit with them, and I'll listen to them. And they started to attack him for that because he didn't want to support Israel. Because he didn't say, I'm going to go to Israel. But he said, bro, I'm going to back up the Jews. I love the Jews and all this. And he didn't say nothing bad. And look how much they attacked him.
I hate how the media be creating the narrative that makes you hate a certain group. I never believed the media, ever.
Yeah, bro. Our religion, man, does not teach us to hate anybody, bro. We have respect for everybody. Matter of fact, it teaches us that the neighbor, my own neighbor, has rights over me. So this is why with Mandani, they're trying to label him as this extremist. Bro, I'm like looking at him like, oh my goodness, bro. There was one guy, and I'm talking about the politicians of America, not regular people, politicians, bro. They're going out on X and they're going out on all these platforms. One guy literally made the Statue of Liberty with a burqa and said, look, this is what New York City is going to become. Look how racist this is, bro.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Israelis compare Israel to Nazis. Do Israelis compare themselves to Nazis? Do they?
Yeah, totally. So Dr. Ehud Olmert, he came out, this was yesterday, he was back to Israel. He said that Netanyahu said that the Constitution comes inside Gaza. So he's pretty much calling him a Nazi, essentially. So he's Israeli. Ehud Olmert was a former Israeli prime minister. And Netanyahu is the new one, right? So each and both of these are done. And then we have this other one that's called Moshe Bogia. He was from the good party. He was the defense minister back in this part of America.
The only thing I knew about really about Saudi Arabia is that we went over there to make Hajj.
Yeah, the pilgrimage, the Hajj, you know, that it's a holy site.
No, I'm thinking it's like I'm thinking this is like some big perfect country.
And you want to know something crazy? So inside, so usually the non-Muslims are not allowed, right?
They're not allowed where?
They're not allowed in Makkah, right? Hijaz, close to Makkah. Yeah, and they're not allowed in Medina. So it was reported in documents, right? The guy literally dressed up in Arabic and dressed whatever they were in, and he was inside the mosque, inside the mosque. So I'm saying the big mosque where the grave of Prophet Muhammad is, right? And he's taking pictures and whatnot. He came back, he was posting onto his room. And I was in a shock. This is the type of security that they have in Indians. They don't know who's coming in, who's going out. Anytime if somebody wants to attack, they can hit them 1 minute. So, what you call it? And there's a lot of the, and now they're starting to, pretty much trying to become secular, but just the people. Like, when it comes down to the government, still you cannot say shit against a dictator. If you do that, you get arrested. You might even get chopped into tiny pieces. Nobody can even find you. I lived over there, man, and I know how the rights were over there. So then, and the only thing that I liked about it was the holy place. They had the Makkah, the Medina. That's about it. Other than that, there's nothing there. It's a desert.
So let me ask you a question. If you say you beat the hell out of your wife, you don't go to jail for that over there.
Yeah, you do go to jail.
So she can bring you. Yeah, you have to prove it. They bring you in front of a Sharia judge. It's basically just like American system, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's similar to it, but it's a little bit different. They asked, I think they asked the wife, what do you want him, what do you want him to do? You want to leave him? You want to divorce him? Or, it's just like I'll give you another example. So somebody robbed your store, right? I had a store in Los Angeles for about, for 10 or 12 years, right? I got robbed about 10 to 12 times. And let's say somebody robs, right? According to the Sharia law, right? Sharia means divine law. I would be given an opportunity. What do I want to do with it, right? If I report it to the police, they arrest him, they'll ask me, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to ask him for restitution? There's no jail time. You can, you want his hand chopped off? Are you going to forgive him? So you can pick. And a lot of the store owners in Saudi Arabia, they usually, forgive them and they ask for money back. That way the person doesn't end up losing a finger or a hand or something. But sometimes it does happen. You lose a hand to set an example for the society. And, this is the divine's law. But there's no jail time.
So there's no jail time?
There's no jail.
I'm thinking they get like 10 years in prison or some shit.
Nah, America, bro. So this is the downfall of America. In American prison system, we spend about $55,000 to $95,000 per year per prisoner. You see what I'm saying? And we keep them in there for 25 years, 20 years. Can you imagine the amount of money that goes in there? Right? And some of these people, they need to be either castrated or killed or something, like the pedophiles. Right? You can't have pedophiles back on the streets, even with the little, the tracker. The rapists, you cannot have these rapists back on the streets.
So,
right? The rape charge is 20 years or 30 years?
Yeah, something like that. So, but what do they do in Saudi? What do they do? They hang them or something?
Yeah, they kill them.
Oh shit! Y'all probably got zero rapists out there.
Bro, if you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to the jewelry shop over there. They got thick, fat chains, gold chains, hanging right by the door. Nobody robs them because people are scared of the laws.
What do you mean, gold chain? Real gold chains?
Yes, real gold chains. Yeah, and the real gold, you only find it in the Middle East. You don't find it in America. America sells shitty gold.
Right.
It's garbage gold.
Is it more expensive than America?
Some place. I mean, it depends. It's cheaper, and they have their own currency, whatnot. It depends, man. Where you can find a deal. Somewhat is similar because it does have a global market. It goes by, I think, by the ounce or something. So it depends where you shop.
Didn't they have an American military base in Hijaz? Do they still have American military base in Saudi?
Oh, they have multiple of them. They can't. These people can't even fight. They always need America's help. They're idiots.
According to Islamic laws, it should be illegal. Where are all those Salafis not whining about kafirs in the Holy Land?
They passed the fatwa, and they tell the scholars to pass a ruling on it, right, to their convenience. Then today we're going to allow this, we're going to allow this. And the scholars, when they speak up against the ruler, they get locked up. That's why a lot of scholars are locked up in jail.
Do you know how many Salafis are shut down with this argument? They couldn't say anything. They know they're wrong. But Saudis can do whatever they want, I guess.
Amir.
Yes.
Do they have strip clubs in Saudi Arabia?
So they're starting to open these up nowadays. They recently started opening up clubs, bars. I think they even allowing alcohol, in a land where there's a holy place. That's disgusting, man. Disgusting.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I would want to go just because I would be curious to see a strip club in Saudi Arabia.
Amir, did you hear about the clubs and the nightclubs they open in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Al-Ula.
Exactly in the place where the people of Lut got punished by Allah.
Yeah. Al-Ula, right? You heard about it?
No, I forgot the name. Probably I did. Yeah.
So that was forbidden by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and that's where they opened the club.
So exactly where they opened the club is where Allah's punishment came down, right?
I believe so. I think it's called Al-Ula.
Yeah. So Balenciaga, if you want to go to a club, go to the place of Lut where all the gays were, and there's the clubs.
Oh, they have a gay community too out there?
No, but that's where the punishment of gay people came. The punishment the gay people got.
So you can't be gay like wearing a rainbow flag in Saudi Arabia.
You can wear the rainbow flag, but there's a lot of gayness inside the Arab community.
Yeah, shit, I ain't never know that.
Here, but no offense to people, but there is some gayness inside the Arab community.
If you want to talk to Israelis, go to Dubai. It's best vacation for Israelis. A lot of Israelis go to Dubai for vacation.
I wanna go to Saudi Arabia, but I don't want to go to Hajj. I want to go to just go visit the country.
Yeah, touristy though.
Don't forget your LGBT flag, yeah?
No, I'm saying it for example, not me.
I don't think they will allow you in Saudi. I think they will allow you in Jeddah, not in Mecca though. They will allow you in Jeddah. That's where I lived. Jeddah. Jeddah is about an hour away from Mecca, right? So they will allow you there, but and they'll probably allow you in Riyadh. That's the capital city of Saudi Arabia.
I want to go where clubs and lewd.
You know what, Balenciaga? You don't need to take your LGBT flag. You can just wear those trousers you're wearing.
I don't have the LGBT flag.
You got some tiger trousers though. That's the same. Fucking oh my God, Balenciaga.
Do you know what's the most respected Wahhabi imam?
No, bro, we don't know about that.
It's
I want to follow the fatwas and
it's Chozan, yeah, but I'm talking about the imam of the Al-Haram. His name is Sheikh al-Sudais. And then there's another one, Sheikh al-Shurain. And these two, they take turns in the Makkah. They're pretty big. And Fawzan, you have the Albani. I think Albani passed away, did he? He's still is he dead? Albani passed a fatwa in 1993 calling the West Bank a Dar al-Kufr.
Wow.
I didn't know
Does
that.
it apply to the Habiri? Sharia law applies only to
I talked to a lot of Salafis, especially Chechen Salafis. We argue all day. I will gather all this information and throw in their faces.
And where did Salafis come from? In the 80s, it was. In the beginning of the 90s, it was all about Sunni. Actually, Sunni, and Shiite.
Wow, Habiri.
I'm Shia Ismaili, but we don't do those stuff.
And there's a lot of noise on the microphone, bro.
Yeah, I know that, man.
So, we engage. Well, the term Salafi, bro, is it's an old term, right? One of the scholars actually coined it, like in the 12th century. It was Libya, and the term Salafi died down after they got picked up again by it's pretty smaller. That was behind the establishment of Saudi Arabia, where they actually killed Muslims, right? This is how Saudi was built. They killed a bunch of Ottoman Empire, the help of the British. If you watch the Arab, what's that movie? If you watch the movie, bro, you get an idea how Saudi was created. What was you talking about again? The Prince of Arabia, or was it I was just telling him how Saudi Arabia was created, right? And the term Salafi, where it came from, and how it was coined. There's a lot of noise from the microphone. I got the new phone, I got the new Samsung, that's why. I'm sorry that I bought the new Samsung. I mean, sorry. No, it's nothing to do with your Samsung. What I'm saying is, if you're not speaking, you just speak. Because there's background noise. I got a fully spectrum or some fucked up thing when I want it. And now, is it better now? And better. Yeah, man. Balenciaga, you don't need to take your LGBT flag with you. I recommend you.
Now, I gotta get on you now. Now I gotta get on you, my boy. For them Yemens y'all be wearing with no drawers on. Now you wanna talk about something?
Just take them trousers with you, that's enough. But anyways, Nergis, you can check your back channel. And what I was gonna say was, so Balenciaga, what's your family's position in relate to this Trump and Kamala, when
Kamala.
When they broke Kamala?
Kamala is an evil bitch. That's number one. I think she, in my personal opinion, it's just my personal opinion, I think she absolutely hates black men. Because when she was over there in LA as a prosecutor, she was sending black men to hell and back, with no evidence. But that's all a part of that justice system in America. But nevertheless, man, I didn't believe shit was coming out of her mouth. I would rather fuck with Trump because guess what? You know what you're getting from Trump.
he gonna say some crazy shit, but you know what you get? That sneaky shit Kamala on, I ain't with all that sneaky shit.
That's true. So you know what Kamala did, right? She was going to talk to the pro-Pallies, right? She canceled on them, right? While she was going from different states or whatever, right, trying to rally for the campaign, she was going to talk to the pro-Pallies, and she canceled on them. And on the 7th of October, she planted like trees or whatever in her backyard for the victims, for the Israeli victims, right? And I was thinking about that. Why didn't you plant some for the other side as well? Why are you such a one-sided, hypocritical bitch, right? And this is what I didn't get is that her daughter is pro-Pali, the daughter from her husband, right? She even raised funds for the Palestinian cause, and even though the guy is Jewish, so I don't know, man. It's just it's kind of. And then people were debating if she's black, if she's white, if she's yellow.
And
that was another debate.
I think her family comes from the Indians that have the red dot on their head. What is that, Hindu? And so what I don't like about them is I used to date a Hindu girl when I was in like the 9th grade or whatever, and I had to walk. When I would walk her home from school, I had to stop at the end of the block. I couldn't walk her home because she said her family didn't agree with dating outside her race, and that she would get kicked out the family will. And so, you know me, I'm black, so I'm like, fuck that will, because we ain't got no will anyway, right? But they take that shit seriously as hell. And I didn't like, you know what I mean, I didn't like that. So Kamala is, I think her family is like Hindu Indian. Whatever, so that's like more of a reason.
So it's half. The mother is Hindu with the red dot, right? And that's not the only issue. The other issue is the caste system. So even the people from the same religion, right, they get discriminated against because they're from the lower caste. Same religion, but from the lower caste. So that was another issue as well. And and then there's a big support in India for this right-wing government, right, that oppresses and suppresses Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, any minorities in India, except for they want to turn India into a Hindu nation, strictly like the upper caste Hindu nation, just like the Zionists, right? They want to convert the Zionist state into just a Zionist state, a Jewish Zionist state. They don't want any other races. They're just like Hitler. Hitler wanted an Aryan race, right? So this is the thing, man. They all have like similarities, and they used to glorify Nazis. These Hindus, right, with the red dot, especially the upper caste, they used to glorify Hitler. Back in the days. And if you see the Hitler symbol, it's Nazi symbol. It came from swastika symbol. The swastika symbol from the Hindu religion. It's the exact same one, just like the one they have. So there's a lot of connections there.
Yeah, that's why you see them, Israel and India, they always lick each other's ass as well everywhere, every opportunity they get. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Israel, fuck Israel, yeah? Free Palestine, yeah? Alright then, we coming.
So these.
Alright then, we coming to Aqsa. We coming.
One thing I don't get, the Indian government position is Hamas is not terrorist. I just don't get it, man.
Fuck Israel, man. And I want everyone to say it in 3, 2, 1. Fuck Israel. No? Nobody with me? Alright, I'm here. Remove everyone. Yo, Balenciaga, don't take your flag with you. Please, brother. We don't want you to end up being in jail or.
So the reason why I wouldn't say that with Israel is because Israel is the name of the prophet, peace and blessing upon it, right? We shouldn't even be calling the state Israel. It's blasphemous according to the Muslim paradigm.
Yeah, I know. Even the term from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. He came from the Jews, right?
It did, and then it came from Palestinians as well, but that's what ended up happening. I mean, they just stole their land. What do you expect? You steal their land. I mean, you didn't give them, you didn't allow them to come back. I mean, it was expected, It was bound to happen, and it did happen. But what can you do? These people are just demonic, man. The Zionists are demonic.
They're demons. They're real demons in the flesh, you know that.
You can say that. But there are. So I did come across.
You know how we believe in God, yeah? They actually worship Satan. Did you get it? That's what Allah said. That's why Allah said in the Quran also, yeah. There's a Shaitan is this whole entity, this whole occult, these secret societies, yeah. These things are real,
Yeah, they were real. Do you wanna become an Israeli? Somebody gave me an idea. Nergis Lee, he said what you could do is marry the Israeli, have babies, right? And then have your babies marry other Israelis and turn the nation and take over the nation from inside.
I really think that is a very good solution, actually. I've discussed it before with people. Really think about it. Not about taking over the nation, but I think that should happen, right?
What would you do with Israel and Nargis if you had a chance? Actually, don't answer that question. I don't want you to answer that question. No. Don't answer that question.
What would I do?
If you had the magic room target, you could do everything with that magic room. What would you do?
I used to think, I used to think eternal hell is a BS concept.
Right.
I used to think that eternal hell, is such a harsh, cruel thing, like within the Abrahamics. Now that I think about it, dude, eternal hell is necessary for some.
That is definitely necessary, yes, you're right.
Like after seeing what happened.
Awesome. That's why these people think the punishment of this world is less worse than what the punishment is of the hereafter. You get it? You rather, if you do something bad in this world, you rather want to get chopped in pieces in this world than get chopped in pieces in the hereafter. But people don't understand that. Why? Because we believe in the unseen. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Maybe people don't believe that's what happened.
Okay, what do you believe in, Valencia? What do you believe in?
You know what? I know that's what I believe in. I believe that I know for a fact people don't believe that, because if that was the case, people would be doing the things that they're doing.
Right?
Yeah, but we're all human beings, and we're all sinners, right?
No, because we're not.
You can confess your sin to me, myself, okay? With the name that you can confess your sin.
I don't
But Leila, I have a bit of a question for you. Right there.
Yeah, what's up?
I read your bio. You have it written down in tribal language. Can you speak that tribal?
It's not tribal language, it's a
right?
yeah.
So I can see. I'm also
With the tribal language, come on.
which means this. Let me explain to you.
The tribal language, man. Calm down, man. Calm down. Give me a bit, right? Give me a little bit.
Ishki
işbirliğine kaçınılmaz bir bakıya. Rağmen koşu bir bakıya. Başım bir başım gitar
Basically, I mean, what this said, yeah.
Whoever just said that I gotta marry you.
That's why you just say the person. And you, Balenciaga, you need to go to Saudi Arabia with your LGBT flag, yeah, and your tiger trousers.
Hey, listen, if whoever just said that, bro, don't listen to him.
You're gone.
He's just trying not, you don't want us to meet up.
No. Hey, Balenciaga, you have no right to speak into ladies. You get it?
Well, I have no problem with you. I don't have no right. I'm in America. I have all the right.
Right.
Thank you.
You can only speak to non-Muslim girls, Balenciaga. If you don't want you to speak to Muslim girls.
And black girls.
Is this going on? Is this Chicken Shop right now?
We have to protect our system. You get it? Yes, we have to protect our sisters. Listen, we have to protect our sisters from people with LGBT flags and tiger trousers.
If he has the LGBT flag, he's the last person.
But anyways, oh my favorite man. What do you have in here? Did you know it's sunnah to shoot with bow and arrow?
Yeah, my kid, he used nowadays. So I thought about this, right? A new way of starting board is, the horse thing is done, swords, you can't use crossbow. Nowadays, it's stick missile, the type of stick missile. It's not, those days are gone, that crossbow, bro, it takes a while to freaking get the crossbow ready. Sometimes that shit can get stuck.
Come, try me, bro. What? Come on,
I used to sell crossbows at I had a store for 10 years. They used to sell crossbows, BB guns, and they used to sell other shit. So,
I wouldn't say that too now, man. Especially,
it was with license.
Before he got robbed by the LA Crips.
see that? I knew it, but it's the other one that said something. I knew it.
You said you got robbed 12 times now.
Yeah. There was something there. He's got something there worth robbing, Balenciaga. Hence why you can never go once you're a tiger trousers. You get it?
So the last robbery, they were gonna kill the kid. The kid was like 2 years old. I call him kid. Yeah, because he was a kid from your country. Are you nationalistic, Kim? Are you nationalistic? Are you Pakistani nationalistic? So the last robbery, right? So he was behind vertical glass, right? So I was a second-hand dealer, like how you are nervous, right? So I was licensed by the state. Second-hand dealer meaning people will come in and sell you their phone, their electronics, their but I did second-hand. So even if you're in the gold business, so that's actually considered a second-hand. Like you buy gold from people, so that's considered a second-hand. So the law is that you have to keep it for 30 days on gold. You cannot sell it according to the state law. And you have to register it. Yeah, these are the laws. So according allowed to kick you out. Respectfully, right? So I allow everybody. You're not gonna come in here and attack other people.
Guys, you need to know the thing of substance.
Yes. You said you organized protests and stuff later.
Yeah.
So when you talk to the Zionists, I know at the protest they pulled up. I used to go there. I went to protest maybe, I would say maybe 5 or 6 times.
Wait, where are you from?
I'll tell you about it later.
Okay, but later was now. Because I'm just that.
Bro, there's a guy in the audience all the way at the bottom. You see A-N-O-N? That son of a gun is recording my room. You see all the way at the bottom?
Yeah.
Listen, do you know that the elder? Yeah, the guy that's supposed to record you. But he records my rooms with unknown account like he's a Muslim.
John, recording.
He doesn't stop. And even the Jewish side, they have a problem with this guy recording their rooms. I don't think he's just living homosexual. You haven't seen his picture? You haven't seen him on the camera? He's got like 30 phones. You block one account, you open up a new account. He's a psychopath. So you have organized about, you said how many protests? Maybe like 20, 30. Or you made 20 protests? Or how many protests?
I've always been organized in Palestine, even before October 7th. So, organized many protests. It's kind of hard to keep count.
Have you been to Gaza?
No, I haven't been to Gaza, but basically, my dad's side of the family, my dad and his siblings were pushed out of Gaza and prior to October 7th. So now, that Palestinians are being pushed into the Rafah border. My dad and his family pushed out to the Rafah border in early 80s, and my dad came to America. He was living in Egypt. He finished his secondary school in Egypt, and he applied for self-asylum, and he came to the United States, and he began to study here at university in the U.S. That's where he met me. And they fell in love, and they had me. They had my 3 older brothers, and they had me. But basically, I've been to Egypt, where I've been to Rafah, where I've met my dad's side of the family, and then I've been to the West Bank. You cannot really go into Gaza, you couldn't really go to Gaza even before October 7th, even with the Palestinian identification, like quote unquote, it's not passport, but like the Palestinian identification card. Even prior to October 7th, you couldn't really go there. But I've been to the West Bank, I've been to Bethlehem, I've been to other occupied cities, I've been to the Quds. I have an American passport, of course. For me, it's very easy. But my dad not so much. Yeah, I was born in America, but my dad not so much.
Yeah, but if you arrive at the airport, they do kind of give you a time right there. They claim that you're Palestinian.
Yeah, openly. My parents, so I've been to Palestine a few times by myself and a few times with my parents. The very first time that I went by myself, my parents told me not to tell anybody that I was Palestinian. They told them to say that I was an American and that my ethnicity is Pakistani. But, I don't really care, and I'm proud of my heritage, I'm proud of who I am, so I say I'm Palestinian regardless. I don't really care, And, yeah, they do give you a lot of hard time, like, they ask you, like, why are you here? Like, they've held me, at one of the checkpoints entering into the West Bank. They held me there for 4 hours. Yeah, so basically I was going from Bethlehem. I was visiting an extended family member. I was visiting my dad's second cousin in Bethlehem. She was getting married, and her daughter was getting married. My bad. And from there, I was going to the West Bank to meet some more family. And on the way to the West Bank, I stopped at a checkpoint. And at one of the checkpoints, they had asked me, like, why are you visiting? Like, where are you from? And I was like, I'm from the U.S. I'm from the U.S. And he was like, oh, where are your parents from? And I was like, my mom's from Pakistan and my dad's from Palestine. And as soon as they heard that, they were like, oh, we're in Palestine. And I was like, that's them. And they were like, oh, we're in Gaza. And I was like, Beit Lahia. And, they started asking me, like...
is from Bethlehem?
No, Beit Lahia.
Okay.
They were like, why are you visiting the West Bank? And I was like, I'm visiting family. Why are you visiting family? They started asking me questions and stuff like that. And they thought I was lying for some reason. So, number one, they didn't believe that my identification card or passport, I guess you could say, was mine. They thought that I was forging it for some reason. I don't even know, even though I don't really need to. It's easier for me just to show my American passport to get around everywhere, but I still carry my Palestinian identification card. It's supposed to make it easier for you to get in and out of Palestinian territories, but it just makes it even more difficult. So they thought, I was forging it, so they kept me for 4 hours. I had to call the U.S. Embassy, I had to, get my lawyer on the phone, and stuff like that. I had to show my birth certificate, I had to show them that I was an American, And then finally, after 4 hours of some BS, they let me through. But yeah, it's pretty common,
There's about 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. And I guess the Palestinians are the ones that get stopped, but the Israelis don't get stopped. These Israeli settlers, disgusting settlers.
Oh yeah, no.
And some of these checkpoints are very, very, long lines and whatnot.
Yeah, and that was the most messed up part because I stood in the line. There was a line where I was number one. It's crazy because I came at 10 p.m. in the night, So I was tired, and I was like, you do not want to play with me right now. I am so exhausted, from this long car drive from Bethlehem to the West Bank, So basically, I'm standing, so I'm waiting in the line.
You learned your lesson. Next time, don't use that Palestinian identity. Say your dad's from Pakistan.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely easier.
Hey, you say your dad's from Pakistan. They're not gonna check up on this. Where your dad is from. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, but the thing is right now, right? Is that on the Palestinian identification card. So basically, if I tell them that, okay, so let's say, right, hypothetically, if I were to tell them, okay, yeah, I'm fully Pakistani, and I'm just here on pilgrimage, I'm visiting Masjid al-Aqsa or something, or I'm not a tourist, And then they see my Palestinian identification card where my father's name is listed. They're gonna be like, what the heck? She just lied, And that could get me actually kicked out of Israel, I won't be able to return. So it's just easier for me to tell the truth.
Can they really check your father's identity? Does your father still has identity over there?
Yeah, because the only way that you get a Palestinian identification card is if you have proof of Palestinian lineage, if one of your parents is from Palestine, So, for an example, my friend, she is Syrian, her parents are from Syria, but her grandmother is from Palestine. So she applied for Palestinian identification card because she wanted to visit Palestine, she wanted to visit Nazareth so she could see her grandma's side of the family, and she was denied Palestinian identification card, and she has a Canadian passport. So,
if you would not have applied for the card, I think you would have been okay, right? If you were to use your U.S. passport.
Yeah, it would have been okay, but for me, the Palestinian identification card, the reason why me and my brothers applied for it. And the reason why a lot of Palestinian children, even though they live in America, apply for it is because it's one of the ways that you can continue visiting and continue claiming property rights over your land in Palestine. So right now, a lot of families, like for example, like my family, as an example, we are fighting a very long custody battle over our land in Palestine. You know, and that's been going on for decades, ever since my dad's side of the family was expelled. You know, and that they were fighting that when they were in Masr, when they were in Egypt, they were fighting that when they came to the United States. And my dad is old, right? And like, you know, it scares me he's gonna pass away one day, right? So you wanna have somebody who can lay claim to that land, and the more people, the better, you know? So that's why like Palestinians are always like have a lot of kids, you know, like you're gonna go back to your you're gonna go back to Palestine and stuff like that, you know. So like for me, like having the Palestinian identification card, it's good and it's bad. It's good because, you know, like I in some way like I'm able to pass by the house that my dad lived in. I'm able to like lay a claim to it, but also because of the fact that I have a claim, you know, to some Israeli occupied land, I get stopped at checkpoints, you know, because these IDF soldiers, they know why these American children have these identification cards.
I see. So that's why you have because of the property rights. So that way you can go claim the property. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking if you're not claiming anything, you just go in there to like, you know, maybe visit your cousins and whatnot. And you don't have any property because, you know, a lot of people got kicked out, so, you know, they pretty much don't have any property, right? Because they were kicked out, and some of them are living as refugees in Syria, some of them are in Egypt, some of them are in Jordan. You see what I'm saying? So I thought maybe it was that type of case in your case, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Zionist living in my dad's house right now. Like they haven't, like basically like in Beit Lahia, like it was a very populated. It was a city, you know. Like a lot of people like you. I don't know if you know anything about Palestinian culture, but like, are you like Madani or are you Falahi? Like, you know, like Falahi is like farmer, Madani is like city girl, you know. So for me, like Beit Lahia was a city, so all the houses were next to each other. So when the Israeli occupiers came, they couldn't really like demolish it. So a lot of the Falahi land that you'll see, a lot of like the single houses with a lot of plot of land, they'll break those down and they'll start building buildings, you know. But for like the cities and the villages that already kind of have like established homes, like apartments and homes and buildings that are connected to each other, kind of like a neighborhood or like a suburb, basically. They'll just kick out Palestinians from those houses and they'll replace them with Israeli settlers. So for me, like that house, my dad's house, hasn't been demolished. So there's still a way for me to claim property on it. You know what I'm saying? So like the biggest thing are like the keys. You know, a lot of people think like, oh, the keys are a very, very symbolic part of, you know, like Palestinian, you know, like culture. But yes, it is. It's a form of resistance, but it's also like a legal form of resistance. You know, because when like these Israeli settlers, when you know when the Palestinians are first kicked out, they can't open any of the locks. They have to change the locks. They have to break down the doors. There's just so much crap to get into the house. You know, and when the court, you know, like asks, you know, like the Israeli and the Palestinian families, like, you know, about like, oh, like when they ask them like why were the doors changed, why were the locks changed? You know, like the Israeli family is gonna respond with like, oh, we couldn't get in, and the Palestinian family is gonna be like, yeah, because you didn't have the key, you didn't live there, you know. So that kind of stuff, if that makes any sense.
Yep, I don't know. Have you seen the documentary Settlers right now?
I have not.
Have you seen Baby Files?
I have, yeah. No.
Okay. Settlers is available on Telegram. Share stuff.
the time for my assignments, I have to like read up on like current events and stuff like that. So this was a topic that came up. We were studying like like modern day political African affairs, and the UAE came up, of course, and there was a stat that I was reading. Basically, it says that in by 2050, the UAE will have more non-Muslim residents than Muslim residents. So it won't technically be considered a Muslim country anymore. Because by definition, if you study like global geography, you'll know that in order for a country to be considered a Muslim country, it doesn't have to even follow Sharia law. It just has to be majority populated by Muslims. So, like for example, there's so many countries that like don't follow Sharia law, but like are Muslim majority.
I just call them Muslim majority. I don't call them Muslim countries because there's a lot of shit that they do there that's un-Islamic.
Yeah,
You want to say
exactly.
something, Nova? Nova, do you want to come say something, sister? Nova?
No.
You agree with the point I said?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh my God, you agree with what I said? Oh my God, how could you? You agree with everything I said? Whoa. Somebody wants to come up. I wonder if it's a
And then you
Hi,
were going to
everybody.
talk.
Morning.
What did you say, Nova? I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat again, sister? Yes, Chen Greta.
Yeah, hi, man. Hi, everybody. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, bro. How are you?
I'm doing alright. What you been up to? Are you pro-Pali, pro-Israel, pro-humanity,
I'm all about this.
anti-genocide?
I'm Arab. So you already know.
You're Arab, okay.
Yeah.
Are you pro-Pali, pro-Israel, pro-Saudi Arabia, pro-Tel Aviv,
No, I'm just
pro-LGBTQ?
yeah. I probably like between all those choices, I would just go with LGBT people.
Oh my gosh. The least controversial.
So are you pro-Pali, Chen Greta?
I mean, it's less work out there. Just like LGBTQ, STMI, PS5, all that.
But are you pro-Pali or pro-Israel? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't even know the difference. What's Pali difference?
Pro-Pali. Yeah,
I'm Palestinian, yeah. I'm blood Palestinian, for sure.
Are you Palestinian?
I'm not Palestinian, but I'm Arab, so Palestinian.
What Arab are you?
Mauritania.
Oh, okay. Wait, are those Mauritanians Arab?
What the fuck do you think we're on?
Next
to Morocco,
question is identity.
Yeah, that's
How could you
question my Arabism, bro.
Oh my God! Can you put your ID? Can you prove it? Can you put your birth certificate?
Like literally the name of my country.
It says Arab on his certificate, man.
The name of my country is like Republic Islamic Mauritania.
No. Look.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that you come from a Muslim country. But what I'm saying is that I don't know if Mauritania. I know, but look, like Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, Libyans,
So Mauritania,
they consider
Algeria.
themselves North African.
Yeah, but we're Arab still.
Okay.
I'm one of those.
So Chen Greta, brother,
So
you support pro-Pali. I know you probably support Palestinians. What do you think? What's gonna happen in the Middle East? What's your take on this?
to be honest, I have no clue. I'm not I don't think I'm eligible to talk about it because I have no clue what's going on. It's all about politics, propaganda, bullshit. We don't know the truth. They know. But I think.
So you don't know the truth about Palestinians?
No, I don't.
Seriously?
I don't think nobody here does.
Okay, what question do you have? I'll clarify for you. What question do you have? Because every day I talk about the news and I try to keep myself up to date on
Okay. Why did this start in the first place?
So it started because one of the reasons they call it is Al-Aqsa flood, right? So there's a lot of things that happen inside Al-Aqsa. I don't know if you know about it. They beat up a whole bunch of people. They arrested them. They even fired bullets and they shots and whatnot. They disrespected a lot of people. They walked all over the carpet with the shoes on, and that was one of the thousands of reasons. And 2022 to 2023, one of the deadliest years for the Palestinian children. According to the UN, there's a lot that was going on.
No, I'm talking about the beginning, like since the beginning.
In 1947?
Is that the first time this started?
So it started after that partition plan bullshit that came around in 1947. About 8 to 10 countries were part of the UN partition plan. You wouldn't believe it, the US president, it was Harriet Truman. He was sent letter bombs by a Stern gang, Jewish militia gang, right? Actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I think I'll start with the white paper thing, because after the British, they decided not to give them a state. They just wanted to stay regardless of British helps them or not. In 1939, they issued white papers, and they denied the Israeli state. They said the Palestinians are going to have this state, right, in the next 10 years. And so in 1940 to 41, you had the Lehi Jewish militia gang that pushed Hitler, right? They pushed Hitler, and they wanted Hitler's help to take down British mandate.
Sorry to interrupt, man. Can we go back to the white papers? I haven't heard about this one yet.
You haven't heard about
the
it?
white papers?
So the white papers, brother, in 1939, the British, they issued the white papers. So what ended up happening was Arabs, they actually revolted against the British, right? And the British finally, there was a day in time where the Jewish militias, they actually booby trapped a whole bunch of shit. Let me go step by step. Let me pull up the whole record, man, because I don't want to, because I might mix up the date. Let me see. Let me pull up the.
I just want to talk to somebody down there. He said we're not Arab. Bro, Saudi Arabian chef comes to my country to study the religion and Arabic culture and Arabic language itself. So how the hell we're not Arab, bro? Are you kidding me? They call us the country of million poetry. بلد المليون شاعر. Like, what the fuck are شاعر in what? Come on, fellas. I mean, seriously, you know what I mean?
No, but Ali, you're not from Morocco. Ali's from Morocco, though.
Senegalese speak French. I'm not Senegalese. I speak French, but I'm Arab. It's my first language. Arabic is we're colonized by France, yeah, but we're still Arab.
So what ended up happening, bro, was so there's all right. So when we look at the Arab revolt, right, that actually began in 1936. They were revolting against the British because they didn't want the British to allow these people into the state, into a British mandate Palestine, right? They didn't want these people migrating, and so they actually, there was an uprising by Palestinian Arabs against British colonial rule and Jewish immigration. It was sparked by fears of growing Zionist movement and Jewish land purchases. So they started buying a whole bunch of lands. They got pissed off and whatnot, right? And they revolted against the British. And then, moving on, the Civil War, this Arab revolt started in 36, and they had a Black Sunday. Now, the Black Sunday, it happened in 1937, October 17, following the assassination of assassination of British district commissioner. The British launched a brutal crackdown on Arab leaders. Hundreds of Arab political leaders, activists, and intellectuals were arrested, deported, and exiled. Now, what ended up happening with the Black Sunday, the aftermath was so the Jewish militias, they booby-trapped milk containers. They booby-trapped cucumber boxes at restaurants and whatnot.
and then ended up killing like 20, 30 Arabs at each location. They did it like it was like 4 or 5 attacks, right? So they made movie traffic shit for a while, and then moving on. So after all of that happened, so in 1939, British issued a policy document issued in May 39 in response to the Arab Revolt, marked a major shift against Zionist goals. Limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 people over 5 years, restricted Jewish land purchases in Palestine, promised an independent Palestine within 10 years and governed jointly by Arabs and Jews. So they rejected the Jewish nation. This was done in 1939. This was the white papers. So the Zionists, they got pissed off, right? So they had that lady in 1940 to 41 that approached Hitler. They were asking Hitler if they can get help from Hitler to go after the British mandate. Because British mandate, they did not want to give them a Jewish state. And that's what ended up happening. It led up to this King David Hotel bomb in 1946. You had the train and a whole bunch of other attacks that they did in 1946. And then in 1947, they passed this, they came up with this partition plan. It was a UN partition plan. They brought America on board and they brought a whole bunch of other nations on board. And they actually terrorized the fuck out of Harriet Truman. Harriet Truman was sent back bombs by a Jewish militia gang from British men in Palestine. And they sent 1 million postcards. And there was a whole bunch of gangs in America that were pretty much pressurizing and lobbying Harriet Truman to be part of it. And the UN partition plan was issued. And you know how the UN partition plan was written, right?
Tell me more about that.
So the UN partition plan was issued in 1947. Jews, they were getting like the bigger piece of the land, they were minority. And then the Arabs, they were getting the smaller piece of the land, right? And they were majority. So the Arabs, they actually said it's not fair. I let them do a job. And then they denied it. And the Jewish militias, they went from one village to another, and they started to cleanse the Arabs out of the villages. And it ended up being uninspectable. What part did I skip? What part did I skip? That's what ended up happening. So the Jewish militia, after they divided parts of the land, they went from village to village, so that means they cleansed the Arabs out of the homes, the areas and whatnot, and some of them they left on their own, and they got scared because these people were demonic. They're not going around killing people and raping them, raping them, as well, breaking them out. So, yes. That's what they did. They accepted the partition force. example, Pakistan is same shit. No, same thing. Pakistan is same shit. So it is a legal argument. American president was terrorized. So as this idiot is an American. He's like, no, I'm American, I'm Jewish, I'm this and that. You can't play it here and there. You're American first. You don't go through it because you have American passport. It's an idiot. You come to my property, any fucking partition plan, it ain't gonna work. Unless you have my consent. That's how it works.
You just made it.
If you come to my house right now, my grandma's house, and you hold on, and then you try to divide my piece of land into half. Okay? You take 60%, I keep 40%. And if I don't accept, are you allowed to take over? You can't.
The key point is the Palestinians that we refer to never owned any land. It was something the British
They did.
paid to conquest.
No, they did. The Jews only bought about 6.6%.
No, I'm asking you when was there a Palestinian state that controlled land?
On that land, when there was a Ottoman Empire, it was called Palestine. Right? Yeah, it was called Palestine. And they kept on owning the land. They kept on owning the land. Nothing changed. All it happened was the ownership change of like the total land. Like it was but the people lived over there, they still have the documents. They still
It doesn't matter once you
yeah, it does. No, it's not.
no conquest.
No, it's not. British allowed them to have properties.
They're not going to stay there.
Bro, look, check the data instead of talking out of your fucking ass. Why do you come up here and make bullshit?
What do I say?
Why do you even make a bullshit? Like you make a bullshit every 2 seconds.
What do I say?
Come again, bro. So let's stop with the bullshit.
What do I say?
You made up a claim right now. Well, no. Congress, they took over. It doesn't work like that. They literally have keys to properties, deed, paperwork, and British let them have it. They didn't take over their properties. Okay? Get with the fucking program. After such a long time, you kept on debating. No. Talk about it. Bro, you just get you're playing like a fucking Monopoly or guessing game or something. British. They didn't give some to the Jews. Jews bought 6.6% of the land. That's a data. They didn't give them shit. It's not semantics. British did not want to give them a Jewish state. No, they did not. Do you want me to prove it? No, they did not. British did not want to give them a state. They did not. When they did the Balfour Declaration, that was a Christopher Rothschild. And that 1917, yes, there was a promise. But slowly in 1930, they realized these motherfuckers are terrorists. I'm not gonna give it. They decided not after Black Sunday. They decided not to give them land. And go read up on the white papers, and you realize that the British decided not to give them the land. Why do you think they did the Kitover? It was because the British decided not to give them the fucking land. British were in the way. They were in their way, because they wanted to create a Jewish state, by force, whatever. Just like Tim Kaczynski says, so make Korea a bunch of these psychopaths, they want modern divorce.
The tactic that the British used to divide and rule certain groups of people during the colonial period, which is exemplified in what they call it, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, they made with the French. Those two superpowers at that time. They did it in many regions. In Sudan, they did it in Nigeria, Somalia. I know quite well how they done it. It's like it's social engineering basically. What they do is they come to they bring a group of people to a piece of land where those people don't belong, and they arm a certain group of people who they favor. Once they arm the certain group of people, they get the invading group to start clashes with the other group of people, and then what they do is they come in and they
they say we're going to mediate between these two groups of people. So initially what the British are trying to do is they try to make a buffer, like a buffer zone, or like expand their influence in a way. Then they'll come in and then they're going to say we're going to mediate the conflict. Then they're going to grab invading group of people part of authority or access to the land. So those original inhabitants don't have no longer have a legal claim or cultural claims to the land no longer. And this is all it's going to do is going to sow enmity between the two groups of people. They've done it in Somalia with the certain group of tribes of people who they favored and who they used when they were expanding. They did it in the Ogaden region. They did it in the northern regions. They did it in many places. I know the example of Somalia quite well, but I did read that they did it in different places like the Sudan, Nigeria, and other regions where they did colonize. So this tactic is nothing new. They've been doing it before. Because the Jews are an invading group of people, you idiot.
No, they're not. They're just there.
They are.
How would the Jews know that the Arabs are not accept the partition plan? Like, what do they got to do with that? I'm saying, like,
I'm not too sure if the Arabs did accept the partition. What did he say?
They didn't. They rejected it.
What do you think?
I have never read anywhere Arabs accept.
Every time he speaks, bro, I zone out. This idiot that just speaks nothing but lies. Go and speak again.
No, I said that the Arabs rejected the British partition plan.
That wasn't a British partition. That was a UN partition plan. Go look it up, man. Do your due diligence, bro. Instead of talking out of your ass. That was a UN partition plan, not a fucking British plan. British decided not to give them a state. I just told you, I can prove it with white papers. They decided not to give them a fucking state. 1946. Okay, make it make sense. 1946, they did the King David Hotel bomb, right? That was a British, a military base or whatever. Do you think after them, these Zionist motherfuckers bombing their facility, do you think they're going to give them a state? Fuck no. It was the UN, and they got America on board by terrorizing the fuck out of Harry S. Truman. They sent him letter bombs. They literally sent him letter bombs. They sent, the 1 billion postcards, right? Pretty much sort of like forcing Harry Truman to go on board of the UN partition plan. Letter bombs. Are you okay with letter bombs? Sending it to the president? Do you want it? Do you want the data?
No, that's one conspiracy.
Do you want the data?
That's a conspiracy.
Literally, the daughter, she wrote it in her book, and the daughter was in her 20s when this happened. Okay? So, you like to talk out of your ass. I like to talk based on data. And provide me data, they refuse that claim.
It's irrelevant.
Daughter living with the father, right? Would she know better, or you would know better? You're just an idiot, man. You like to bully club. You're a fucking grifter. Seriously. You're just a fucking grifter. You're a grifter. You're a piece of shit grifter. From California, right? So you want to earn a couple bucks, so you just went over there.
You want to reduce it to that.
You're a grifter.
You
are a fucking grifter.
I'm with truth. I'm living truth. The things that I do are connected to truth. You want to call it this, and there's some secret agenda.
There's not truth.
Someone's paying you.
Somebody is definitely paying you.
I would make way more money in America than I would.
Yeah, you don't. You never did.
I never made money.
Anyways, you think you're special over there because, people respect you. Maybe you get, respect from 4 people, and the rest of the world don't give you respect. You think that you're somebody over there.
But I'm somebody in America, too.
Yeah, you could have lived in Los Angeles. You could have become a famous rabbi like Rabbi Shimon.
That's why.
And you could have opened up your porn shop, but no, you wanted to go fucking move to Israel.
It's a beautiful country. It's so beautiful here.
Yeah. Did you see his sex dildo shop getting attacked after Iran did the attack?
It's not true. More fake news.
Okay.
I mean, just because you can find an article of it does not make it true. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Just because I can find data, it makes it true.
the way that
So much more money in Black Friday.
This idiot right there is.
So much more money.
Hey,
You know the sales of the jackrabbit and the other dildos. I mean, I would have bought half the store.
Oh my God,
You should have totally opened. Hold on. You should have totally opened the dildo store.
wait, what's
I would have invested with you, in fact. But you decided to go all the way live in some segment over there and just, be a slave to your masters. What a pity, man. Crap.
That was weird. That's really weird. Hey, the thing is, you guys have to create these narratives because that's how you justify difference, right? So it can't be genuine. It has to be like some weird subversive, like, conspiracy theory. Because if it was true, then you would have to question your own beliefs. So instead of questioning your own beliefs, you created a false narrative around the person who's giving you the cognitive dissonance, right? So it's all good. Like, I learned.
What's the cognitive dissonance?
Just like this, everything.
So present it positive as an argument. What's the cognitive dissonance?
Cognitive dissonance is.
No, I know what it is, but what is it in this case?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The cognitive dissonance in this case is the idea that I grew up as a Muslim and a very happy person in a very loving family. And through knowledge, research, I was able to see that the concepts of Islam are not necessarily as accurate as they say. And a lot of the belief systems that are given to African Americans about who they are and their identity are also false. And I was able to decide the types of things that I thought were important in life. So instead of accepting that, then I have to be, oh, well, you hate yourself, or you love white people, or any of these types of things. Because if I can find my truth outside of the collective I was born, then that puts pressure on the next person, and they don't want that pressure because they want to believe the dogma that they were given in their communities growing up, right? So
And all these are claims, right?
These are what?
Claims. You provided no evidence for your claims. You posited just a bunch of opinions.
Fine. I mean, I don't. The thing is like this. Truth hits people in the chest.
You didn't posit the truth. That's what I'm saying. At least give a logical argument for what you're saying. Because you pointed out your cognitive dissonance. Where's the point of pointing at? Was it a claim?
I just did it.
You gave a bunch of opinions. That's what you did.
No. I talked about my life. It was been said.
It was just a bunch of opinions with no evidence provided.
Well,
whatever the heck you said.
Amir just said what he said. That's evidence.
What did he say?
You didn't hear what Amir was saying.
What was it in relation to what you said? Show me the similitude.
Amir said that everything I'm doing is for an agenda, and I said to Amir, I'm doing everything for pure intentions. And I said the reason.
I would have have with Amir's school of thought, or how he is conditioned as a child, or all that big narrative you gave, which is nothing but opinion and presupposition.
Yeah,
You suppose
that
he had such and such a life, and it had nothing to do with what you said. When cognitive dissonance is, it's with you. You have shown no similitude between what he said and what you said.
I'm bored. Anyways.
No, you're not. You're a bullshitter. And you know how you get caught when you make fallacious statements where they're logically incoherent. Don't fuck with people. Don't fuck with people by giving them moralized arguments. When you have nothing to posit as evidence. Sadly, you're a bullshitting slave of your master.
Okay, now you've lost the argument, like Joanne with the girl, like you lost the argument.
You should have
You argue like a little feminine bitch. It's like they've taken your manhood as soon as you got to Israel. It's like you've lost your manhood.
Because I have an African husband.
Look at him. Look how much of a bitch. You're so sassy. Look at you. So feminine. That's what the gay people that you come for that are Jewish are the same individuals that you act like. I don't know why you come and talk about gay people. You're obsessed with Nigerian men. You're so obsessed. If you want a Nigerian man to say so, you find you a gay man. It's not a problem. Stop obsessing with Nigerians. Be correct. much. You could never be a Nigerian without anyways. He was saying that I think they'll find an 18-year-old Nigerian, then I was like, maybe verified. I was like, alright. I was like, alright. How is it different? You said you want to get from the rich Nigerian girl there? It's 18, you said. Yeah. What happened? No, but it was the fact that you really are really young. Like, you're 50. Why are you 18-year-olds with you anyways? Because you're 50 and she's not 18. You're 50 and she's 18. Like, look at the link. Just watch the link. Just click on the link.
You're just an idiot, man. Are you okay, Grifter? Are you good, Grifter? You should change your name to Grifter. Black Rabbi the Grifter. Why are you gay? Why you gay? Why are you gay? You know, you need to learn. You need to learn some new facts about Palestine, man, for real. Bring something new to the table instead of giving out the same bullshit. Iran is the enemy.
It's a very easy argument.
Okay. How about I debunk your Iran claim? You know I'm going to use Ehud Olmert. Can I use Ehud Olmert? You know who Ehud Olmert is?
I don't know.
You know what he said? You know what he said? Hold on. You make this stupid claim Iran is an enemy. Hold on. Iran is an enemy. You make this stupid claim. Hold on. Ehud Olmert is a former Israeli prime minister. He said Hamas is an enemy, not an enemy. He said the Hezbollah is an enemy, not an enemy. He said, what else did he say? He said Iran is an enemy, not an enemy. He said the biggest enemy is enemy within. Okay? This is Ehud Olmert, his testimony. All right, let's go to Moshe Yalon. We call him Boogie Yalon. He was the defense minister. Hold up. He was a defense minister from the Likud party. Just calm down. You're going to get buttered and triggered because I'm going to talk about your officials now. You're just a fucktard. You come up here, you say nothing but bullshit. Boogie Yalon, in 2016, he was a defense minister from Likud party. He said Netanyahu is ethnically cleansing people in Gaza. He said IDF is not the most moral army in the world. And he was the defense minister back in 2016 from the Likud party. All right, moving on. Ehud Olmert came out today. He said that Netanyahu is setting up concentration camp in Gaza. Pretty much Israeli, Ehud Olmert is calling another Israeli a Nazi. Pretty much he's calling Netanyahu as a Nazi. All right, moving on. Smotrich, the criminal psychopath, he said hostages don't matter. We're going to continue the war and we have to go after all of these people. You had the Ben Gvir, same motherfucker. They're both on the same side. They're both anti-ceasefire. They want to annex the West Bank. But these idiots don't know if you annex the West Bank, which means you have to give them Israeli passport, Israeli citizen, Israeli rights. If they do that, there's going to be a demographics problem. Demographics meaning they could become majority. You know, the Palestinians,
they usually have more kids versus puppies. These Israeli Jews, they have way more fucking puppies than kids. You know, that's what it is.
Oh yeah, Paul. He said 9 people died. Wow, that's crazy. Like Rabbi,
look at what's happening in America. We need money to help these folks that are dying, right? Because of fire and whatnot, right? And you sitting here and you're crying, you know, about your Israeli cause. Keep crying, keep crying. What's up, Palestine? How you doing, bro? Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. What's up, Sharif? How was your weekend? Did you did you get anybody pregnant? Sharif?
Or did you get pregnant yourself?
Nothing goes up. Music game.
No, he's been trying for 50 years, but that happened. I think you just adopt somebody, bro. It'll be better.
I don't think he's gonna adopt a Palestinian child because he thinks that all of them are terrorists, including the newborn.
Yeah. Maybe when he goes to Nigeria, you know, it'll be better out there in Lagos. Shake your ass to the Afrobeat, maybe you'll get lucky, right?
Or you can go into one of those bunkers, you know, if Iran does another attack, you know, talk about orgy or whatever.
Yeah. The tunnels in New York. They got the mattresses over there. You can lay down, do your little thing. No?
Why do you guys speak in such bio way?
Come on, man. You from Hollywood, bro. You a Hollywood type of guy. You was on red carpets, man. Don't act all innocent. It's the baby oil. You the R. Kelly of Tel Aviv.
What? I thought you guys were like Muslim people. I thought you guys
Guys, he's so strong. Why you stuttering?
He was a rabbi. Yeah? No?
You guys could do better.
He was a rabbi.
You guys could do better.
Oh, he was the black rabbi, bro.
I'm saying
no kids, no wife, shekels running out, no investments, no nothing. You know, 2 people read your book, 3 people check your YouTube channel. Oh. Back to Hollywood, man. Make a movie, bro. It's better for you.
Come back to Hollywood.
I heard your grandma. It's not good to check out the song. So I've been telling this idiot to go back to this. This is not his cup of tea. Living over there doesn't know history about Palestine and Israel. And he just makes up bullshit as he goes.
It's a dumb American, bro.
I don't even live over there. I've never been over there, by the way, Black Rabbi. And I think I know way more than you could ever fucking learn.
I'm American.
Please, I run circles right.
You go in circles like the Hindus do, 7 rounds. You get married to the whoever comes in the middle of a circle.
No, I said run circles around you.
Dude, you need to run, bro. That's what you need to do. You need to start running with that big neck of yours. I like you, bro. I just wish you would take care of yourself and your health. Stop drinking too much. Every weekend, drinking, smoking weed, smoking weed. It's not good, man. That's why everybody's like, hey, you're 50, you're 60. And you're like, you're 40, and people say you're 50, 60, bro. It's all that unhealthy shit.
Yeah. But I still get all the pretty girls.
You get all the pretty girls? Where they at?
Yeah.
Why you always alone? Always on Clubhouse alone, crying. You be drinking, smoking on Clubhouse. Sometimes you start crashing out, kill all the babies. Like, doesn't sound like a man that get a lot of women. If you had women, you'd be all up in it, bro. 11 kids. You got nothing.
like women, bro, you can have a baby. Especially when they're your age. Alright, whatever. Maybe you go to Thailand and date quote unquote women. Yeah, but the lady boys you meet, bro, they can't really give you no kids.
You don't want a narcissist to have children, bro. Like, you don't want that. You don't want pain and children go through. You know, like Black Rabbi. It would be very. Not only is he a narcissist,
What if he treats women like shit?
he also has no empathy. Bro, that's why he doesn't have anyone. He's so unaffected in his personality and friends.
Yeah,
I can imagine any guy wanting to hear her.
there's something wrong. There's something wrong with the city.
$1 billion. I would not go on a dinner date with you, Black Rabbi.
Oh my God.
$1 billion. Because you're disgusting.
I'm so
Repulsive. So yeah, if you're gay, we're not judging homosexual. With a voice like mine.
please, bro, I'm not trying to come at Patty. You see, but then you came in the hard body. My bad. Let me get a cup of coffee in the No problem, bro. I'm just saying, okay, if like, because for me, from my perspective, right, I would like, I think that the United States has like, I definitely plan on having homes outside the country, but I don't plan on moving anywhere else, like, because I just think that when it comes to, I was under the impression you said you were moving. That's why. My question was, why would you move to South Africa? If the answer was, I'm not moving to South Africa, that would have been cool. I'm not firing shots. I'm just trying to conceptually understand. Cool. I plan on doing the same thing, so that's cool. That's exactly my point. Spending, like 3-4 months out the country and then the rest of the time in the country. So cool. We on the same page.
But Anthony, why does it choose to be a nurse? Not everybody wants to be a nurse. Not everybody wants to be a dad. Take this. Why did you choose to be a nurse?
It was a hustle. I'm just joking, LeVon. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay. You really have me there. Most people say it's a calling and I help people or whatever. I help people who are in foreign service or military, whatever. Sometimes they feel a calling in their life. They want to travel, they want to see the world, they want to, spread democracy. It's a multitude. I know a lot of people that work for them. I mean, for the government. My daughter works for the government. I know a lot of people are idealistic and they have it's not all of them. Many of them, especially in foreign service, they feel like there is a calling or they want to go out and do good, spread democracy, help other people, see the world, especially young people. They get to be out in the foreign service, see the world, travel. I mean, it's a lot of altruistic reasons. And I will tell you, with that TSA, my daughter, she was a VA. That first saving plan is added. Very few private companies offer anything that's comparable, and that's separate and apart from the pension that Patty talked about. And then another piece is,
all of that is wonderful, right? If we don't do something about the deficit, what happens to your TSP? What happens to your standard of living? What happens to America? What happens to America if we don't do anything about the deficit?
Are you worried about the deficit now? No, that's a different issue. I know it's created, but so is what priority does the deficit take? Because you're talking about the size of government, yeah, but I think it's other things that are contributing to the deficit.
I think it's everything contributing. So I don't think it's one thing or another thing. Patty, I'm saying to you, whether or not, we can disagree on whatever, right? I'm taking you at face value. Please take me at face value. I'm concerned about the deficit. This is why Elon Musk and Donald Trump, I believe this is why they fell out. And this is why, what the core issue is. Like, it's sink all of us. Every last one of us can get screwed by this, right? We're dealing with fiat currency and we're dealing with deficit spending. This is I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true. I'm not saying that you don't have a legitimate point, Patty. None of the above. This is an issue I have with Donald Trump. I think that he's making mistakes as a. What are you talking about? Like, ultimately. How many times have I said I don't support the big ugly bill? But come on. Okay, so because okay, LeVon, here's the other side of that equation, right? What choice did he have? How was he, like, what could he have presented? He got it through on razor thin margins. J.D. Vance had to be the tie-breaking vote. There's what you might feel ideologically, and there's what's politically possible.
about, for example, is the military-industrial complex. Right? Do you know how much money the military wastes?
And is Trump shrinking them? What do you mean?
Okay, so what I mean waste. All right. It's a well-known fact. But I don't know which question to ask first. How to answer first. I have no idea. What was your question, Sam?
Is Trump shrinking the military?
No, he's not.
So what is it? What's going on with things?
Patty, there's documented cases where the military pays multiples of what other organizations pay for the same goods and services.
So if you know why they may pay multiples for like.
No, Patty, could you please tell me why?
No, you tell me why it's fraud.
No, I don't. You're in the military. I don't know why the military pays multiples of what other organizations pay for the same goods and services.
So
I don't know why.
Of what you call multiples, because this is something that obviously you know about.
Patty, I have anecdotal information. I have not studied this closely. I am under the impression that the military industrial complex pays multiples, like, a roll of toilet paper. What an organization might pay, the military industrial complex pays like way beyond, above and beyond what any organization would pay.
About for multiples, let me give you an example. There's this thing called Blue Force Tracker and an MFS. Blue Force Tracker is a whole different company. MFS is a different company, but we have contracts for both. A Blue Force Tracker is what you use when you go on convoys, right? So you can contact back to your cop. They can track where you are. It's almost like a GPS system where they can see you and you can have the conversations. And if something imminent or a threat happens, they know that you've been hit. And then also we can pinpoint on the map on that GPS, like say for example, if one of our convoys get hit and we get out, we can pinpoint on the map we got hit in this area, right? So other people that's within theater can see, right? Then they have MFS, same exact thing as a BFS. What has happened is, like, say for example, one general did a contract and said we need the system, it's amazing. The proof of use came out to be nice because a lot of times they let us use it for 2 or 3 years and then we purchase it and make it part of our equipment inventory. So that general says, it's great, I love it, we're going to buy it. Indo-PACOM, and I'm in Indo-PACOM, or it wasn't Indo-PACOM. Indo-PACOM, we're going to buy this. We purchase it, he tells us, homeboy general, it's great. We're already adding it to the U.S. Army inventory. At the same time, another general did a proof of use for that MFS. So guess what? We've added two exact systems, almost exact systems, and we've created a contract. That's it. I don't understand what you're talking about because you've added something else on to this conversation, but you're saying why do we have multiples of the same thing? And that's because you have two systems that two people may not have been tracking, but they both decided they thought it was great for their fucking soldiers. They thought it would protect their soldiers. So
hey, Patty, I never said why do we have multiples of the same thing. This was never words that came out of my mouth. Okay, I just did a quick Google search. I said, literally, that's what I heard you say. Does the military overpay for goods and services? I just did a quick Google search. Yes, the military sometimes overpays for goods and services due to a variety of factors, including a lack of competitive pressures.
That's what you said earlier about goods and services. But go ahead, babe.
Never mind, Pat. It's all good. I'm cool. Thank you.
Even with us paying over for certain goods and services, we're supposed to get the lowest. We choose the lowest bidder. Sometimes you can't get the lowest bidder because it's something unique to them.
But even if it is true, right? What the military is buying goods and services from the public market, right? So they buy from, for example, Kelly Clark or Procter & Gamble, or they buy from Lockheed Martin or Boeing or something like this, depending on whatever the thing is, which is essentially feeding the public market, right? So the government through tax dollars is feeding the public and people's jobs through tax dollars. Right, so it's not not a waste of money. It's actually like income that goes into the general public.
So, if we, at a certain point, the system breaks, all right, we're spending, it's like the deficit is blowing up exponentially, and the interest on the deficit is ridiculously expensive. I understand that there's a lot of people that don't care about the deficit because conceptually it doesn't keep them up at night. It's not a big deal. It's a problem that we can kick down the road.
I mean, nobody in this
party doesn't care about
I don't know why you're having it. I don't know why you're explaining it because I think everybody in here does think that the deficit is a problem.
Patty, I don't even like. I don't. So Patty, like when it becomes when we're talking about government and the expansion of government and government spending, right? And we don't talk about the deficit. I don't think we're having an honest conversation. All I heard was nobody said anything about the deficit when we were talking